just be smart about what you're sharing with your companies. Obviously, there are people that are going to be joining that are examining your companies. They'll also be checking this out because they can't stay for the whole thing, maybe the recorded side of things. So with that being said, remember that you don't want to be revealing your trade secrets, right? And anything that requires an NDA, please just don't be sharing that here. So the other thing I want to remind everybody is that this is not a place for political soapboxes. Republican.
Breaking up a little bit, Izzy. Breaking up a little bit.
I might even switch to my headset just so we don't have those issues. Give me 1 second here and let me switch to that because I don't want to become a problem.
That's better.
Can you guys hear me better right now?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Good. Perfect.
Can you guys still hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Excellent. So what I was saying is this is not a place for political rants or, soapbox or anything like that. Also, if you say mean things, we're just going to boot you out of the room. So just remember there's no foul language either. We don't appreciate that, especially with ladies here in the room. So just respect and honor that. And other than that, I'm excited to kick things off here. And we always do a prayer and a pledge first. So Dan, if you wouldn't mind terribly, go ahead and share that lovely American flag. Right on. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and start. For whatever reason I hear an echo, Dan. I don't know if you hear it, but if you guys will just honor our flag, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you for that, Dan. You can take that down. All right. Let me just go ahead and give thanks and honor to the one that is the most important thing in my life. Many of you may share my faith beliefs. If you don't, that's fine. That's okay. But I just like to take this time and honor God because I'm so blessed and honored by each and every one of you. And I just want to bless this time. So Lord, we're so grateful and thankful for this incredible cohort of people. Lord, I am just so humbled. And I ask that you bless each and every one of these presenters this day, all the butterflies that they might have and all the nervous energy for presenting in front of a live audience. Lord, this is a safe place. Would you remind them of that? And Father, I ask that you bless all these people with the capital that they need to advance their companies. Lord, to bless people with these technologies that we're going to be hearing about today that can enrich lives, can save lives, can just make things easier in life for people. There's just amazing things that we're going to be hearing about today. And I'm so incredibly humbled and honored. I ask that you bless each one of these people that are listening, each one of these people that are presenting, and that you give us a great day of fun and fellowship and the sharing of these wonderful businesses. Lord, it's you that we give all the glory and honor, and it's yours, Lord. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right.
Amen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody, for that and honoring that moment. I also would just like to take a moment to just be grateful. I mean, I was talking to my family earlier today that's down in Florida, and we have friends, family, and business partners that are down in the Naples, Fort Myers area. I've got family in Tampa, Orlando, Miami. Hardest hit, of course, Fort Myers and Naples. And folks, just be grateful for wherever you're sitting. Be grateful that you're breathing air. There are folks that are just in a tremendous struggle right now. And here we are advancing free enterprise. We have this opportunity to go ahead and share with one another. But I just want to remember those folks that are struggling right now. And many of you might know people. There might be a degree of separation. So whatever the names are of those people, if you wouldn't mind just putting them in the chat. And here's why I tell you to do that. Many of you know, and as you just might have seen, or if you're just joining, I'm a man of faith and I believe in prayer. And I want to just, when I'm having a conversation with the one that spoke the universe into existence, that I bring those names up in conversation and say, Lord, help these people because they're struggling. And here I am in a warm and dry place. So I'm grateful for all that. So a little bit about FEP Collaborative. Many of you know us as Fidelity Equity Partners, and there's been a spin on that because we are a collaborative effort, especially with what we're doing with SPVs, special purpose vehicles. And I'm just excited today to share a little bit about who we are, what we do, and what we're not. As many of you know, my career on Wall Street started back in the 90s, where I was a young, excited retail stockbroker working for investment banks and broker dealers. And what ended up happening is I built the practice so big with some of the most sophisticated investors and wealthiest people around the world that I caught up a lot of attention within my firm. And I was doing private placements, reverse mergers, pipe transactions, all that Wall Street considers fancy, but I got hold of and understood and began to love just rubbing shoulder to shoulder with incredible, bright entrepreneurs like yourself, and fell in love with the business. But the planes hit the towers on that day. I'm so grateful that I'm sitting here rather, and I have a beautiful family, beautiful wife. She and I were supposed to be in the World Trade Center, and I'm, that's a whole nother story I could spend with breaking bread over you guys. But I'm so grateful that I'm here to be able to speak about that. And I just want to tell you that, again, gratefulness and empathy are two of the biggest hallmarks that have just been able to advance some of the things in my life. So getting back to what I was saying is, my firm went out of business, and all my clients were like, Izzy, what in the world are we going to do now? Your firm went out of business. I just invested this money into private companies. I didn't know what to do. And it just became a practice of mine of the go-between between information flow from bright founders like yourselves to brilliant investors that are joining now and listening to these opportunities that they could potentially fund. So essentially, over the years, it morphed into what it is today, where I got really good at helping startup founders that struggle with raising capital and delivering the good, the bad, and the ugly in a very succinct way. So thankfully, I was able to do that and build a practice. And that's what we do here at FEP Collaborative. We don't take commissions on monies or anything like that. It's consultative fees to spin up the things that we do. We undergird founders. We believe in free enterprise and the amazing founders that help advance the economy that we have even this day. So I'm grateful to be a part of that and excited for the presenters that are going to be here today. But if you have any questions related to that, don't hesitate to ping either myself or Dan. Many of you might have even been contacted by our assistant, Faith. She's a remarkable young lady that's been able to assist with some things. But be that as it may, I just want you guys to know that we're here for you because we believe in free enterprise, number one. And we love making sure that folks like yourselves don't get into these toxic situations with people that may be wanting to capitalize your company. I've even helped some guys with that, with some people that were unscrupulous and just looking to suck the life out of companies. But needless to say, not everybody on Wall Street is bad. There's just a lot of bad neighborhoods on Wall Street. And as many of you know, I like to consider myself, my firm, Dan, and the team, we're like a pit bull on a leash. And let me just tell you this, nobody mess with you. No one's going to mess with you. I don't care what neighborhood you go into, what bad neighborhood. If you got a pit bull on a leash, no one's going to mess with you. I say that because I want you to have confidence when you're speaking to investors, procuring potential deals that might happen, and we'll help in every way that we can. So without further ado, we're going to bring up our first presenter here. And Dan, if you can go ahead and spotlight Sean Rowland. He's going to be speaking on behalf of Catalyst and Mike Verdun and the team. And what a remarkable company that I've had the opportunity. I've gotten to know this group of people, and Mike and I, hey there, Sean. And hey, Mike and I have developed a friendship over some time here, which has just been so much fun. Mike has got a deep background in banking, and his team does as well. And some of the remarkable hallmarks and touch points of this company, of course, I don't want to steal your thunder, Sean, but what I will say, it's just something that, a big question as these guys begin to share their technology, you're going to ask yourself, well, gosh, what is in my wallet? Because there's some slogans and mantras out there. And these guys have figured out something that I just think is absolutely incredible. But without further ado, Dan, go ahead. He's already spotlighted, unmuted. Sean, without further ado, I would love to introduce my good friend and colleague, Sean Rowland. Give him a round of applause. Sean,
save the applause until afterwards.
Oh, well, we're going to do both, man, because we love you.
He's our pit bull, is he?
There you go, man. All right, I'll go ahead and mute off. I'll hand it over to you, Sean.
Thanks, Izzy. I appreciate the introduction. My name is Sean Rowland. I joined Catalyst Capital about 8 or 10 weeks ago as President and Chief Operating Officer. As Izzy mentioned, I come from a capital markets and investment management background. Several years ago, I pivoted my professional career to become much more involved in startup investing and advisory work. I run a venture studio called Aspen Creek Ventures that invests and advises and does fractional C-level work. I was approached, like I said, 8 or 10 weeks ago by Izzy and Mike as a potential investor. I was highly intrigued by the delivery and the business model. Mike and I subsequently formed a great dialogue and thought our best path towards collaborating was really to join the team. So that's a quick background on how and why I came on board. Really with the mandate to execute our business plan. And Catalyst has been in business or organized roughly 2 years ago. We've raised approximately $800,000 in outside capital that has been used to acquire technologies and develop our product R&D. We believe that we're roughly 90 days away from going to market with our initial product market fit. So Catalyst is the short and dirty of it is that we are a fintech operation that is most succinctly described as a prepaid debit card with state-of-the-art patent pending encryption technology that and a smartphone app that ties together the transactional ability to purchase anything anywhere across both fiat as well as multiple cryptocurrencies. The kicker in all of that is that we provide a 10% cashback feature that is industry leading, that is instantaneous, and can be used for both consumers and merchants. Incrementally to that, our initial go-to-market strategy includes a e-commerce platform that provides both goods as well as household services, or goods and services within 2 distinct e-commerce platforms.
Sean, pardon me for interrupting, Sean. Mike here. Are
Sure.
we going to be doing our deck? I thought Will was going to bring our deck up behind you.
Oh,
I'm not
sorry, I
seeing.
didn't know it wasn't there.
Yeah, not there.
Well, I will give it a 15-second pause.
And that's okay. This is what happens when you do a live event.
Cool those jets.
Are you bringing up the deck, Sean, or do you need me to?
Oh, I thought you were.
I got it. Bear with me here 1 moment.
Thank you, Will.
You're welcome.
Let's give Will a little introduction.
Will Torbert is our director of marketing. I'm not
Hey,
going to go
Sean,
too
for whatever
deep into it
reason,
today,
your audio has significant degradation. I don't know what happened there. If your battery's dying or something on the AirPods.
I can
I can hear you now. I can hear you better now.
Thank you.
Okay.
We were just about to introduce Will.
As you can hear me,
Yes.
Will is our director of marketing, handles a lot of our outreach from a pure technology standpoint. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but there is a component of our business model that speaks to the crypto and Web3 universe. We currently have an NFT offering out to subsidize our business model. Will and a couple of other business leaders direct that effort. But I'm going to focus more today on our nuts and bolts business, which again is driven through our flagship product, which we call the Inside Edge Club, and which is we describe it as a financial solution that embodies three principal products and caters to both consumers as well as merchants and businesses. Within that Inside Edge Club, there's, as I stated before, an encrypted debit card with multi-layer security levels. This is a benefit to not necessarily consumers, but on the merchant and business side of things, effectively eliminates fraudulent activity. There is a smartphone app that is that runs alongside the card, such that you can swipe similarly to a Google Pay or an Apple Pay seamlessly and with the same level of encryption technology. There are two forms of a e-commerce store platform, both a services platform that provides financial education, financial newsletters and the like, as well as a household and pantry item store that we've name branded as Unity Goods, which provides socially responsible and eco-friendly household products with over 20,000 items within inventory. All of these products, if you purchase any of these products, allows for you to point your cashback functionality or cashback features to your favorite, either to yourself or to your favorite nonprofit or charitable organization. Our target market, for lack of a better term, as I said, really focuses on merchants and businesses. If you think of a typical mom and pop, anywhere up to a modest sized business, they have inventory, they have vendors to pay for. All of those purchases can receive an instantaneous 10% cash back. So in this environment where we're battling inflation, that's running anywhere from 6 to 8%, depending on how you want to view it, you're actually ahead of the game with our cashback feature. Additionally, this, as you can plainly see, is a boon for today's household.
Something just happened there with your audio, Sean.
Let me. Is this better?
I hear you.
Mucho better.
Okay,
Is
there
it?
you go.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. For consumers and non-banked individuals, this card acts as a primary form of transaction solution that again provides a 10% cash back. If I'm talking to Jill Soccer Mom or Joe Sixpack, if I asked you what would you do with an additional $300 in your wallet every month, that's something that's a new cell phone for your 13-year-old. That's paying for for a nice night out with the husband and wife. You name it. Why would you say no to an extra $300 to $400 a month in your wallet every month? Additionally, we have had multiple conversations with both nonprofit organizations who want to use this as a part of their giving campaigns to use this as a passive year-round contribution to their coffers. We have had multiple conversations with municipalities and municipal districts about using this as a way to enhance their budget and to pay for regularly scheduled items that are part of their budget process. I'm going to wrap up here quickly and then hand it off ultimately to Mike. Will, if you can kind of go to our roadmap, I want to talk about basically our both our capital formation and our go-to-market strategies for our multiple business units.
Yeah, we've got approximately 10 minutes there, Sean.
Okay. Are you saying we're done?
No,
No, you
No,
got
we're
10
good.
minutes.
he's good. And we're gonna
I just
use
lost
each
that
and every
roadmap,
minute.
but at least on
Yeah,
my screen.
bear with me one moment. I had to stop screen sharing to get to the roadmap. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Since I've come on, I'll just speak to it, and we can bring it up as we talk. But we've developed both a capital formation as well as a go-to-market roadmap for our various business units. As I said earlier, we're roughly 90 days away from bringing the Inside Edge Club that contains the card and the processing functionality and the smartphone app to market between now and the end of October. We'll be bringing on both of the e-commerce platforms between October and the end of the year. Incrementally to that, we have, and we're doing those in stages. So we have an initial, minimum viable product exercise where we test out and solution any type of hiccups or speed bumps. Usually those are identified at roughly 90 days before we turn the lights on fully and have a full go-to-market exercise. We're doing that for the Inside Edge Club, for Unity Goods, and then later on in 2023, we are looking to add on a consumer lending platform that focuses on primarily initially auto financing, and so we've got that well contained, well identified, and highly focused. As an adjunct to that, we've got a detailed hiring plan and marketing plan that identifies multiple KPIs in a quarterly 360 review of what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. On the capital formation side, we've got, we've engaged with Izzy and his team in an out loud $5 million ask through the SPV. We are in tandem reaching out to our own network and others via a Safe Note campaign, which is readily available. I can share that documentation. We believe that there is a budget that between now and the end of the year of roughly $250,000 that will allow us to complete our product R&D for the Inside Edge. That will allow us to bring our processing, our card, and the app all to market, in the fourth quarter. So we've got an out loud $500,000 SAFE campaign. We're willing to take, small check sizes up to larger check sizes. And alongside that, if you're a syndicated investor, whether it's through Fidelity's SPV, we also have a roll-up vehicle that's been approved through Angels List. So there's there's an opportunity to invest along that side. Late first quarter, early second quarter of 2023, we're going to incrementally do a regulated offering, a regulated price offering, where our safe note and convertible note investors will convert into true equity. We're identifying that as roughly a $5 million Reg A plus offering. And later in the year, we will likely be looking at a tack on to that in the $10 to $20 million range. We believe at that point in time, that is, at least in the short term, as much dilution as we will ultimately need, because according, looking at our business model, we've become cash flow positive in a relatively short period of time. It's 6 to 8 months from the time that we turn the lights on. So there is both positive cash flow as well as equity infusions that we anticipate covering everything that we need from a runway perspective. That is my short and sweet. I'm going to hand it off to Mike and let him speak about anything I probably missed and give his perspective from there. But thanks for your time.
Perfect. We've got 5 minutes. Excellent.
Thank you, Sean. Normally, I'll do a presentation and I do an overview. I do a global. Izzy said, we really need to get a little bit granular here. Sean does that so much better than I. Will, you want to leave our screen up, please, on our solutions? Will? If you're
Yeah, let me just jump back to that part of the presentation, Mike. Hold on one second.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any rate,
You can see it?
no.
How about now?
There you go. So we're going to be moving around on that, but I speak to things that are near and dear to me. I'm the CEO of this company, come out of the financial services background, don't need to belabor that. I love what I do. I enjoy working with Izzy. He's a pro. He's a good solution for what we have. And I don't get lost in technology. I understand that the investors want to look at the technology and get granular. What I bring to the table is this. We have, we're all about change. And you look at our front screen, it says change happens here. Catalyst Capital is not a mistaken name. We believe we are a catalyst. What we bring, we think, is an empowerment. This was all created a couple of years ago from looking at what was happening with Bitcoin and cryptos and the mass adoption of things that were starting to happen in the world of finance. And one of our founders, Mark Usinger, he's a great visionary. We call him the Dr. Brown, Back to the Future car. It looks like him, has 12 arms, spins his table. It's got great solutions. And so we started running with those solutions. What we've noticed is in working with, in talking with groups, in presenting and tinkering and beta testing, that we empower, and it's intentional. We empower, we restore financial well-being for a lot of people. Our mission statement goes to creating a financial instrument designed to disrupt the banking industry, help people improve their financial standing, and empower them while making sound financial decisions about their future. That's not granular and that's not technical, but that's what's happening on the surface level. And we restore people's well-being, and it's about more than money. We found people that are looking at this, that I'm talking to, are looking at a restoration of confidence, control in their financial situation, their habits, looking for ways to make better financial decisions. We briefly touched, I think, on the educational component that we add to our website, where we're going to be offering educational information as part of the membership in our company. What I found is, doing my homework, fintech as an industry is experiencing mass adoption, and many people don't know that the refrigerator took 20 years, internet took 12. Most recently, Uber took 2 before mass adoption happened. Things are happening. And right now, things are happening in the financial tech industry. And people are using financial technology for their well-being and for easier tracking, for more control, for all the reasons I cited. Think we're really being looked at closely because we offer a wide solution to a problem. We're accessible, we're simple. And many times I've presented this, I think I get it very, very not simple, and it gets overwhelming to some folks. This product is simple, the technology isn't. We've mastered the technology, we've got it in place, we beta tested it, it's ready to go. But my message is we do something good for people worldwide. One of my focuses is charitable institutions, and our 10% cash back, it was not unintentional. This is a biblical 10% that we're bringing out. And I believe that we have an obligation to do what we do and do it well. I am working with ministries internationally that are all about our card because everybody needs money one way or the other. The city here that I'm talking to that wants to build a new sports complex for their kids needs $20 million. Finance is finance. They're going to borrow it. They're going to do a bond. They're going to up taxes. We can offer a way where people in this community of 62,000 using this card can generate $20 million over a period of 2 years without indebting and bonding and taxes. It's exciting. They're exciting. They're excited about
Hey,
it.
Mike, I got to interject a second here because we're out of time. But you know what I want to touch on here, and Dan, if you can spotlight Mike and I and stop sharing on the screen. What I want to make sure is that here we go, because my video started. Here we go. Okay.
Gotcha.
I want everyone to understand this. You and I talked a little bit about what the average household of four in this country is spending, right? So let's forget about mortgage, rent, utilities for a second. Let's just talk about the stuff that people got to put on their kitchen table. They got to put in their bathrooms. They got to use around the house, from toothpaste, snacks, laundry detergent, food, whatever it is, and they're buying on their debit card. We empower that with the Inside Edge card, right? You can connect all these different cards, your Amex card, your MasterCard, whatever it is. And the average household of four in this country is spending a couple $3,000 a month just in consumables when you average it all out, right, for the year. You take that and people can get back $200 to $300 a month. Folks, let me just tell you something right now. That's a mom and a dad saying, yes, you can play at a soccer camp. Yes, you can do this. Yes, you can have that dance school, because they're getting 10% back. Times are hard for a lot of people right now. I don't care what anyone's saying out there. We're in a recession right now. It's just a determining how fast we're going to get out of it. I don't need to see my kid's report card and to ascertain that he's getting an F in class if I've been looking in his backpack and seeing quizzes all year long that say you're failing, and he's not doing his homework and stuff. You don't have to wait for all these other numbers that they say to figure out a recession. But what I'm saying for you specifically, Mike, with your company, that is remarkable to me, the average family can see a windfall of 10% coming back to spending. I see people doing backflips at my local grocery store, posting it on Facebook that they got 10 cents off a gallon. I mean, give me a break. This is real money that's showing up in their account instantaneously.
Let me ask.
Yeah, I'll give you just a minute on that because we're over on time, Mike, but I want you to underscore that.
Fact, substance, Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve Board, not a government agency. Most people think it is. They do some things well. One of them is collecting data. There are 600 from their books. There are 660 million debit card users in the United States today. The average debit card user is spending 63 times with that card monthly at $36 a pop. So just under $3,000. Our card will accommodate anything. And yes, you're right. It can be linked to anything too, which brings even more benefit to the user. But 660 million, what portion do we need? I mean, the market is amazing. We're not limited to national. I'm talking to the ministries that are international, but those are the statistics today. About $3,000 a month is being spent on the average per debit card.
That is absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Mike Verdern, Catalyst Capital. Sean Rowland, you guys did a good job of articulating, especially just even now on those fine points, because I really believe you guys can become a household name. Just like people will ask my wife or myself all the time when they're paying us back things or we pick up something for them, do you use Venmo? Do you use PayPal? Do you use this? What? I think people are going to say, do you use IEC? Because you can get 10% back inside Edge Club. I'm really excited about what this is going to become. Great job, Mike. I'm super impressed and super proud to be a part of the project.
Thanks for having us and making it possible. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Absolutely. All right. Up next, we've got Jason Deese. Can you go ahead and please spotlight him? Folks, I think this is incredible. Hey, Jason, what he's doing with his team. And this is a new discovery that our team found Jason here with Flash AI and what he's doing in the world of weather. Jason, you've been a meteorologist, and folks, we're not even going to be putting up a deck or anything like that. Many companies that we recently find, we want to showcase them anyway. We want the world to know, especially with Jason, and there's some other companies here that we're going to be showcasing today by way of interview. But I got to tell you, I was so impressed from just a few minutes in speaking with you, with your background, your knowledge, your expertise as a meteorologist. In fact, we started talking a little bit back in the day with, because we're coming right off the heels of this hurricane that is wreaked havoc in Florida, and Brian Norcross back in the day, and you knowing that individual and the pillar of strength that he was during that time and that storm. But you've developed a technology that, in my opinion, can save lives all over the world. Why? Why don't you start talking a little bit about how many people die a year with lightning strikes in certain parts of the year and how your technology can help them avoid that. But if you can just share a little bit about that, what kind of people, what kind of statistics are we seeing with people getting struck by lightning?
Sure, Izzy. Thanks for having us on here, and I really appreciate it. Thanks for the first presentation. I mean, it's all about giving back, and I like that theme because that's what our technology does too. And so,
absolutely,
yeah. And so, from a different perspective, through our AI, through our proprietary technology that is patented, we're able to predict lightning out to, used to be 1 hour in advance, and then we moved it to 2 hours in advance, and then here in a couple of weeks we'll be out to 6 hours in advance predicting lightning. No one else out there can predict lightning. They're all detection networks. They just show where the lightning's been, and so we can actually show where the lightning's going. Why is that?
You sort of just skip right over that, Jason, right? And here's because it's so I don't want to say mundane, but it's so everyday for you. But to the layperson like myself and everyone listening, especially if you're a mom or a dad like myself that has kids that are actively involved with outdoor sports, my kids with their outdoor sports are wrestling, football, and lacrosse. They do football, wrestling, and lacrosse. But needless to say, there's soccer moms and all those folks out there when they're concerned with lightning strikes. You have to wait till the lightning moves out of the area. If you have a part of a membership like me in our HOA with being at the pool, if lightning strikes in the area, we got to wait 30 minutes so there's no lightning. But you can predict where it's going to be, which is absolutely remarkable. Nobody does that. They just tell you where it was, right? So if people will tell you that it's highly unlikely that lightning is not going to strike twice somewhere, why does it matter, right? But I think it's important where we can predict where it's going to be. That is absolutely incredible. Can you go into that a little bit? And maybe when you feel appropriate, you can pull up your screen and share some of the demo on what your technology does, because I was absolutely floored when you showed this to me.
Sure, and you hit on it, and not only were we predicting the first strike, and that's important because 40% of all injuries and deaths occur with that first strike. And so, you think about it, I've done it before. I've been out on the golf course and wanted to squeeze one more hole in, and when I shouldn't, and then something comes down nearby. I wish I had a wearable technology like my Fitbit or something like that that said, hey, dummy, it's time to get inside, lightning's coming. And so that's what we're looking to do. We're going to be able to tell, from the mom at the pool, as her kids at the pool, we can tell her, hey, it's time to get the kids inside, to all the way up to, we're doing a beta with United Airlines right now. And that's what they're interested in, is when to get their guys inside. But to your point, not only do we do that first strike, but we also predict the end of lightning. So the reason that's important is there is no other technology that predicts the end of lightning right now. The technology that we have, that I'm sure all of you have heard, is wait 30 minutes until the last rumble of thunder. There's no technology, no science behind that. There could be a thunderstorm forming at minute 31, just like there could be forming at minute 30. So We imagined they were in a conference room throwing darts at a dartboard, and that's where they came up with 30 minutes. But there's certainly no science or technology behind that. But we're able to use our AI and deep learning models to look inside the storms to see if there's any potential at all for additional strikes. And so not only can we give you peace of mind, which is really what we're selling here. So, when you were talking about statistics, Izzy, when you talk about 10,000 deaths worldwide, and Madhya Pradesh out in India, we're starting to get some agreements with their government to expand worldwide. In India, where most of the deaths occur, not as many deaths in the United States, but what you're losing is peace of mind. And when you're sitting there at the floor, sitting on the golf course, you're wondering, is there a chance for me to be struck by lightning? And so that's what we're providing here. It's not only safety from injuries and deaths, but also that peace of mind. And then again, we predict that last strike. And so we can get, these companies, time is money. That's why we're in with United Airlines. We can get these planes in the air faster, on the ground faster. They don't have to wait 30 minutes anymore. They can just wait 15 minutes. We give them the okay, no more lightning possible from our DL models. We're the first ones to be able to look inside the storms and determine that no more lightning is possible.
Well, now 15 to 30 minutes doesn't sound like a big deal, but can you explain to this audience and any investors that are going to be listening in to the recording, how much does a 747 burn in fuel?
Right, that's one of the most amazing stats that I still repeat. A Boeing jet burns a gallon of fuel per second circling a runway.
1 gallon of fuel per second.
Right, so
Dan, can you just tell me the quick math on that? So how many
Yeah.
gallons are they saving in 15 minutes?
Yeah, so we did pricing
Well, I was
studies.
asking Dan to do it, so it
Oh,
didn't
go
have to
ahead. Yeah, please, somebody. We did do pricing studies, Easy, with Southwest Airlines, just to see how much we would actually save them. And so it came to right around 100 million conservatively for one airline per year, and saving them fuel costs and that was just saving them 3 minutes. That's all we looked at. We didn't look at 15 minutes. We said, what if we could just save you 3 minutes and get you in the air faster, on the ground faster? So we're really looking at it from both ends. If you think about it from the aviation perspective, which we're huge in, it's getting the fuelers to prepare for the storms coming. If you know an hour in advance, you can fuel the planes, position the planes. Then from the safety aspect, you can get the fuelers off the tarmac, get the employees out, so we're keeping them safe. And then after the fact, get them out there faster and get those planes in the air faster. So we've really got both ends covered. We're excited about moving to 6-hour forecasts. It may not seem like a lot right now in the summertime, but when you get to fall, winter, and spring, where these storms are tracking across and going from Chicago to Detroit all the way over to New York, we're going to be able to track those at a 6-hourly time frame. And then really the secret sauce of what we're doing, I think lightning's fascinating, but the most important thing is we've set this infrastructure and architecture so that we can produce a new forecast every 2 minutes. When I came up, we were producing a forecast every 12 hours, then it went to 6, and now you may see some at 1. We're using the past to predict the future. We're taking in 30 years of data. We're using that data, processing it ahead of time, and then taking in observational data and comparing it. By doing that, we cut the time that we have to process. So every 2 minutes, you get a new lightning forecast. Every 2 minutes, you get an additional 2 minutes onto that.
Incredible.
1, 2, 6 hours. And so now that the architecture is in place, we're talking about data on the order of Fortnite or a gaming platform that we're taking in, manipulating, putting through our AI engine, producing a forecast every 2 minutes. So to do that takes, a lot of Amazon costs and infrastructure and all that, which we've taken care of that, which is good. So now we can do anything. Hurricanes, Hurricane Ian here, we can start predicting hurricanes. I bet everybody in America, including me, especially the ones who had interest down there, they were doing the same thing I did. You're waiting until the 6-hour point for a new forecast to come out. When we can turn on our hurricane forecasting, which all we need is the funds to be able to absorb the data costs, we'll be able to produce a forecast every 2 hours. And so we're producing 3 forecasts in the time that it takes anybody else, European model, GFS, those ones here in the United States takes them 6 hours. We won't be waiting 6 hours. We'll be producing a forecast every 2 hours, which is exciting. So.
Well, can you jump into that and share your screen? And
yeah,
I think seeing is believing, right?
And
what I was so impressed with this is, how you're able to you have the map of the United States. You can get really granular with this. There's Ian right there.
Yeah.
So obviously we'll be able to see where these lightning strikes are going to strike and have been striking. And what is so remarkable about that is now if something's coming in your area where coaches, families, events, all these different things, transportation, it can all be impacted and you can have advance notice. I love that.
Yeah, so thank you, Izzy. But this is our demo here. And so this is Ian down here. And so if I click this globe icon, it'll produce a lightning forecast for the entire United States. When we first ran this, it took somewhere along the order of 20 minutes to run. Now we've got it down to less than 400 milliseconds to run. And so it produces these lightning bolt forecast icons. Ironically, with hurricanes, you actually don't get a lot of lightning, but there is some in there. So along the Outer Banks of North Carolina, I can click on this lightning bolt here. We call this our virtual strike product. And so you've got detection networks that have sensors based all across the United States. So sensors cost money to install and maintain. We're doing ours all from software, all from patented AI system that we have. No hardware needed. We're taking data that's already there and the 30 years of data to produce the same thing they're producing, but with forecasting as well. So if I click on this icon here, we can zoom in to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. I can take the radar imagery off here so you don't have to look at that, and zoom in, and it is actually showing the forecasted points of lightning here. So these are actual lightning strikes in that area that are forecast to occur. And so sometimes you'll get yellow, which is a greater than 70% chance to occur. In this case, it's all red, which means a greater than 90% chance to occur. We call this
So
our virtual.
those dots there are not where lightning has struck. That's where lightning has a 96% chance of striking.
In the next 20 minutes, correct. And so this particular product doesn't have, yeah, so we know it's all forecast. So this product doesn't tell you the exact time. We hold that for our deep learning, which I'm going to show you here in a second. But this product is meant
Yeah, and we have about 7 minutes or so, just so you
Gotcha.
know, Jason.
This product's meant to replace the detection networks. We can do what they do plus prediction for half the cost. And so very valuable product here. Let's get into the deep learning though product here. I'll reload this map. You're still seeing this, I assume, right, Izzy?
Yes.
Okay, good. So here's some activity offshore here with this storm right here. And so the cool part about this is that we can take this forecast. It doesn't seem to be working with the screen share. It only works with it off. But this area here shows lightning possible in blue, lightning likely in yellow, and lightning is going to occur in red. And so we can take this out through a 1 hour, 2 hours, or 6 hour time frame every 5 minutes and showing not only where this is going to move, how it's going to develop, how it's going to dissipate. Let me show you an example of a 1200 arrow. Actually, before I do
When you say 6 hours, I can literally predict that, you know, if I'm going to have a picnic with my family, if there's going to be lightning in the area within the next 6 hours.
That's correct. Yeah. So this started working now. So
That's astounding.
I can send this into motion now, and you can see that in general, this activity, as with hurricanes during the day, the activity is supposed to dissipate here over the next 20 minutes. But the thing you got to remember is we'll be getting a new 2-minute forecast every 2 minutes or an additional 2 minutes. And so you'll see how this starts to transition. In this case, it's not a very good example of what you will get with 1 hour, 6 hour, just because of the nature of hurricanes. But you can see how this activity is going to develop or how it's going to dissipate over the next.
Well, do me a favor, go over Colorado, because my son's got a football game tonight at the stadium, at CMG Stadium. So they were talking about rain and thunderstorms in the area.
Right.
So go over Fort Collins, Colorado, if you wouldn't mind. That's just north there.
Right there.
Northern
It looks
Colorado.
like right now it looks like activity over Utah, up there in Wyoming. Nothing over Colorado yet. Doesn't look like anything's going to develop. This is our hour-long forecast here. It doesn't look like anything's going to develop yet, but we are watching this activity move in from Utah, which is interesting. So again, we're going to be expanding this to 6 hours and refining these models. And once you see an actual system that's really developed, it's going to be amazing to show it. Let me see if I can show you this integration. Before I do that, here's the All Clear product though, which is really cool. So this All Clear product, it takes into account our deep learning, our algorithm for a virtual strike, and it just says, okay, over the next 30 minutes, okay, what areas are going to be good to go and which areas are a no-go. So if you're in red, you're in a no-go zone. And so it's a really simple, but there's a lot of technology behind it, but a simple way to look at one screen and say, if you're an airline, hey, what areas over the next 20 to 30 minutes are no-go? If you're a mom at the pool, and we've just partnered with Barron Industries, who's going to take this to 40% of all newscasts in America. They can put this up if you have your kids at the pool.
Wow.
You're in a no-go zone. If you're not, you're okay. Continue what you're doing. And again, the important part to remember is you'll see this red diminishing out here, increasing out here every 2 minutes because we're issuing a new forecast. No one else can issue a new forecast. And then last thing, Izzy, is let's see. I don't know if I think I'll have to reshare this one, but let me see if I can find you guys and stop sharing. Stop share. Share. Yeah, I can do this. This is an integration that we did with a company called 1200 Aero. This product that you're seeing in the shading is our same 1 hour forecast product of lightning, and same lightning possible, lightning likely, lightning will occur. But we've integrated it with the actual airplanes. This was live flight activity down in South Florida for a big event that they had. So you can imagine for these aviation industry, how important it's going to be to them. But I keep talking about aviation, but it's going to be insurance, public safety, utilities. Those are going to be our enterprise networks. But we also have a notification product where you don't see any maps. You don't see any of this stuff I showed you, but it just notifies personnel on the ground. And it says lightning's coming in 50 minutes, lightning's coming in 30 minutes, 20 minutes. And then the final one, lightning is done over your area. You're clear to go and resume what you're doing. So
Well, I'm thinking even concrete materials, you know, that are being delivered and things like that for construction projects. If they know that there's going to be rain coming for concrete that they're delivering, they might say, hey, we're going to have to punt to later or do it tomorrow, whatever. Because, you know, so many of us here in Colorado, I mean, you can experience 4 seasons in 1 week, right? But you certainly want to know if you've got a landscape project, you know, people doing things in the summer, storms come out of nowhere. But if you can predict that there's going to be rain, lightning, whatever it is that's happening in the next 6 hours, holy smokes, how remarkably valuable this technology will be.
And again, Izzy, it comes down to every little tranche of funds that we get will be devoted to a new parameter that we can start up. And so, you know, precipitation beyond the lightning and just showing how an area of rain is moving over an area, that's going to be huge for people. But we have a tornado when ready to go. This tornado will knock your socks off. The news stations are going to love it. But you don't need the National Weather Service, who I worked for 21 years anymore. You're gonna look at this automated tornado prediction tool that shows tornadoes before anything else does. It predicts these tornadoes using the past, these hurricanes, winds, turbulence, icing. You name it, can produce a forecast for it, more accurate and every 2 minutes.
Well, on a related point, let's talk about the money here because we've just got a few minutes. And sure. You kicked off things on Start Engine, which I think is a great platform for specific purposes. And I think your plan there was, you know, to raise a little bit of money over a relatively short period of time, and you hit it out of the park. Can you just share with the folks that are listening on here what that was like?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I left the Weather Service and there were really no guarantees in what we were going to do, but I had enough confidence to launch on Start Engine, and they gave us, 6 months to raise $1 million, and we did it in 6 weeks. And I think, the big, it resonates with the people a lot, you know, what we're doing. And they, you know, even if you're investing, you know, how many times can you invest in something that's also going to save lives? And so I think that's what people were looking at, that, hey, I have a ton of investments that may fail, but this one actually could save some lives. And so I think that's what resonated with most people. And what we continue to do, I mean, we highlight that. We don't shy away from that. Some VCs, not to be on this call, but some VCs don't like it. You know, they don't like the fact that we are focused on saving lives as much. You know, we know we're going to make a ton of money with this, or at least we feel we are. But we also have this higher goal as well. I think it's going to do a lot of good, and I think that's why it did good on Start Engine. So we did the Start Engine raise for over $1 million. We did a Reg D for $500,000. Still a skeleton crew with my COO from NetJets, Jamie Castle, used to be with head of mitigation there. Will Howard's my lead software engineer, and then Dylan Steinkruger's my lead AI engineer from Penn State, a doctorate there. So we produced these wonderful products on the streamlined funds, but now it's time to take all these to market. Produce these other products for tornadoes and hurricanes and get those out there too, and start these partnership deals like we've already started now.
And that's what we're doing now. We're going to be showcasing this in front of an investor audience that I think will have tremendous interest in this platform that you're building. The structure, the capital structure will be by way of an SPV, and we'll get you all the details on that as appropriate. But Jason, my hat's off to you, man. It is absolutely remarkable what you're doing. And what I believe here, when this company gets funded, not only is it going to be saving lives, okay, But what I think is going to happen is obviously you're going to have such a more predictable lifestyle for people that, you know, let's look at people with outdoor activities just in high school sports, like I was talking about. Think of how that can be better planned and all these things that happen, because I've been a part of that and I see it happen all the time. But if you can improve people's lifestyles, save lives, and make money at the same time, which just seems not even secondary, just way down the road for you, I love that. I love that you've poured your heart and soul into this and said, hey, yeah, the money's going to come. And I really believe that. You know, if you do what's right, you help people, you show people value, what's going to end up happening is it's going to show back up to you up in spades. And I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this project. And we're super excited to get this in front of an investor audience. So great job. Give Jason a round of applause. Super stoked of what you're doing there. And I can't wait to see this become a household name. Great job, Jason.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks, Jason.
My pleasure, Jason. Up next, we've got my good friend and colleague, Walter Schofield. This is one of the coolest things that I've seen in a long time. Could you go ahead and spotlight Walter for us, Dan? So, you know, Walter and I have become good friends here. How you doing, Walter? It's good to see you, brother.
Doing well, Izzy. How are you today, my friend?
Doing really well. You know, when COVID hit, we have a media room in our house, and of course we were watching movie after movie and gathering around with delivered pizzas and stuff like that. But you know, you start noticing these little things like, oh, maybe this wasn't as good of a sound as I thought. And you are someone that in the audio industry is so recognized and so well known. I'm humbled to be a part of your project. You've been connected with incredible names in the audio industries, from Harman to Krell to a number of others. And folks, if you know anything about audio, I'm not talking about, you know, your Walkman, you know, back in the day, the folks that I'm dating myself with. I'm talking about incredible technology in home theaters, that type of thing. I mean, you've worked with some of the best of the best, Mark Levinson, people like that. Just amazing, your resume. So when you decided to build your own company after being in the industry for 40 years, you know, I was just incredibly humbled and honored to be a part of the project. So without further ado, everybody, my good friend and colleague, Walter Schofield, with his new incredible company that I think is going to just take over AV, Nexus Technologies. Go ahead, Walter.
Okay, thanks, Izzy, Dan, and all of you at Fidelity Equity Partners that helped me along with the plan. I appreciate it, and you got me blushing a little bit there, Izzy. Thank you for everybody for joining us today. Yes, I have been in the industry for decades, and the real reason for putting together Nexus Audio Technologies was because over the decades I've observed our industry not doing a very good job at promoting itself. But let me just get right into this here. Okay, do we have that, guys?
You're on. Looks great.
Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it. So the plan I'm presenting today is a culmination of more than 2 years of research and decades of acquired information, really culminating in a differentiated product and really a specialized, comprehensive marketing and sales program derived and formulated by speaking with hundreds of distributors, retailers, and sales and manufacturing partners around the world. This is a very, very condensed version of our plan. Just making sure that slide advanced, guys. Did that advance, Izzy? Do we have the second slide?
You're good. Everything's good.
Just want to make sure, friend. So now to the part where I feel a little bit uncomfortable talking about myself. I've been in the audio business for over 40 years. I know the world's top players, in all facets of the business, reviewers at multiple publications, magazines, print and digital around the world, distributors, international distributors that sell product in their countries, dealers, and every single one of them are asking for a very differentiated product and marketing plan. And Nexus has created just that. I've been recruited to rescue businesses over the years, as well as create new businesses and revenue streams worldwide. I just want to speak to a couple of specific challenges that I had that were very, very good learning tools for me. I was representing a brand called Mark Levinson, which is owned by the Harman Group. Harman is a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company. For all of you might not recognize it. They have brands like JBL loudspeakers, Infinity, Harman Kardon, many phenomenal brands. Prior to me getting there, they had shut down the factory and did about $100,000 worth of business the year prior to me getting there, where they had peaked at about $50 million. And they called me in to rebuild the brand. And we did, collectively, I think a pretty good job. Within 18 months, we were back to about 45% of the current gross sales. And by the time I left, we were up around 80% recovery of what we had. We incorporated an incredible PR advertising campaign, and we co-sponsored a Paul McCartney tour, along with Lexus Automobiles. I worked out a contract between Harman and Toyota Motor Corp / Lexus, where if you buy a Lexus automobile, a Mark Levinson product is an upgrade in the automobile. So we're very, very proud to have done that. I worked for a company just out of Nashville called Emotiva, who was largely based in the US and seeking to branch out internationally. So we started with 0 sales, and within 8 or 9 months, we were pacing $8 or $9 million. And by the time I left, we were pacing $14-15 million in a brand new endeavor. Very, very proud of achieving that as well. Wharfedale, it's not listed here, but I'm kind of proud of that. Wharfedale is the oldest loudspeaker brand in the world. They had gotten out of the US market. I brought it back into the US market. The speakers cost $349 a pair that we were largely selling. And we built it from 0 to almost $2 million inside of 15 months and proceeded to grow the business. It is now represented by a large entity and doing quite well. So just a few of my accomplishments. And again, this is my most uncomfortable slide. So sorry about that, folks. So while I've held numerous positions, without exception, I've been recruited away from a prior role for what I'd consider to be a more challenging one. Later in my career, as I started being recognized as somebody who could right the ship or enhance revenue, I was taking on 2-year contracts. But I want to be clear, I intend to be married to Nexus for many years to come. This is something that I will stay with for the rest of my entire life. Just want to make that clear. So what is Nexus Audio? Nexus Audio is an amalgamation of unique audio video products and differentiated disruptive marketing techniques that have never been deployed in our business, yet will be a positive game changer and drive a rising tide for the entire audio industry. You see here, we call it audio jewelry. And what we mean by that is that Nexus will build products that stand the test of time, like a Rolex or Cartier watch, something that's timeless and elegant, that will blend into multiple decors. If you have a transitional decor, contemporary, traditional, this will work in it. It will not conflict. It won't look like a 1940s radiator, and it won't look like a Borg spaceship. So we're very intent on marrying all of these techniques, product development, and marketing techniques that have not been practiced in our industry for the very, very first time. So simple, elegant, timeless looking products with ultimate performance, married with ease of use is the goal. And when combining that with our disruptive, highly differentiated marketing trajectory, multiple initiatives never utilized in our industry, will be marrying them for the very, very first time. So who is Nexus Audio? I'd like to point out that everybody that we're speaking of here is ready to join the Nexus Audio team immediately. We've assembled a super group of audio engineers, sales and marketing talent in the Asian Pacific, European, and US markets. PR agencies and social viral media experts based in New York that work for companies like Louis Vuitton, American Express, and General Motors, the best audio video distributors on the planet and around the world, the best dealers in the US, manufacturers that we're liaising with, service facilities around the world with logistics and operations capabilities that are all, again, at the ready to be deployed upon capitalization. So why do people want Nexus Audio? This is a very important slide. As I mentioned prior, we polled hundreds of business partners around the world to identify feature sets that have not been fulfilled by other brands, as well as connectivity necessary to complete whole house music and theater systems. We want these products to be adopted by every category of reseller on the planet. These future partners asked us to build this product, and Nexus is responding to the need in the marketplace. When asked by many people why people would want Nexus Audio or audio in their homes in general, we've got some interesting data that shows that people are seeking immersive experiences in their home. You see the last bullet point there, it's a CTA poll result. That's the Consumer Technology Association. The Consumer Technology Association sponsors the Consumer Audio Show in Las Vegas every January. You've probably heard about that. And the most recent poll results that they have pre-pandemic showed through thousands of people that they polled that people want immersive experiences in their home, but they're seeking them outside of their home because they haven't been messaged that this is available. For instance, concert ticket sales doubled from 2018 to 2019. Oops, slip. Movie
That's
tickets.
okay. Mistake happens when you're live. That's okay.
I'm telling you. I'm stumbling a bit there. Movie ticket sales, where people thought that streaming services would negate movie theaters, ticket sales doubled from 2018 to 2019. Even in the category of what used to be called a rave, electronic dance music quadrupled in the US from 2018 to 2019, which just goes to show you that people are seeking these experiences outside of their home. This is extremely important. And we're going to message tons and tons of people that these are available in their home. So this next slide, oh, looks like, did I lose that? There we go. Sorry about that. It froze up for a moment. This slide has a lot of information on it, and I don't really intend for you to read it right out, but let me sum it up for you. The audio industry has done a horrible job of creating desirability. Wristwatches, wine, high-end furniture, custom kitchen cabinets are all highly desirable items amongst individuals and ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals. It used to be back in the day that everybody had a stereo in their living room, and then came the computer. College kids drove the music scene, they drove music, and they consumed audio. They even sold it on campus. And when the computer came about, that's where their disposable income went to. I remember buying my first computer back in the 80s. It barely held a 10-page Word document, and it was $3,000. Enter the age of the boombox. College kids started buying computers, then they had a boombox, then the cassette revolution. That was really the beginning of the end relative to people being messaged about home entertainment systems in their home. So now that we know they're seeking immersive experiences outside their home, and we've done a bad job of messaging and awareness, Nexus's plan will create a rising tide of awareness for the entire industry. We seek to be the market leader and looked upon as such by fellow manufacturers and resellers. So we conducted lengthy research on who would be a Nexus Audio Technologies customer. Who is the Nexus customer? Well, the audio market is shifting away from audiophile and hobbyist customers and more towards high net worth individuals purchasing equipment. I'm being told this by distributors and dealers around the entire world. Of course, we'll continue marketing to the existing audiophile market. Unfortunately, that group is phasing out. Our customers will be brick and mortar dealers, conventional audio dealers, music producers and engineers that we have contacts with through a Grammy affiliation. It so happens that one of my best friends is the official PR agent of record for the producers and engineers wing of the Grammys. And we plan on taking advantage of that, seeking a very, very high profile musician to endorse Nexus Audio Technologies. Custom integrators, people who provide system solutions in one's home, along with working with builders, architects, and interior designers. I have a lot of experience with that. You may have heard of ACID, the American Society of Interior Designers. They have what they call merchandise marts in every major city. And I have presented in Seattle, Boston, Chicago, New York, Dallas, Philadelphia, on behalf of associated dealers that I've been with in the past to those designers on something called Second Tuesday, and giving them an incentive to incorporate audio and video into their presentations and into the entire process of floor coverings, artwork, furniture, to build it into their offerings and derive a huge amount of income from it. So our worldwide connections exist, are in place, and the Nexus plan will enable us to swiftly message and sell on to all entities. Since we're talking quite a bit about our marketing campaign, let me tell you a little bit more about that.
Yeah, and we've got about 5 minutes, Walter.
All right. We have in place the aforementioned PR social viral teams in New York City to position stories and publications through point of interest stories. We have a YouTube channel at the ready called the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel, which will enable us to speak to people outside of our own company. Out of 20 broadcasts, we might have 2 or 3 that will be Nexus focused, but we want to talk about things like the resurgence of vinyl. How do you stream? We want it to be the rising tide for the entire industry. So our PR and social viral media teams will get millions of eyeballs on these YouTube broadcasts. And this is just a small part of our marketing efforts, but it will go a long way towards creating awareness for the brand as well as the industry as a whole. We'll participate in worldwide trade shows. There's 25 or 30 of those per year. We'll utilize our best distributors and dealers as beta partners, making sure our products live up to the proposition of ease of use, performance, and connectability required for all retail resellers. We've built a superstar team at the ready, day of capitalization, in all markets, AP, European, US markets. The group is currently employed by industry stalwarts like Bowers & Wilkins Loudspeakers, Mark Levinson Electronics, and many other leading brands around the world. They are proven, driven producers of revenue and marketing exposure in their respective markets. Like every other aspect of this plan, we have in place and at the ready the support system necessary to execute this to the highest level. Already identified and at the ready are also service centers around the world, as well as warehousing and distribution centers. Customer service nodes tied into the international distribution network are at the ready. Our US dealer, international distributor, and custom integrator networks are at the ready. In discussions during the past 2 years about the Nexus brand with people under NDA, Nexus Audio Technologies already has multiple international and domestic resellers ready to move forward with the brand. Now, next slide is we spent several months identifying and addressing our manufacturing capability. Nexus has identified several turnkey manufacturing partners. We'll introduce 5 products into the marketplace first, and over 90% of the electronics design is done. The last bit will take about 45 to 60 days to complete. We've got potential to manufacture in Vancouver, Connecticut, and Florida, and these turnkey manufacturers will allow Nexus to save valuable resources for marketing operations and sales rather than setting up our own assembly line. All products would be manufactured in the USA and to the highest standards. The first products would be ready to go very, very quickly. So now that I can take a breath, In summary, look, Nexus really is looking to build audio and video components that are simple, elegant, and timeless. Again, fitting into multiple decor styles with feature sets, connectivity, and ease of use that will lead the marketplace. We've already assembled the team to bring this brand to market quickly, and we're highly confident that this investment opportunity will realize significant return. We have the support of the entire worldwide audio network, including magazine reviewers, dealers, the aforementioned manufacturers, along with the best sales and marketing team in the world, as well as engineering capability and people that are recognized as the absolute leaders in our space. In closing, Nexus Audio Technologies is seeking $3 to $4 million in seed money via convertible notes. And if interested, I think you folks know where to go. Talk to my good friend, Izzy Lozada.
Good job, Walter.
Thank you. Have a great day. I really appreciate you listening. And we invite you to take a ride with us.
Great job. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job, Walter. Listen, I got to tell you, some of the things you were saying there, and I want to make sure that our investor audience is clear. Well, you are articulating some things that sound like 3 or 4 years away, and it's really like 3 or 4 months away. And what we've been able to do over the last 6 months or so, and what you've been doing rather, with some changes that were with folks that you worked with, and consulting contracts and things like that. Everyone in the AV world was saying, Walter, you're doing your own thing. What are you going to have? I want to buy it. I mean, when you say at the ready, these folks are waiting on bated breath for some of the designs that you've come up with. You're working with folks that are collaborating with you, that are already going to be putting technologies into certain things. But what I'm excited about is I want to ensure that everyone understands the market that you're going to be penetrating is explosive. Why? Because now more than ever, people want to have high-end audio in their home because of certain concerns with viruses. God forbid that ever comes out again. I agree with you. Not everything is going to be streamed in the home, but to be able to have the kind of sound that you can put in my media room, I'd be super stoked to be watching that on my movie screen, right? Can you tell them a little bit about some of the differentiators in that market between what's available today with like a sound bar that so people are used to seeing in a Best Buy, and then you take your equipment with some of the components that you're going to have and the speakers and everything else? Just take 1 minute to do that because we are running a little behind, but I want you to whet the palates of those that are out there that might have already some high-end audio equipment in there and would love to make an upgrade with your audio jewelry. Because I love that term that you've deemed it, where you can have this beautiful equipment in your home, apartment, condo, high-rise, whatever it is. Can you just speak to that a little bit, Walter?
One of the things that I tell people a lot is I've been into so many places. I've been into a lot of $30, $40 million walk-ups overlooking Central Park. And when I walk into the place, I see $60,000 dining tables, 77-inch Sony OLED TV screens with a sound bar and a 6-inch wireless subwoofer. They spend $30,000 on their custom range. The word opportunity is so overused, but the reason that the opportunity here is so huge is not just because of the feature sets that we're going to incorporate, like video streaming. Nobody does that. People do audio streaming. We're going to incorporate video streaming in our products that you can assemble a complete system with one box. It will have multi-room control built into it. You don't have to get a separate thing and spend tens of thousands of dollars to have multi-room control via your iPhone, your iPad, or your computer. We're going to incorporate that into that. We're going to incorporate connectivity with all the automation platforms in each and every one of our products. Most audiophile products are standalone products that don't integrate into the home very well. They just don't. We're going to take care of that because the custom integration channel, where they don't really have showrooms, they go into people's homes, that's the largest growing channel worldwide. We want to be able to sell into that channel. That's why we need to incorporate these features. But when I talk about opportunity, I'm talking about general awareness. That CTA poll hit me over the head. It just made me realize that people need to go to see a concert. They need to go to a movie theater, not because of the big screen or because of whatever it is. It's because of the sound. They want to be immersed in the movie theater. They don't want to watch it on their little speakers coming out of their display at home. They want to seek that out. And it's huge. Also, the opportunity is, since our business, our industry has done such a poor job messaging people that this is aware, if we even tip the needle through our social viral media efforts to approach a fraction of the percentage of people out there that are unaware of what we do, it will be huge. We will be the market driver. Our industry has been discussing how to reach high net worth individuals or people other than audiophiles for decades. I've taken all that information and filtered it into our plan, and we'll be the first company that will be able to actually execute reaching those people properly.
Excellent job, Walter. Give him a round of applause. I mean, I can't wait to have that in my media room. I'm super stoked for that, but I'm looking forward to it and proud to be a part of the project. Walter Schofield, everybody, Nexus Technologies. Great job, Walter.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Up next, we've got Orlando Rodriguez and Aya Biosciences. Orlando, you and I have had a long-standing relationship here, and when you talk to me about this project, you know right away it hit home. My wife, unfortunately, struggles with some migraines that your particular product addresses, but some of the other areas that you can move into this with the cool technology that you have is absolutely remarkable. And I don't want to steal your thunder or anything, but we've been talking a little bit behind the scenes and some of the other applications. But needless to say, I just want you to know, everybody, there are people out there that are suffering with migraines on a consistent basis. Unfortunately, even my little princess is beginning to show signs of this, because I guess it can have the propensity to be hereditary. I don't want to speak that over her life or anything, but the doctors were just simply saying there's nothing wrong with her, but you know, if her mom's getting migraines, maybe that's where it's coming from. But Orlando, I mean, let's talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to hand this over to you in just a second, but I just want you to touch on that. How many migraine sufferers are in the United States alone, and what this product can address? And I'm super stoked to see this. I want one for my wife and daughter, and I can't wait to see it come available. But go ahead, Orlando Rodriguez, everybody, with Aya Biosciences.
Great. Thanks, Izzy. Thanks so much. I'll answer that question directly for you right now, right? There's about 40 million migraineurs or migraine sufferers in the United States, predominantly, much like your daughter and your wife, females. About 75 to 80% of migraine sufferers are actually females, which is an interesting.
I did not know that.
Yeah. It for some reason it happens to hit females a bit harder than males. Though I'm sure everyone that is listening today and watching probably can think of someone that has migraines, right? Someone in their family, someone that's a friend, someone that they know as a neighbor who suffers from migraines, and frankly, they're very difficult to deal with. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So as Izzy said, we are Aya Biosciences. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today, Izzy, and thank you to all the viewers and listeners as well. So what are we doing at the highest level? We're reinventing cold therapy with electric ice. So everybody probably knows what cold therapy is, right? We don't think about it very much, but it's basically using ice to take care of some sort of a pain or other type of situation in your body, right? You might go to the freezer, grab an ice bag, and bring it in and put it on your head or put it on your elbow or whatever. And we've proposed to antiquate that practice and to move in a different direction. So. What can I talk to you about today in terms of our highlights? So we are 100% science driven. Our founder is a neurologist from Johns Hopkins. So everything that we do has science built into it. So as we think about what our kind of enduring competitive advantage will be, science is what it's all about. We are a development stage company. We have proof of concept prototypes for our first asset already in hand. Izzy's already kind of talked to us about the significant unmet needs. Migraine is the first, and as you'll see as I go through the presentation, the other target areas that we have even bigger markets than migraine. Our concepts are very novel. So while we have a complementary therapy to other types of drugs and things that people might take, we have captured it in an intellectual property portfolio that is quite strong. And the other thing I would tell you is, and this is an interesting one, for our first asset, we will not require FDA approval. So literally we can be on the market within 12 months of when we start development of the manufacturing ready prototype. Our winning team comprises founders who have worked together before. We have world-class advisors I'll show you today. And then we've already put in line our development partners who will get us from here to the finish line on the development side, which is, of course, the first commercialization for the product. So what's the unmet need, right? Traditional cold therapy, as you think about it, has been around for 150 years, but it's old as heck, right? Users frequently complain about how inconvenient ice is, how they have circulating water in some of the devices and it starts leaking. They might not be able to get to a freezer. I talked to a migraineur earlier this week who said, I can't go to sleep because I put a gel pack in my hat. And what happens is after 20 minutes, it's no longer cold. So I got to wake up or I got to get up and go to the freezer, get another gel pack. All of that is the way of the past. No more mess, no more fuss, and we'll show you how we do it. Now, interestingly, our founder, the neurologist from Johns Hopkins, is also a migraine sufferer. And she has it, much like Izzy talked about with his daughter and his wife, she has it throughout her family. So her brother's a migraine sufferer, her mother's a migraine sufferer. So she comes from a very, very, very long history of people who have been dealing with for a long, long time. And honestly, when you look at today's cold therapy, it just is not convenient. It's not portable. It's not personalized. It's not controllable. And in the end, ultimately, it's not particularly safe. So as you think about how skin cooling regulates pain mechanisms, I think everybody would immediately think of vasoconstriction, right? The blood vessels get smaller, the blood doesn't go to the area, and the pain reduces. And that, in fact, is one of 4 different ways that cold can actually decrease the pain that someone would be suffering from, whether it be from a migraine or some other area of the body. I won't go into all of these, but suffice it to say that the science here is terrifically deep, and we'll be able to take advantage of that. Our solution is very straightforward and very simple. SoCool Smart Migraine Relief Cap. It's wearable, it's cooling technology, it's controlled by a mobile-based app, and we actually call the guts of the cap electric ice. So the migraine relief cap is extra special because it actually allows for cooling on one side of the head and not the other side. Typically, when someone's suffering from a migraine, they have pain on one side, but the other side is very sensitive. And so they don't want to cool that side because it actually causes them more pain. So we have been able to, through our proof of concept prototypes, actually get down to 0 degrees centigrade in about 40 seconds. So we know proof of concept wise that our technology works. The technology is 100% electronic. It is self-contained. There's no assembly, there's no ice, there's no water required. And again, the app will actually control the device. So the user can turn the app on, through the user interface, tell it which side it would like, or both sides if they want. It can take the cooling and allow it to work for, say, 20 minutes, and then be off for 5 or 10 minutes, and then be on for 20 minutes and off for 5 or 10 minutes. So it really is very, very versatile and very easy to use. The other thing, and this won't be in our MVP, but will be in the next generation of product, is we can actually collect data. So most migraineurs use a diary to identify what they've done and how they've done it. So for instance, I drank red wine last night, or I ate red meat, or I was under a lot of stress, or I didn't sleep very well. That, in combination with things like weather patterns and other data that we can input, can all get combined together, and artificial intelligence will probably be able to predict when someone's going to get a migraine. So we could send them a note to their app and say, hey, listen, it looks like these things are happening. You're under a lot of stress. You haven't slept very well, and you had a bunch of red wine last night. The weather tomorrow is looking a little dicey, so you may want to get a few extra hours of sleep tonight, or you may want to do things that will help you to prevent that migraine. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is an FDA Class 2 device. It is a consumer health device, so we do not have to go to the FDA for even a 510K before we're able to launch the product into the market. So I talked about different areas of the body. So we think about it pretty simply, and that is the migraine is our low-hanging fruit. We've already talked about 40 million migraineurs in the US alone, so that's quite a large total addressable market. But beyond that, we have the ability to help people with concussions and people with traumatic brain injury. So if you think about the head as kind of the first area that we'll go to, once we've launched the migraine product and we've proven that it works, then we'll move into concussion and TBI. Beyond that, aches and pains are an area that we can focus on with perhaps a wraparound sleeve or some sort of device that will help. Instead of grabbing that ice, you could literally just grab the sleeve for joints, for pain that you have in the muscles, for sprains and things like that. And kind of our moonshot is the body's core. There's a lot of science right now that says cooling the core of the body, and we would do it with either a blanket or a vest, has a lot of metabolic health benefits and cellular longevity benefits. So from the perspective of, you've heard about cryo chambers, you've seen people douse themselves in buckets of ice. This is the alternative to that and could actually help people live longer because they've slowed down that cellular metabolism. The TAMs are massive. I won't spend a lot of time here, but the TAM on the head side is upwards of $26 billion. And that comprises not only the migraine sufferers, but the concussions and the TBIs and the numbers that you see here. Interestingly, we have a scientific advisor, a physician who is on our scientific advisory board, who has told us that there really isn't anything for concussions and TBI in the field right now. So if you think about what we could do in that area once we're able to cool the head, there's a lot of diagnosis that happens right now, but nothing on site that would allow the provider or the physician to do something about the concussion that someone has suffered. Aches and pains, that's $100 billion market. If I just look at half of the adult population and 3/4 of adults over 65 who are complaining of sore elbows or the weekend warrior that's hurt their knee or their ankle or something like that. And then the longevity in the body's core is just massive. There are 150 million adults over 40 right now, and that number just keeps growing as those of us in the baby boomer age continue to proceed through the years. So we did some market research earlier in the year, and we've done a lot of market research over the course of the last few years, but this was probably the piece of market research that I would share with you as most relevant for us. And that is that we did a survey, 120 migraine sufferers, and the first question was, is there an unmet need? And clearly there's an unmet need, where close to 90% of them said they're sometimes or never getting the relief they want. We find a lot of these migraineurs try to take something orally. have to, nausea is a symptom of migraines, and they throw it back up so it doesn't help them. And again, we're not looking to be the only thing that someone uses to help their migraine pain, but a complementary piece of technology that they can use to be able to get their migraine pain under control. We also know that a lot of them, and I say over 50% of them, sometimes, often, or always use ice. So the market's already been created for us. We're just going to improve on the way that the delivery is happening. And then when we tested price, we kind of went in and did a purchase intent, 5-point Likert scale, and it came back and said about 40% of the people answered highly or somewhat likely. Now, we didn't give them an opportunity to ask any questions. We just had them read a short description of the product. And our market research gurus tell us that the 20% that answered may or may not probably had questions. And so the likelihood is that the purchase intent, just in the simple piece of market research, ranged between 50 and 60% in the highly or somewhat likely top 2-box score. So how will we go to market? Pretty simply, actually. We believe that a beta launch is the best thing to do. We'll do that for the first 3 months, likely in California, high population level, good disposable income, and generally you'll capture just about everything that you would want in terms of population that we could do analytics on in the California market. We will go directly to the consumer. So we'll do it through the internet, and the price point will be sub $500. Now, if you look at products like Hyperice and Therabody and those sort of concussive type products, you'll see that we're probably right in the middle of the sweet spot for this particular application. So, and again, the market research told us that price point was a good price point. We'll do the typical demand creation, right? Everything online, social media. These users are going to be relatively, I'm going to say, easy to get to. So for instance, one of our advisors has a database of 1 million migraineurs, and they participate in all sorts of discussions. We see that in health networks, there are a variety of health networks. There are Facebook user groups. These migraineurs are constantly looking for another solution to help them. And that's going to be to our benefit because we'll be able to tap into that. We also will probably go to some neurologists and migraine specialists who can have the product in their office. And we'll do maybe one of those in every major city just to seed the marketplace and to get the professionals to understand how well this can work. Our sales for the first 5 years look as follows. When we look at the total addressable market, we really don't target that. We have a serviceable, obtainable market that's about 25%, and that's based on a cut with household income as well as the demographic around the female, because that's an important gender demographic for us. You see that the EBITDA for the first 5 years jumps quite nicely. The gross margin on the product is relatively healthy. We're not using anything esoteric here to make the product. So we believe while initially the cost will be a bit high because we'll probably be manufacturing it in small numbers, as these numbers scale, you will see that the cost will come down. And the partners that we've talked to so far have given us good estimates on what that cost will look like over time, and so we feel pretty comfortable. So what I would leave you with here is even a small penetration of the market, that serviceable, obtainable market, is going to drive significant revenue and very healthy profit. So what does the competition look like? We love this slide, right? Because ice is our competition. that's what's been used, and that's what we would point to. Obviously, gel packs and other things like that are also our competition. And then there's these circulating water kind of devices, and those people, I think, do not look on particularly favorably because they leak, they have condensation, they are not always working. You hear them all the time. So we believe that we'll be head and shoulders above the competition. Our leadership team, very strong. Dr. Abu Shakra, our founder, is the neurologist from Hopkins. You see me on the slide as well. We also have our chief scientific officer, who is been in the industry for quite a long time, and can basically make just about anything. So interestingly, the three of us worked on a company that we sold to Allergan 4 years ago now, for $195 million. So the three of us have worked on at least one exit together. I also have an additional exit, sold a company in the pain space, the post-surgical pain space, to Kimberly Clark in 2009 for $325 million. So we've got exit experience beyond just the operational experience that we have to be able to create significant value. So our scientific advisory board, some of the strongest people in migraines. If you look at the first two individuals on the list and you were to look up textbooks on migraines, you're going to find their names on the author list in most cases. Dr. Shepard will help us with the aches and pains part of it, and Dr. Cruz will help us with concussion and TBI. So we believe that we've assembled a very strong scientific advisory board to lead us not only through migraine, but also through concussion and TBI, and through aches and pains. So our funding to date has been just shy of $500,000. We're currently seeking $3 million in capital, most of which will be pointed at development. We believe it will take us somewhere between 9 and 12 months to go from where we are with our proof of concept prototypes to actually get to the stage where we can manufacture the product and put it on the market. So to say that we could be on the market within 12 months is a relatively safe statement. You see, the rest of the spending will be around commercial, manufacturing, and distribution, and that's where we really think the use of proceeds. So we already have been approached by a couple of potential strategics who would like to see the product work. They'd like to see it get on the market, but I think that as a multiple of sales, a 4 to 5 year exit at $350 million feels like the right kind of place for us. So what's our vision, right? We didn't invent cold therapy, but we figured out a way to deliver it and make it a lot better. We would really like to be the leader in science-based cold therapy health tech. And we think that with applying our founder's knowledge and her unique ability to know the pain space and the brain space, we'll be able to do that initially with migraine and then moving through to the other areas. And that's it. So we would encourage you to talk to Izzy about the SPV that we have, and we would love to take any of you on the ride that we're going on.
Great job, Orlando. I cannot wait to see this capitalized. If you can stop sharing a second, I just want to show you something. I know we're a little over on time, but I think this is important, especially with the we've got a mix between doctor presenters and doctor investors, and so there's a mixed bag here. And I want to address this important thing because you know, I will be celebrating my 23rd anniversary with my wife this Sunday.
Nice.
I've been around her for approximately 26 years, and I remember when she was taking a drug that you might be familiar with called Imitrex.
Sure.
And let me tell you why she stopped taking it. I'm going to share my screen here a second, and I think this is borderline comical. Where did it go here? Why did Zoom do this to me? There we go. Here's my tab that I want. Excellent. This is absolutely comical to me. Can you guys? Oh, no, you can't see that. Here it is. There it is. Can you guys see this here? Imitrex side effects. Okay. Using Imitrex too often. Well, first of all, what is Imitrex for? It's for the relief of headaches, severe headaches like migraines. Using Imitrex too often may cause medication overuse, headache, or rebound headache. With the side effect, migraine may occur more often. More often, you may develop more cluster headaches, or you may feel migraine-like pain every day. Now, here's the point that I'm trying to make. Besides torching your liver, folks, the migraine sufferer population out there, if they're constantly taking drugs for this or taking Advil, whatever it is, you're going to torch your liver, right? Certainly, you can take it in conjunction with this, but I can tell you right now, we always try and keep that stuff away from my wife and my daughter, and we go to cold therapy first. It's the first thing, because we've seen more relief from that than waiting for it to cycle through your body and start getting relief after like an hour or two, and maybe it tapers off. Well, you know, the cold compress, you know, helps. I'm just thinking about all the livers you're going to be saving, you know, with something like this. You know, we chuckle a little bit, but I'm telling you what, this drug, or drugs in general, I don't want to isolate anybody because I know it can help people. But if that's a side effect, it's like, folks, what in the world are we doing? But with something like this, it's remarkable to me, that market that you're going to be attacking and how you can place this on a specific part and say, hey, I need that cold right here.
Or here.
This, or here. My wife is very common right here on the right side of her temple.
Right
and
here.
that's what she'll do, is she'll hold the cold compress like this, and then she'll try and fall asleep like this. So there's pressure there. For whatever reason, it's the weirdest thing to me. When if I'm wearing a ball cap too long and there's too much pressure, I want to take it off because it's causing it.
Sure.
She wants pressure on her head. It's a weird thing with a migraine. And you can do that, have pressure there and have that cold feeling there. I just cannot wait for this to come to market. I am so proud to be a part of this project. You're such a great presenter as well, Orlando. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job. I can't wait to see your company get capitalized.
Thanks so much. We look forward to it.
Thank you, Orlando. Absolutely. Up next, we have David Zeffel, my good friend and colleague. I've known David Zeffel for a little while now. And David, thank you so much for being here and presenting. I've been getting pinged with interest on your company as well. And here's what is so remarkable about this company. You know, folks, let's just take insurance in general. If you have auto insurance, okay, and you've got an excellent driving record, well, that's going to give you the propensity to have your rates likely fall down, right? Well, if your next door neighbor is, you know, a drunk driver, has speeding tickets, whatever it is, their insurance is likely going to be significantly higher, right? But for whatever reason in the healthcare industry, and this is something that really rubbed David the wrong way, and he's been on this long journey of health, and I don't want to steal your thunder, David, but this has always astounded me. For whatever reason in healthcare, if someone is putting pressure on the system that chooses not to take care of themselves and is leveraging healthcare to the hilt, where somebody else may only go to see the doctor once a year for a physical, for whatever reason, they pay the same price. It blows me away. I don't understand it. But David, it has been so great working with you on this project. I'm so excited to see this come to market. And without further ado, everybody, my good friend and colleague, David Zeffel.
Thank you. Thank you, Izzy. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
All right.
You can go ahead and share your screen, David. I'll go ahead and mute off here.
Okay. Well, my name is David Zeffel. I am the founder of Apiece Health. Apiece in Italian means apex. So we are at the apex of health. And as Izzy was just saying, we are doing what's called rated health insurance. Currently, the insurance market has been for the past 60, 65 years in what's called community rating, which everybody pays the exact same amount regardless of their health standing. So there's no health incentive to be healthy. There's no disincentive to be unhealthy, which Izzy just alluded to, which it seems counterintuitive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do individual rated health insurance so that individuals who are healthy can seek a discount above and beyond what is normally allowed from the regulatory standpoint. Okay. We will be using a lot of proprietary insurance technologies primarily around ML and AI to get more predictable so that we can find these anomalies, as Izzy was talking about earlier. And within these anomalies, we'll be able to identify them and be able to give you a much better visibility to what's going to happen in the future. Currently, the way the insurance market works right now in health insurance is it's a 1-year contract. And at the end of that 1 year, surprise, 15% increase, you know, who's ready for that? No one. So we're going to have a lot more visibility to it to say, this is what your increase is going to be. If there is going to be an increase at all, it may be a decrease based on your health rating. So we start off with our team. Typically, you see this later on in the presentation, but the team is so strong that we had to put them up front. Everybody on this team has extensive healthcare insurance background. And because of that, we had to put them up front. Just a little bit about me is my background is in BI. I developed the BI departments for companies such as General Electric, Bank of America, Dell Computers, and Humana, which is the 4th largest health insurance company. And a little bit more about me is I was way, way overweight 4 years ago. I got up to 270 pounds. I was your typical American. I was on 2 maintenance meds, getting ready to go into a 3rd. And I didn't like that. And I didn't want to be part of that anymore. And I didn't know what to do. So I tried to lose weight. I failed. I tried to lose weight. I failed, just like all the rest of the American population, because they don't know how to lose weight. I became a student, and then I did lose weight. I lost 65 pounds, and I've maintained that. I've actually lost 90 pounds now, so I'm up to 90 with what I've lost and kept it off. But by doing so, I've kept off my weight, and I've also come off all my maintenance meds. So I was going to the doctor 4, 5, 6 times a year. Now I go to the doctor once a year, yet I pay the same amount for my health insurance, which is unfair. So this is where this model has come from. Joe, who's also on the call, and he will explain the rest of the team, is going to go through the team members themselves.
I'll start with myself. I have grown 3 other startups prior to this one. One of them, they've been in healthcare, finance, and technology services. I grew the latter company globally, and it went public. Prior to that, I spent 10 years as a lawyer with a mega firm representing similar companies in healthcare, insurance, and technology. And I began my career as an engineer. Pretty much everybody else has come from the healthcare industry, not just represented them. Our CFO, Dave Flag, is a veteran of some of the largest health insurance companies in America, CFO at Travelers, United Healthcare, Director of Finance at Cigna. Craig Ratner, our Chief of Legal and Compliance, has over 25 years of industry experience in health law, regulatory, and legislative affairs and compliance. And that includes international experience, which, as you'll see later, is important to us. Numerous major companies, DaVita, Centene, Blue Cross Blue Shield, AmeriHealth. Kyle Brua has been a CFO and a CIO, but he's primarily been chief actuary, again, for major companies like United Healthcare Group and Cigna. And we will not need an actuary at first, so he'll start off as our VP of Risk Management. We have 3 named advisors. We've got a couple of pretty significant advisors that, frankly, just don't fit on our deck. But Randy Otzer is currently the CFO of an almost $1 billion health insurance company. Tom Watson was the COO of Aetna's largest division, its consumer division. He's been the CEO of 3 private equity-backed companies, and he was the number 2 guy at Zealous, which is Bain's largest U.S. acquisition, almost $6 billion. He's currently running his own executive recruiting firm now. My brother Ed just left an 11-year position as CIO of a global publicly traded technology manufacturer. And prior to that, he was one of the 4 chiefs at a very small company that grew into a unicorn and was acquired. And he started as a software engineer and just worked his way up. That's our basic team. We also have a retired investment banker who is advising us on capital matters, among other things, and some other sophisticated business people on the side.
Thanks, Joe. So the macro problem, here it is. Insurance goes up every year and it's not going to come down. And it doesn't go up just a little bit, it goes up double digits as far as its increase. And that doesn't matter if it's for the family or for the individual, it's increasing at an alarming rate to the point that insurance will not be affordable here in the future, even for the large companies. It'll be too expensive. It's going to implode under its own weight. The main reason for this is obesity. Obesity is increasing at an alarming rate. And if you look, there was just a White House announcement. Was it yesterday, Joe?
That's right.
Yeah, yesterday talking about obesity and its alarming effects that it's having. If you look at this particular graph and the previous graph, they go up at the same curve. There's no coincidence on that. Therefore, we know that obesity is causing the issues here. So here's a simple example. We have two individuals. You got insurer A, insurer B. Insurer A is a healthy individual who's taking care of himself. His healthcare cost, his true healthcare costs are about $300 per month, but he gets charged $800 a month. You have insurer B, he gets charged $800 a month, but his true healthcare costs are $2,000 a month. So what happens is you take all the money from insurer A, the $500 left over, and you use that to pay for insurer B. And that's what's happening in this country right now. It's unfair and it's unjust. It's the only only market that I know where you can take money from one to pay for another and still be considered a legal regime and not have any issues with it from a compliance standpoint. The solution is to incentivize individuals so that they will take care of themselves. The more they take care of themselves, the better they are with their insurance. As Izzy alluded to earlier, for car insurance, the longer you go without a ticket or the longer you go without an auto accident, the less you pay. Well, the same basis will be true for us. The longer you go being a healthy individual, the less you'll pay. You can actually get up to a 30% discount per plan. And we're going to offer up to 14 different plans within an organization so that you can custom tailorize your plans as you see fit. At a very high level, the technology that we'll be using will be used to reduce costs and find anomalies. We've got a technology roadmap that will specifically spell out the details of this. But overall, this is based for both the employer and the employee so that they can reduce their costs throughout their entire journey and have better coverage, because right now most individuals don't even have the right coverage for their needs that they have. They either underbuy or overbuy. Here's an example, and this is what sets us apart from everybody else. Currently in the marketplace, the employer pays about 60% of the healthcare cost, the employee pays about 40%. In our model, we're going to change that up because 60 and 40% of what? It goes up double digit every year. So it's next to impossible to budget for both the employer and the employee. So in our model, we say to the employer, you need to have an allowance, if you want to call it a stipend. And this stipend will be used for the employee's monthly cost. Therefore, the employer's costs are now fixed. And the employee knows exactly what they're getting month over month, so they know exactly what they can spend. So here you've got Greg, Amanda, and Max. Greg is in great shape. He's taking care of himself. He gets a $700 a month allowance from his employer. His cost, based on his discount, are $560. So he gets $140 per month to play around with that he can use for an HSA or other financial services on top of getting free health insurance. So he's very, very happy. You have Amanda. Her costs are $680, but she gets a $700 allowance. So she basically gets free health insurance. So she's not quite as healthy as Greg, but she has the opportunity to become as healthy because we will put her into our health training program, which is huge. This allows her to become more healthy. And year over year, she can actually get to a Greg and save in the cost savings just as Greg is doing as well. Then you have Max. Max has let himself go. His discount, he doesn't have a discount. Let's just put it that way. So his $800, he may not want to participate in the model. Because of that, he may want to go back into what's called the community rating, which is what everybody else does. and therefore pay the normal amounts that everybody else would through this traditional model. Here is the employee journey. As I just mentioned, this is what makes us perfectly legal and gets us compliant, because the employee is at the first discretion to say how they want to take this on. They can either take the traditional plan, which is community rating, which pay the same amount as everybody else, or they can say, hey, I'm healthy, I want to be tested. And when we test them, it's going to be much like life insurance. We're going to be testing them. We're going to be drawing blood, urine, weigh them. We'll have a full panel workup of their health standing. From that health standing, we will be able to give them a health score, and that health score will then determine how much of a discount they get. We will provide up to 14 different plans, which is unheard of. Can you imagine being in a 100 employer group and having 14 different plans? Currently, most companies offer one plan, 3 flavors: gold, silver, and bronze. And within there, you typically will either underbuy or overbuy within that one plan. And from the employer and the employee standpoint, it's going to be white labeled, because everything will stay the same. They'll be on the same network providers, same doctors, same imaging centers, same doc in the boxes, same network plans. The only difference will be is on the onboarding. If they want to go through our process, that process will require them to draw blood and urine and weigh them. Other than that, it will be white labeled. The TAM. The TAM is the largest in the US. This is $1.63 trillion as of 2028. The current federal government spends 19% GDP on health insurance, and it is the largest health insurance item within the United States budget. We go after the self-funded ERISA plans. This allows us to get into all 50 states day one, because we're at the federal level, and there are 67% of all employers are at the 67% level of self-funded ERISA plans. We start at the number of 100 employees all the way up to 999. The reason we do this is because this has never been done before. We have to work out all the kinks. We have to get this solidified. From there, we'll be able to go over 1,000 very easily. Our MVP sweet spot is really at 150 employees. We start in the state of Virginia. If you know anything about health insurance, Virginia has the most lenient health insurance laws. This allows us to operate and test at the federal ERISA plans, because Virginia's laws are exactly the same as the federal ERISA plans. From there, we go to DC, Washington, DC, which has the same plans and same laws as Virginia, Pennsylvania, and then we expand out from there. Our sales channels.
We've got just under 5 minutes, David. Go ahead.
Okay, yep. Our sales channels, we start with network providers. That is who you would go to. Your insurance company would put you on to get you to a doctor, to a hospital, to a doc in the box. These individuals, we've already tested with them. They are screaming for, their clients are screaming for something better, which we have proven to them this is better, and they are all for us. We also go business development, direct marketing, and employee benefits. We do not have a sales team at first because we don't need one. All of our sales at first will come from the network providers. What we have and what they don't have is we have individual ratings, which has never been done before. We have constant contact, which that is the healthcare team members that I mentioned earlier. They will be working with them on a regular basis, either one-on-one, group, or video. We will have AI because we will have a wearables program. This wearables program will then give us all the details that we need from each individual's daily and weekly results. This AI algorithm will then give us better predictability for healthcare costs and lower expenses. Other potential sales revenue opportunities is a SaaS model, and we can sell this. Actually, we start as a TPA, which is a third-party administrator. We can sell this to other TPAs This is patentable. What our IP is patentable, and we are working on an IP patent right now. This patent will protect us so we can sell this off and we can generate revenue as a SaaS model. We will have anonymized data. The data that we're collecting will be immense because we will have so many different pockets of data throughout the entire channel that nobody else has. We will be able to sell this as anonymized data. In addition, we will have international expansion, which is into Europe and South America. And everybody says Europe has socialized medicine, which they do, but a large percentage of their individuals go out and buy private insurance because of the time delay. Right now in Europe, it takes 8+ weeks to even see a doctor. So to circumvent that, they buy their own insurance. And with that insurance, they go out and they can circumvent this whole problem. Their model is community rated, so it works very well for us on that. And reinsurance. Reinsurance is the insurance that pays for the cost that the TPA, when you actually have a TPA, you pay in on the premiums and pay out on the products back end. With that, if you go over, you've got the reinsurance which kicks in, so we will become a reinsurer as well with that. Here's our pro forma by year 5. We hit $280 million, and this is very, very conservative. This is only with 28,000 members. We can actually do that in year 1. We become profitable after year 3, as you can see in our EBITDA. We are seeking $5 million in seed round. Most of that's going to be spent in our technology, as you can see, and to cover our EBITDA losses in year 1. In summary, you'll get better health insurance. Everything will be covered. You will actually pay less if you're healthy. The healthier you become, the less you'll pay. This model is unique, it's different, and it is the wave of the future. Nothing else is out there is like this, and it will only become more prevalent as health insurance becomes more expensive. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. And that is the end of the presentation.
Excellent job, David. Dan, if you can spotlight me. Great job, David. Give him a round of applause. There's some questions there in the chat here that I want to make sure that
Sure.
We get sorted out here. So let's go to those questions here real quick. So how do you eliminate the risk pool? And if you're not doing that, how is that going to lower the overall cost? Most companies are going to have a larger group of unhealthy people, is the sentiment there.
That's not necessarily true. We know that this is a yearly contract. We will be able to get a year's worth of information from them through our testing program. So we will know their health condition. If they are unhealthy, they will more likely go into the community rating pool, which is the normal pool that they would go into anyway. So there's no difference from that standpoint. The community rating will stay the same. In addition, the reinsurance is where the true cost is. So reinsurance that's the difference between claims and premiums. So what happens is the TPA will take in the premiums and they will pay the claims out. And what happens is that the reinsurance overinsures, because if you have 100 members, they insure all 100 members to the max, which means they think all of them are catastrophic. If we have 40 members go through this particular program and we're able to rate them, we know those 40 members are not going to be ticking time bombs, if you want to call it that. We can take their coverage for their 40, reduce that, move it over to the 60 and reshift it to them so that now we've allocated correctly.
Excellent. The other question here was, companies also don't contribute toward out-of-pocket or deductibles. So how can an employer save with the same network?
Because they're only paying what their allowance is. So instead of paying 60%, they're going to be paying a fixed amount, say it's $700. Therefore, they know what their PMPM, which is per member per month, is. They know what that is each and every month and each and every year. Therefore, they're locked into their cost.
That's a great answer. And I think the other thing we always get this when we're talking to investors is, this sounds like you're discriminating against people. Well, you're not, right? Because there are certain rules with ERISA. Can you explain that a little bit?
We have vetted this out. Craig Ratner has tried to disqualify this every which way but possible. And he has yet to be able to do it. And he's got over 25 years of experience in this. We are not discriminating. We are allowing the individual employee to pick how they want to go. Do they want to go to the community rated, or do they want to go through our program? If they go through our program, they get rated and they get a discount of up to 30% based on the plan that they buy. And there are 14 different plans that they can buy from.
The key is that they have a choice. And under Obamacare, that's what's required, is that they have a choice.
That's right.
Nobody's forced to do anything.
Excellent. Excellent answers. Excellent job. I know what's going to end up happening here in the future is that this is going to start to spread to other companies, because other states are going to say, hey, did you see what they're doing over here in Virginia with these companies? Headlines are going to start coming up. And I just believe it, because the same thing was going on with Uber when it was penetrating all the outliers of those cities where they didn't have cash, and they started encroaching. And then everyone was saying, well, there's no way that Uber is going to be able to beat the taxi and limousine commission. There's no way that's going to happen. See how many yellow cabs you've seen in New York City these days, as opposed to 10, 20 years ago. I can remember standing outside in the rain, raising my hand for a cab. That's not the case anymore. You use something like this. Well, people are going to say the same thing. Well, isn't it dumb to just get lumped in with everybody? I know that I'm really healthy. I'd rather choose this as opposed to getting lumped in with everybody else. This is going to give me an advantage and help me preserve some of my income. So great job, David. Super proud to be a part of this project. All right. Up next. Who do I have up next? Let me go to my itinerary here. I got so distracted of me talking over here with David. Who do we have next, Dan?
Rama's up next.
Ah, okay. Rama already knew that. She's like, it's me. Rama, you have one of the most exciting technologies in what I think is in the Bluetooth ear devices. It's so remarkable what you're able to do with design and jewelry and everything else. And I love what you've updated here, that you're at revenue. This is so exciting.
Yeah.
And I'm so looking forward to you wowing everybody and what you've done. You're an incredible engineer. You're a mom. You've got an amazing bio with HP. But you saw this gap, this chasm in the space where working women are like, hey, instead of having these things sticking out of my ears, what about something that has more form factor, like I assume what you're wearing right now? So so look at that, everybody. Beautiful earrings, beautiful jewelry, and yet they are earbuds as well. So I'm not going to steal your thunder, Rama. So without further ado, my great friend and colleague, Rama Prasad. You're on, Rama.
All right, thanks. Let's see, so I'll share my full screen and go to presentation mode. And can you see all the slides? All of the slides?
I can see the slide, yeah.
Okay. So I am presenting Technizon. It's technology and artisan design combined. The problem we are solving is with earbuds. So as we all know, cell phones have been transformational in how we live our lives. And for every 100 cell phones sold, there's 48 personal audio devices. And personal audio devices include over-the-head headphones, around the neck earbuds, and then true wireless with no wires at all. So 35 true wireless earbuds are sold for every 100 cell phones, or 48 personal audio devices. So clearly having the audio, kind of anchored to the ear is of high value, instead of having to hold the cell phone up to your ear. But, there are issues with these personal audio devices. So the number one feature that the customer uses to make their purchasing decision for these personal audio devices is audio quality, which makes sense. And that's at 75%. But the number two most important, a close second, is the comfort. And that feature is kind of unique to earbuds or these wearable audio devices. It is not true. Comfort is not a consideration for like smartwatches. I've got the smartwatch on, or certainly for cell phones. You don't wear your cell phone, so comfort is not an issue. For earbuds, it is. And the reason comfort is such an issue or such a consideration for earbuds is the human ear. The human ear is a fairly complex organ. It is an organ. There's all these helical structures that intersect. There's the ear canal, then there's the area outside of the ear canal, which is called the concha, or in non-medical terms, the bowl or the pocket of the ear, and that's where the earbud sits. And more important than the complex geometry is the variation. There's a lot of variation in this, in the ear and other parts of the body as well, but certainly the ear. There's genetic-based variation. Parts of the world have smaller built humans, other parts have bigger built humans, and the ear kind of sometimes scales with the proportion of the body, or some population groups just have smaller ears and others have bigger ears. And then on top of all this is the human ear keeps growing over the life of the individual. So at 40 years, we have 20% bigger ear than our ear at 18 years old. So our own ear is growing over the life of the individual. So, all this variation, and how can we have one size fits all, right? That tip, the elastomeric tip, is just for the ear canal. There's also the concha outside of the ear canal. So no surprise, it is uncomfortable to wear. A lot of times, it falls out, especially because people like to have audio when they're exercising. So they're moving around a lot, they're being active, and it falls out, or it's painful to wear. It's like a push fit. So when you take the earbuds out, you actually have pain in the ear. So then above the comfort, there is the blocked off feeling. I find it kind of uncomfortable. The feeling of just being blocked off from my surrounding is kind of concerning. And especially, once in a while we hear of accidents occurring because somebody is listening to music when they are on their commute and they don't hear the traffic around them. So that is a concern. But, what if it was fashionable? It's definitely a preferred design. And then there's earwax and a few other issues as well. So kind of what is the solution, right? How did Technisan approach it? What is our company doing? So what we have done is we built the audio functionality into the ear ring. So now it's a little bit outside of the ear, it's on the earlobe. We've been wearing jewelry and specifically earrings for many, many centuries, actually hundreds of centuries. So it's kind of second nature for humans, the females, to wear these jewelry, and building audio functionality into it, like shown here, some of the designs that we built and tested and then patented. It makes it fashionable. It starts to look and feel like jewelry, but it functions like a earbud or an audio device where you have hands-free connection, and it can be worn all day long or for 2 hours. The way the audio works, we get this question a lot, can you hear it because it's outside the ear? The assumption is that it needs to be in the ear, and it doesn't. So we just moved it out a little bit, a few millimeters, 10 to 12 millimeters, and the audio works well from the earlobe. The sound is just loud enough to be heard kind of about this range. And then beyond that, it gets very muffled or actually inaudible. So the sound works really great from the earlobes. It's just loud enough. And once with this kind of product where it can be worn the whole day, there's a whole range of new applications like SaaS, software as a service type applications that are made possible because now you can have health monitoring potentially from this type of device. Or you can have like voice connectivity from this type of device. So real-time alerts and notifications can be delivered. And so kind of digging deeper into what is this product and kind of what's the technology behind it. So the semiconductor industry, which is all these chips that go into our computers and cell phones and so on, semiconductor industry is very fast moving. There are new and more high performing, smaller, more energy efficient chips that get introduced every 2-3 years, as well as new types of sensors and other components. So we've architected our system and our ear ring for the earlobe such that we can quickly change or upgrade to the latest chipset. Our first patent is issued. It's a utility patent, and the second patent is being filed right now. We've filed the provisional, and we are working on filing the second patent. And because we also have jewelry, which is considered visual art, copyrights were issued. This is all in the US. And these 2 copyrights were issued, and then the company trademark was issued as well. So we are, we've got our IP protected, and we are continuing to build the IP portfolio. So what are we doing? The company Technizon is combining jewelry form factors, which is like a dangler earring or stud earring or hoop earring, with designs. It doesn't have to be these spherical designs. It can be other shapes, like squares or hexagonals and so on, a lot of different shapes, and then artwork on it. And I am wearing one of the first designs that we have. It's basic, but it certainly wears like jewelry, and it functions well. And then in our roadmap, we have a lot of great ideas around how to use 3D printing to enable and support even wider range of jewelry design, and do something called mass customization. So we've done a lot of pilot testing with our MVP, minimum viable prototype at first, and then now minimum viable product. We started in the beginning with our survey, and in the survey it became clear females were very interested. The population group was fairly large, 50 females, and 20% were very interested, 60% were moderately to high interest. And then the 11% that weren't very interested, there was a clear reason why. It's because they didn't want to wear the same earring every day. For jewelry, they want to wear, mix and match, and so on. So with that information, we kind of launched on our invention and development. And we've arrived at this approach, which kind of separates out the jewelry layer from the audio module, but it can all be customized. We can do a lot of different colors, shapes, and artwork. And now recently we've done focus group studies with our minimum viable product, and we are shipping our music earrings. Music works well. It supports active lifestyle. We are selling from our Technizon website, and we've shipped tens of these earrings. Customers are using it. And what's becoming clear to us based on all the discussions and primary research that we've done is, audio quality will still be an important consideration. So right now we are at, good audio quality comparable with what's out there, but, we are aiming for high-end audio quality. And then loudness, how to make sure the how loud it is in modulated just right. So it's just loud enough for the earlobe, but obviously not audible to anyone who is like 6 feet away or even 12 inches away. So it's not disturbing anybody else. It is a personal device, but it is loud enough for the individual wearing it. And then the other part is comfort. How heavy is it? It's light enough now. Most customers say, yeah, it's lightweight. I can wear it for many hours, no problem. And then, the designs and the materials are of consideration. They, hypoallergenic material again, so it can be worn for many hours. And we are looking at semi-precious, like silver or gold-plated silver, and high degree of hypoallergenic. So turns out that earbuds are primarily used for music. 87% of the time it's used for music, and not so much for phone calls. It's used more for listening to podcasts or watching TV, and now for Zoom calls. So we do have to support Zoom calls. So kind of we are in the market already. The opportunity is huge. Jewelry industry is very large, global, and very mature. So it's fragmented and very mature, but it is a very large market segment. Hearables, which is earbuds and similar devices, and wearables, which is watches, smartwatches, and similar, are all rapidly growing. So hearables and wearables is rapidly growing. And very conservatively, if we look at US, there's 45 million that work. And if we only look at 20% of these women in the US only that are of younger age and work, that's 10 million. And at this price point, that's 1 billion opportunity, very conservatively speaking. The competitive landscape, there are a couple of other earring companies, audio earring companies. This one might be fading. It's in New York City, but this in Germany is definitely an audio earring. It's like a pearl earring. They're doing well. They had a successful Kickstarter campaign, and they're in the market. So we are the way we are differentiated from Nova Audio is we can support more artwork and more designs. And we'll have better audio quality, and our loudness will be more tailored to the earlobe. So we'll have better performance and more range of design compared to Nova, which is a great company, a very innovative, extremely innovative, and doing well in the market, but we'll be better. So we aim to have like a B2B model. Right now we're selling from our website because we want to collect a lot of the customer data and have a high touch kind of sale right now. So we get a lot of input from them, gather a lot of input from them around, kind of what they notice, what matters, what's important to them, and of course what they would like. But we will partner with other big brands, electronic brands, or jewelry brands, and sell through them, do custom designs for them. Okay, kind of a growth chart, and here's our growth plan. Jumping to kind of introducing myself, I am an engineer with a PhD in mechanical and electrical engineering, a lot of experience at Hewlett-Packard, which is a consumer electronics company, where I learned, all about product design, a lot of consumer electronic product design, development, as well as manufacturing. So I feel very confident that we can develop a highly innovative product like this and take it to market successfully. Hardware is not easy, but with our experience, we are confident we can do it. So here's our team. We've been working together for many years now. We work well together. Steve is our mechanical engineer, Marlon is the electrical and systems engineer, and Camille is going to be working with us on the markets, on the marketing and PR. And one of our secret sauce is that we work with deep experts as and when needed. So we really find the best experts and then consult with them, and as well as do co-design with them as and when needed. So we have an awesome team of advisors that, again, we've worked with for a few years now. And some of these advisors will join our board, which we are forming right now. So we are seeking $2 million in seed investment. We've made amazing progress so far. I'm going to quickly show our website because you can actually go and order from our website. So let's see, here is our website. We are shipping. You can go ahead and buy. There's some product information on our website, and you know, how to use it, and then we also have our social media pages where we do regular posts on kind of the various use scenarios, you know, how and answer questions about, is it heavy to wear? You know, can you hear it? How does it work? You know, and so on. So you know, check out our social media pages. By the way, can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
looks good.
Okay, great. So yeah, so yeah, follow us on social media and purchase the product. You'll get to actually use it and see for yourself what I'm talking about. And you know, if you're interested, yeah, please follow up with Easy, and I'll be happy to engage. We are early stage, so you get a much better deal. You get a bigger piece of the pie for the same investment. Primarily, the use of funds will be to hire another electrical engineer and mechanical engineer, and be very focused on the next product, which will be the dangler earring, which is the more common earring form factor, as well as kind of getting to the next level with audio performance. The state of Minnesota has a nice program where Angel Tax Credit, you get 25% of your investment back from the state of Minnesota. And our milestone will be to ship 1,000 of these new designs. That's all I had.
Excellent job, Rama. Excellent job. Give her a round of applause. You did a great job. And what I want to do, Rama, is address your first slide there. I want to see if there's any update and whatever you could share here, recognizing that this is being recorded and broadcast as well. But you have been talking to some major players in wireless, one in particular. Any updates there on what's happening that you can share?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we are getting interest from a lot of great brands, and especially electronics. So that we thought we were targeting jewelry brands, but we're actually getting pretty good interest from electronic brands as well. Even the circuitry, it's not just the jewelry design, even the circuitry is interesting to, I'm trying to find the B2B slides here. Even the electronic brands are interested, some global brands. So we discussed at length, and there is and that's why we are so confident of building this out as quickly as we can, because we know the strategic acquiring entities have interest. Yeah.
Yes, and I mean, I know even Tanishq is huge abroad. I mean, they're a major distributor of fine jewelry. So I'm excited to see partnerships there. It's remarkable what you've been able to do with this. I'm excited to see more of the designs that you're going to be coming out with, because, you know, what's great about this is a woman can be at an evening event and have earbuds on. If the babysitter calls, boom, it's right there. You're not, you know, trying to hear, you know, on the phone or anything. I mean, it's fantastic. I love the technology. I think it's going to be widely adopted, and super excited. Proud to be a part of this project as well. Great job, Rama. Give her a round of applause. And up next, we've got Ivan Ivanov from Booking Lane. And, you know, after getting to know this dynamic duo startup founders, if you could spotlight Ivan, there he is. Ivan, are you in the middle of the storm, or you safe and sound?
No, I'm in a safe place.
No, I'm just kidding. You're in San Francisco. But in any event, I'm working with this dynamic duo of tech and finance. And Ivan, you know, you had a background in the transportation industry, and you saw a lot of the pitfalls and the struggles that many of these operators had with owning from one to a handful of cars, and you had that same type of business as well. I am so excited about this because I have been in situations where I thought I'm getting a really nice vehicle and then I'm not. You've deemed this the Airbnb of the executive car and limousine industry, and it's absolutely remarkable, the technology. I'm really looking forward to you going through some of these slides here, and certainly I'll have questions and interact along the way for support. But without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Ivan Ivanov. Give him a round of applause, and Ivan, off you go.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Thank you for your intro, and I would love to walk you through, guys, in our project. So I built Booking Lane. It's a business management and booking platform for executive car service and limo industry. So our platform is designed to connect local businesses directly with the consumers, affiliate, and in one comprehensive mobile app. I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, I've been in this industry like over 7 years, and we realize there's a lot of pain points, a lot of challenges in this market. So the small business owners, they're struggling with the lack of technology. They're not visible for each other. They're not connect with each other. That's why we saw significant opportunity that Uber and Lyft simply cannot touch. Here's my, we have a strong team who work with me on this project to build like a right technology and right solution for transportation industry. We have a team lead with 12 plus years experience. Myself, I'm coming from tech side background, and my co-founder Becca, she's coming from financial background. So we combine our experience together and we built an amazing product, which is called Booking Lane. So talking about problem we solve, there is a 65% in this industry, like in the United States, they represent small business owners. And they're struggling with lack of technology. They're not visible for each other. They can't connect with each other. They can't communicate with each other. And they're losing a lot of revenue because of technology. So we solve all this problem for them. And we provide like a mobile CRM that can help them to connect like with the clients, affiliate, and other business owners. They can run their business in palm of their hand. So we serve B2B market as well as B2C. So for B2B, it's a subscription-based model, and we provide solution, CRM solution for transportation business owners. And for B2C, because we connect local businesses directly with business owners, that's why we called ourselves Airbnb of executive car service and limo industry, because customers exactly know what they're paying for and they know exactly what they're gonna get. So there is no more wasting of time and there is no more guessing game. If people order a vehicle like and they expect at least nice and clean car with professional drivers, I mean, they know exactly what they're paying for. With Uber and Lyft, it's just a guessing game. So in terms of our demo, here's a demo of B2B. We launched our product like back in November. It was a test paid pilot version for businesses. So it's a mobile app that can help small business owners simply download the app and manage their company needs. So they can integrate existing website with mobile app. They can install chat communication system in their existing website. They can answer any question to existing customers or potential customers, and they can help to generate more revenue. Also, they can track their schedule. They can track like a gap between reservations. They can simply integrate mobile app with existing website, and they can install a booking solution that can help them to generate or double it or triple it acceptance rate from existing website. As well as we build huge affiliate network, and we connect like all business like in transportation industry together in one mobile app. It helped them to expand their business and become from local to global without having extra fleet or without spending any money to buy more cars. So booking
Ivan, if
link
you wouldn't
allow-
mind, I know you weren't expecting to do this, but can you stop sharing, share your desktop and go, or your browser, and go to one of your clients there? It would be remiss after showing the screenshots of that, because, you know, if we have to go over by 2 minutes, no big deal. I just think it's so powerful seeing the demo. Yeah, here we go. So folks,
So
I
the
mean,
current-
if you're a limo operations company, if you have a fleet of cars locally, globally, whatever it is, you can just take the booking lane widget, which Ivan's going to show you right here, and add it, integrate it right to your website, which is remarkable. Show them how that works, Ivan.
Yeah, it's a simple integration process, and you can install this widget. It's a customized widget. We built like a custom widget for every single website. It looks like a professional part of the website. So this widget helps businesses to generate more revenue, because customers can go online. They can book the vehicle directly from a website without wasting the time for like to get a quote or check the availability or pricing. So they can simply provide pickup, drop-off location, and they will see, 1 second, let me show it to you. They will see instant pricing, and they will see exact vehicle, what they're paying for. They will see pictures. So as soon as the business owner upload any pictures, it pops up on his website. As soon as he change like any pricing details, it pops up automatically on his website. So the customers know exactly what he's paying for, and he knows exactly what kind of vehicle it is. And it's a simple and easy booking process.
And how about this? You can also upload a quick video to show a specific client that wants to ensure that that vehicle was sanitized, that you just did that and timestamp it. So yeah, go back to your presentation, but I think that's incredible that you can do that, because people want to know that. And the frustrating thing, so everybody knows, I'm just going to digress 1 other minute here. I've experienced this with, you know, visiting friends and colleagues in, you know, maybe like Vegas. I'm actually going to be heading there soon for a conference. But needless to say, you open up your Lyft or your Uber app, and then they have, you know, something called Uber Black. I forgot the one which is in Lyft, but whatever it is. And here they are talking about a category of vehicle, right? And I'm expecting, you know, maybe a Cadillac Escalade or a Lincoln Navigator. As you guys know, I have a family of 6. And so what I don't want to do after a long flight is get into a car with someone that maybe just doesn't care for themselves as well as others do. And, you know, maybe there's this nice aroma of BO, cigarettes, and Happy Meals in the car. And they said they were bringing me a Cadillac Escalade, and it was a Ford Explorer. You know, I'm not into that. If I'm going to pay that kind of money, if I want to do the guessing game and do the ride share and whatever shows up, that's fine. But if I'm looking to impress clients, if I'm looking to bless my family with something a little bit more luxurious, I want to know that that's what I'm going to get. That's what I love about this technology, is that this app can integrate with all the other transportation companies that are there. And now you're not trying to compete with the Ubers and the Lyfts. All you're doing is utilizing this technology so that it's more of a transparent type of means of allowing customers to see what they're truly getting, versus like the scenarios that I've been in, you know, getting hotels that say partial ocean view, and it's sort of like this, and you're like, well, where's the ocean? I see rooftops and parking lots, and you know, saying you don't know what you're going to get. That's why Ivan calls it the Airbnb of the executive car and limousine industry, because you know exactly what you're getting, just like you were getting an Airbnb. Continue, Ivan.
Thank you so much, Izzy. So yeah, to finish B2B demo, let me switch my slide to B2C demo. So for B2C, it's a simple app. The customers can provide pickup and drop-off location. They're allowed to book instant trip, or they're allowed to schedule a trip for the future. But the difference between typical rideshare company, they can click on a vehicle and they know exactly what they're paying for. They can compare vehicles, they can compare pricing, and they can compare review as well. So each vehicle pretty much is an independent operator, it's independent company. So they might charge different price, they might have different type of vehicle. So we connect like a consumer directly with the service provider. That's why people know exactly what they're paying for. And you will see clearly in our demo a lot of cars and company name, rating, and one of them charge less, one of them charge more, and different type of vehicles. And based on your preference, you can book a ride. Talking about opportunity in United States, it's over $60 billion market size, and market is keep growing. Since 2018, market grows from 44 billion, and now it's over $60 billion. But during the development stage, we realized there is a lot of opportunity outside of US, and now we have 7,000 companies who signed up for our wait list, and they actually waiting our service outside of US as well. So company based out
7,000 companies are saying that they want this from you. That's amazing.
Correct. And since we launched our app, we have over 250 companies signed up for a Booking Lane, active subscribers, and active transaction going on, which is exciting part because we're not doing any advertising or marketing yet. So
at 150 bucks a month or something like that, that's literally like over $1 million a month in potential revenue just in monthly recurring charges. Forget about the other things that you earn on there. That's incredible.
So going to market strategy, there's a huge piece of technology missing in current market. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of people, they're struggling with the visibility, mobility, and lack with technology. So Booking Lane provide all solution for transportation needs. Like if you're a business owner, you can simply sign up for Booking Lane and you can get a lot of benefits for a business, like website booking solution, SEO customization form, search engine optimization for your website to increase visibility on Google, and as well as connect with the local affiliate. And you also can build trusted affiliate network. So Booking Lane also provide simple rev share model, and the people can exchange job between each other, and they can make commission in palm of their hand. So here's a financial snapshot. It's a 5 years financial snapshot, and like I mentioned earlier, we have a traction going on inside the platform, as well as we have proof of numbers for every single penny in this snapshot, and we actually we have a more traction than we expect. That Booking Lane wasn't fully launched yet. We're still working on the consumer side and the driver side as well. So from year one, we're looking at $77,000 in EBITDA, and we have gross till year 5, it's all the way up to $41 million in EBITDA. Let me know if you have any questions.
You're projecting here some conservative numbers. I know because we worked with you on this, and with Becca's financial perspective, she said, I realize the numbers are there, but I don't want to scare people to think that we think we're crazy, or they think we're crazy or something. But $41 million in EBITDA in year 5 is actually our conservative number based on the amount of people that are utilizing executive cars, limo services, and the antiquated ways that they do them today. I challenge anybody, go out for this weekend, whether it's a girls' night, guys' night, whatever it is, bachelor party, wedding, try and get a limo and try and get a price, within an hour, okay, to go out this evening. It's complicated. This platform eliminates all that. And what is remarkable to me is how many people still use an antiquated system like the phone and email to figure out if they can get a limo, while you have these other platforms that are utilizing and leveraging the power of the web and apps and things like that. Ivan, you did an incredible job here. You can stop sharing. I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to become a household name in that particular space, and someone's just going to buy you. When you look at those numbers, before you start pacing that big, what I believe is going to happen, someone's just going to write a check and buy your company. So I'm super stoked to be a part of this, super proud as well. You did an excellent job presenting. By the way, Ivan's always beating himself up. I think you learned English like last week, and you're amazing at it. No, seriously, I think you've been speaking English, what, 2 years or something like that?
No, less than that.
Less than 2 years, guys. Less than 2 years, and he's here presenting in front of a live audience. That is remarkable. Even for Seth to give you a round of applause, who's one of my good buddies, one of the most negative people I know on the planet. No, I'm just kidding. Nah. Seth knows, like, I think you speak 8 languages or something like that, Seth. So you know how hard it is to learn a language.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I don't speak that many, but I'll take the credit. But yeah, Ivan, that's great. No one would guess.
Ivan, great job. On a related point, let's bring Seth to the stage here. So excited about this. Seth is my good friend and colleague and business partner. It's been so exciting to be able to collaborate on this project with Fan Rebellion. And the things that you've been able to do in your past, Seth, why don't you just touch on that a little bit before you jump into presenting? Because I think your resume, which I know you don't like talking about yourself, you kind of dumb it down. But let me tell you something. He is a guitar prodigy. He's connected with some of the who's who in entertainment. He's an incredible artist, producer, just brilliant in the entertainment space. Now that I've done that for you, so you don't blush while you're saying it yourself, can you just transition a little bit about where you came from and how this all developed, and then jump into the presentation, please?
Sure. I'll give you a little background on myself. And my partner, Jason, is on here as well, although he's also labeled as Seth.
Where is
so
he?
Please don't confuse us.
Where is he?
When
When you find him, Dan, go ahead and spotlight him.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. That's why we couldn't spotlight you. Okay.
So, yeah, my background is I'm in Vegas. I've been here about 22 years. I have an engineering degree from an Ivy League school, so there's that. But most of that time, I started as a performer. I was a guitar player, but I changed to producing and managing acts. We have together, Jason and I have managed a couple of Grammy-winning acts like Blues Traveler and the Plain White Tees, and we have produced many shows in Las Vegas. I've also owned a nightclub and a few restaurants here. To me, that's all the live entertainment space. And we, so this presentation to you is a little different. This is really very heavily investor focused. It's not product focused, if you will, like most of what we've seen. But you know, we're in this entertainment space, which has become incredibly corporate over time, and Vegas being, you know, the largest entertainment city in the world, or the entertainment capital of the world, we call ourselves at least, has been very closed off to outside investors, outside entities. It's a really close-knit community, if you want to call it a community, because in some ways it's really just a boys club that keeps, you know, outsiders out. So over the years, when we do projects, I mean, I guess I should pull up the deck. I'm not used to presenting with the deck here.
Well,
but,
I think what the audience all wants to hear is, you know, how did a nice Jewish boy from Pennsylvania convince his parents from, you know, an Ivy League school that you're going to go into entertainment? Because all of my Ivy League Jewish friends are doctors, lawyers, and CPAs. So that's normally the nice.
I don't think
Jewish
that
boy
I
route.
actually successfully. I don't think I successfully convinced them of anything. But I was born in Texas, which not in my parents are from Pennsylvania. I was born in Texas, which makes a Puerto Rican like Izzy from New York far more Jewish than I am. But yeah, my parents, they never quite got it, but they're very supportive. They're great people. So
all right,
so
let's see it.
why don't I here, I'll pull up this presentation here, which is going to be a little comical because we do a lot of presenting, but it's usually after someone has seen the deck.
That's okay. This is a safe place.
It's not presenting a deck. All right. So are you, what
Yeah,
are
you
you
always
seeing
say
right now? You
stuff
seeing
like that, and then you know, you're like, yeah, I kind of dabble with the guitar, and then you wailed out Eruption on guitar. So
I can do that.
Yeah.
What are you seeing right now? Are you seeing
I see a
black
white
screen?
screen.
A
Plain
white
white
screen.
screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Okay, 1 second here. Sorry, did I mention the engineering degree?
I I know from experience that for whatever reason, Zoom does not like Macs.
Well, I've presented this with this software before, but I forget because, you know, we jump
But
between.
not in front of a live studio audience, Seth. That's why this is
Are
happening.
you seeing a white screen again or a black screen?
Now it's black screen.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Jason, you want
Is
to
it
help him out and
changing?
share? Oh, there we go. Boom. Forget it, Jason. Sorry,
Okay.
I jumped the gun.
All right. So our company, after years under a different flag, our company is called Fan Rebellion. The name is rooted in the fact that we have done we're doing a Reg CF equity crowdfunding with the goal of having thousands, if not tens of thousands, of fan owner investors, and it's a little bit of a stick it to the man approach to entertainment. You know, this is in Vegas. Vegas is, in fact, I just had a piece I wrote that came out 2 days ago in Rolling Stone about this. Vegas sort of offers us the illusion of choice when it comes to entertainment because everything is through the filter of what the corporate, you know, muckety mucks, the powers that be here will allow us to see. And it's not like New York, for example, where anyone who can afford the rent of a theater can put up a show. So we're trying to, you know, get a bit outside of this paradigm of Ticketmaster and renting a time slot in a casino venue. And then also, and this is, sorry, I should stick to the slides here, but, you know, we were focused on live entertainment, on ticketed entertainment. It doesn't just mean on stage, it can mean exhibits, attractions, and other things, you know, wherever entertainment is headed. So the issue, as I was saying, is that, you know, prices are inflated, choices are limited because of this corporate structure that's developed over years. And so we are looking to get smaller parties involved in Vegas. And part of that is, you know, if you're an investor and you're interested in New York, you're interested in entertainment, you can just Google investing in a Broadway show, and you'll find Facebook groups and all sorts of websites and whatnot to get yourself involved. If you want to get involved in the largest entertainment market in the world, and you Google it, how to do this in Vegas, you will find nothing. I'm hoping you would find us now because we've been at this a few months with this, our effort to find investors. But generally speaking, you don't have an opportunity to come in here. And if you did, we'd want a really significant sum of money, and we would want to put that sum of money in one show. And if that show loses, like so many entertainment projects do, you lose all your money. And our approach is that we want to be more aligned with our investors so that even if this show loses, and even if the next show doesn't do great, but the one after that takes off, you know, entertainment projects have such a high ROI when they're successful that it just seems really crappy to abandon the investors, you know, that liked comedy, so they got in on the comedy show that didn't work because, you know, that comedian ended up being hard to work with, or whatever the reason was, you know, and they're not in on this other project that they didn't realize was going to take off. So it's almost like investing in a slate of films. So in addition to allowing investors in these ways, we structure our company a bit differently. You guys would know this, but most entertainment ventures, most shows, they rent most of their gear. It's a very expensive ongoing expense. We have a lot of technical experience. My partner, Jason, here is a long time part of the stage labor union and part of negotiating, his family especially part of negotiating deals here for labor. So we have an interesting perspective on this, and we believe in owning our gear. We already own some big LED walls and lighting and sound, and that brings down your operating costs significantly. And it also allows you to have shared assets, have a vertically integrated company with shared assets between different projects we're doing. And that doesn't just have to be technical assets. It could be, for example, we own a billboard truck, which if you've ever been to Vegas is a truck that drives up and down the strip with large billboards on the side of it. And the ability for when our big show is not functioning, is not operating, to be able to use that same asset at almost no cost for a smaller operation, one of our other offerings, that's a huge advantage for the various entertainment projects we have within the company. We also like the idea of, there's a model. Again, I realize everyone's pretty unfamiliar with how entertainment works, especially in Vegas, but there's a model of renting, a 90-minute time slot in a casino showroom where you can only make money off your ticket sales, but you're advertising the show and they make money off food and beverage, off box office fees. They charge you for utilities. They charge you to rent gear from them that's in the theater you're already renting. They charge you for the power in the theater you're already renting. And so our ultimate goal is to control as many of those pieces as we can so that we're creating multiple revenue streams, and honestly just applying principles that are applied to any other sane business that are typically ignored by entertainment. So it's a huge market, and entertainment is interesting because it's not an essential item, but it is something that we all are familiar with in the way we're familiar with food and drink. Everyone experiences entertainment on a regular basis. Everyone has an opinion on entertainment. And this is also why we think that people will gravitate towards the opportunity to be involved in live entertainment. Even when we're talking about investors at the crowdfunding level, I like to think that they may even get their entertainment value out of their small investment. But having said that, we're not intending to be an unprofitable business. Like the way we operate, I'm sure there's a slide on this I have to get to, but we create cash flow through dividends on our various projects. And as I said, the ones that take off truly do take off in a big way in entertainment. So we are a new company, but we're not new to this. As I said, we've both been here over 20 years. We have a third partner. His name is Jimmy Manus. Jimmy is a longtime entertainment veteran. He started at Jive Records and we actually met Jimmy when he was managing Naughty by Nature and Salt and Pepper. We did a big I Love the 90s residency in Vegas, and really bonded over our mutual experience and over how we wanted to change entertainment. So we're definitely entertainment veterans, but we're not so old that we can't be taught new tricks, and we really feel like the market is changing and needs to change. We see a lot of opportunity in the over corporatization here. It was tough to abandon our original companies in favor of doing something new, but I got to say, we've done so much now in the less than a year that this company's been alive that I don't feel like I'm selling snake oil anymore. We, as recently as a week ago, had Gwen Stefani here for a show. Hello Black, if any of you know who he is. We're doing over $1 million in revenue. And this is for a new company. We have a ongoing show running at the Palms. We have our show called Boombox, which was launched a few weeks ago at Westgate, that will be returning. Looks like our next run is in December. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot to be excited about, even though we're a new company. So I feel like I have covered all this. This is very marketing heavy. So there's Boombox, is a show we just did. And then this A-list celebrity concert, that was Gwen Stefani, which was a secret when we made the deck, and now has happened, so not a secret. We have a deal for a big outdoor light festival. That is, another example of something that's not truly what you would typically think of as live entertainment. Coming down the line, we have an immersive neon attraction. We have a licensing deal for the largest privately held collection of Las Vegas neon signs. And that we look at being a really interesting multiple use venue. We have a project here we call Cherry Bomb, which is again, multi-use. You'll hear that a lot from us. Bar with live music and a cabaret showroom. But in all these cases, we day part our operation. So we have daytime revenue streams, food and beverage revenue streams, nighttime revenue streams, private event revenue streams, really trying to get as far away from that renting a 90-minute time slot in someone else's venue as possible. And Tenors of Rock is a show that under our previous company, we produced here in Vegas for almost 4 years. And we are now working on touring dates for it. So we have a pre-money valuation filed with the SEC of $20 million. We are doing a $2 million accredited investor raise right now. That is not the amount that we need, but we have decided to pursue a smaller amount because of the projects we already have in our pipeline. What's changed about our MO here is normally when I'm raising money on a project by project basis, first I get sort of a handshake on the money, and then I go cut the deal with wherever we're doing the show. So with the celebrity or with the venue or whatnot. And in this case, in order to drum up some interest in what we're doing, we actually went out and got some deals lined up ahead of time. So we know that with 2 million in, we can take the first deal we're looking at, and then we can re-up on our another round we're doing after that. So so this round we're looking at 2 million. This is stuff that was more Izzy's territory than mine. But let's see. And then, we are starting in Vegas, but this is not just a Vegas company. We think that we're going to have venues in other cities. We are going to be touring our intellectual properties. We are, as we look to get outside of the Ticketmaster ecosystem, we'll be developing our own ticketing platform, which I believe will be a great revenue driver in the future, along with the equipment, which I can't recall if I said this, but the equipment that we want to use within our projects, we also, as it down cycles through our various projects, can become part of a rental pool and actually a very significant revenue stream on its own. And I think you'll find that 5 years from now that our equipment rental and our ticketing will be the horse, not the cart. So where are we? This would have been great right up front, I believe. There's Jason, whose face you haven't really seen, and Jimmy, who couldn't be with us today. Not that he's died; he's alive and well. He's just not on this Zoom call. And for anyone that knows people that might be interested in learning more about this, we have our website is fanrebellion.com, but we have put up investfanrebellion.com specifically to get the attention of accredited investors. This is our first time marketing ourselves to investors. I have to say that we've gotten at this point almost 100 people who have reached out to us, and about a third of which have actually scheduled meetings. It's an interesting for us. It's interesting because we never positioned ourselves as a company that was seeking investors like you would if you had an interesting product or service like you all have been showing. So and there's a fancy thank you slide. Anyway, Izzy, I hope
that if you could jump
this,
into a little bit of I think what you did here was brilliant, the way that you set this up in 3 tiers. If you could explain that really quickly, and I know we're running out of time, but I think it's important for investors to understand that. You did the crowdfunding platform. yeah, to get your name out there, not really for the capital means of it. It was really for a fan base as well, and put that out there. And then we've got the Reg D side of that, and we also spun up an SPV. So can you talk a little bit about that? Sorry, let me start my, there we go.
Yeah, the crowdfunding part of it, I think, is look, if the crowdfunding actually takes off, I think that it is very interesting. I like the structure of it in terms of, you know, where those people sit equity wise, but it is a great marketing flag to wave around, because we are trying to do something differently and more geared towards personal, you know, it's sort of, there is no what do you call it, playlist. There is no you know, there's no personalized approach to live entertainment when you get into a large town like this. You know, it's all through the filter of the, as I said, of the corporation. So we're trying to create that sort of, you know, cultivated playlist by having these people as a part of our company. There's already some great pride in ownership that we're seeing, even though our numbers are, you know, we have about 150 investors so far. But you know, if that number gets significant, it's thousands, tens of thousands. We now have a feedback loop, is what Jason calls it, or I would just say like almost like a focus group for a business that is typically incredibly secretive. So normally we are working on a project and we can't say anything about anything until we announce it. And then when it gets announced, you know, your genius friend says to you, well, why didn't you just do this? And, oh, I don't know, because I live in an echo chamber. And they're right. And so we have nowhere to go outside of a very close circle. And I think it becomes really fascinating when you could start opening up the opportunity to speak to hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people about concepts, about nuances to concepts, you know, not necessarily where they are like voting and taking the reins on where everything goes, but where they become this feedback loop and they become, you know, very insightful for us. But look, I think that there's also the chance, I don't want to be dismissive of the crowdfunding. I think there is the chance that that becomes a significant funding resource for us. And the more significant it becomes, I think the more we're, you know, excuse me, the more we are walking the walk here on what we want to do.
And it's similar to the model that Legion M did on the Start Engine campaigns. And so can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so Legion M is a film studio, also on the Start Engine platform. They didn't start on Start Engine, but they most recently are there, and they've raised about $20 million to date. They, you know, started in a similar fashion, or I should say, we started in a similar fashion because we were certainly watching what they did. The big difference, and what seemed to get folks at Start Engine excited about working with us, the big difference is that when you produce a film, it can take 4 years to you know, from the idea to putting it on screen. I'm not saying that's what it always takes, but it, you know, that would be very normal. And in our case, a concept could be up in a matter of months, or, you know, but certainly less than a year in many cases. And so we can get to cash flow to profitability faster. I mean, certainly you can get to failure faster, by the way, that way also. But but the idea is, though, that, you know, as we're paying out dividends on our projects, and we can add more projects to our lineup, we create the opportunity for investors to actually make money as we go, even before their shares have appreciated, the company's appreciated, before an IPO exit. So it makes it makes it more tangible that these things go up so quickly. And when you say tangible, I also think that, you know, Legion M, you know, if they put out a film and it plays at the Toronto Film Festival, even if they give you free tickets, it doesn't mean you're going to go see it. It doesn't mean you're going to be there for it. And in our case, you know, these are very, you know, they're very tangible. A lot of people come to Vegas, you know, and if you have the opportunity to get discounts or special treatment, special access, or even frankly, just to have pride in what you're, you know, a part of, you know, you can come visit your investment. This isn't some piece of land in the middle of Montana that you're in on with, a couple of your friends, that you'll never see from purchase to sale. This is something you can visit and have some pride in and enjoy.
Absolutely. It's brilliant what you've done, Seth, and it's such an attractive project. And I'm so honored to be a part of this. I'm super stoked. I can't wait to see how this continues to get legs and become a household name in the Vegas area. So great job. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Great job, Seth. Proud of you, brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Izzy. It's been great watching all the presentations here, by the way. All of us, I'm sure, are like, why isn't Izzy calling me back? And to see all the things you're involved in and the breadth of concepts and it's really cool stuff here.
Thanks for that, man. Appreciate it. Love you, brother. All right. Up next, we've got Mary Schulenberger. Mary, you're another one that just has a really cool product, and I'll be using it tonight. My son is playing football tonight, and what's exciting about Friday Night Lights tonight, this is really smart marketing what the local university does here. Colorado State University, what they do is they have the local high schools play a Friday night game, right? So they stage them all out, and it's one game after another. So my son plays there tonight amongst 4 other teams that'll be playing there tonight. And Colorado State University, they invite the community in. So there's going to be tens of thousands of people. What a brilliant idea, where, my son will be out there, and he always gets a rousing applause when he really nails somebody. He's an outside linebacker, and he's just a beast and super fast. So that's going to be some fun footage to get you for sure. But we're excited about tonight. Now we'll be using my iView that you've allowed me to use. It's absolutely incredible. And this technology that you have here, I mean, if you're a mom or a dad, if you have a granddad, if you've got kids that you want to watch and you're in a distance, if you want to go to sporting events, how about this? If you're a golfer, there's so many applications with this. I feel like I'm already starting to go into a deck, and I don't want to do that. But help me welcome everybody, Mary Schulenberger with Parlay Innovations and her product, the iView. Super stoked about this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Izzy. You always do such a great introduction for me. I appreciate it. I don't know who it was, either you or Dan, that put me right after Fan Rebellion, but thank you. What a great follow-up from this. Seth, I would
Dan
love
the man.
to.
Dan sets the order.
I would love to reach out to you, Seth. We've got something I think you'll be very excited about.
I'd love to chat.
Yeah. Well, let me pull up my deck here. There we go. Hey, everybody can see that? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Can see it.
Good. So hi, everyone. Again, I'm Mary Schulenberger, founder and CEO of Parlay Innovation, where we're transforming the live viewing experience for concerts like what Seth was just talking about, air shows, sporting events, all those events that we go to, including things like what Izzy was sharing with you about going to his son's football game. Most of us are out there and we're far away. We could barely see anything. So we invented a new product that I'll be sharing with you. A little bit about who we are, without going into too much about every one of us, but we are a dynamic team made up of creative and successful entrepreneurs and engineers. We're world-class marketers. And, collectively, our team has generated over $1 billion in exits for shareholders. And we've launched hundreds of products into the marketplace. We have the ethos to scale a company like this. So the other thing that we're addressing is this universal problem, and I saw it in some of Seth's with Fan Rebellion in their pitch deck. They showed the fans out there, and what are they doing? They're trying to record they're trying to record whatever it is they're there to see. And chances are they're looking at the back of their phone instead of the event that they're there to see because they're recording it. We think if it's worth experiencing it, you shouldn't have to choose. So that's one aspect of what this product that we're going to be sharing with you addresses. And as fans, like I was saying, if you're at a concert or sporting event, most of us are so far away, you could barely see anything. You end up looking up at a Jumbotron, even if you're up in, a suite, you're looking at a TV screen. A lot of fans just end up feeling like, they might as well watch it at home if they get a better view of, what's going on. So that's why we invented the iView. The iView is super lightweight, easy to use. You use your smartphone. We're taking advantage of these great cameras that are coming out with all, with the 13 Pro and the Google Pixel 6. I mean, they have these incredible cameras. This is an opportunity to be able to use it in a whole new way. We designed this so that you slip the phone in very simply. I don't know if you can see me here, but you just slip it in like that. You're able to take the phone out if you get a phone call or anything. That's always one of the questions people ask us. It's super easy to take it in and out. It connects through Bluetooth, and we have a proprietary touchpad that maps to our app. So you're not strapping this on your head like VR. You're holding it up just like binoculars. And you're able to control your smartphone camera functions with the touchpad. The iView has advanced optics that magnify your phone screen. So you're seeing everything in high definition. Sports fans have told us it's like having your own personal Jumbotron. When you zoom in up close, you're actually seeing like this, the whole field of vision. And we made it so that it's compatible with both iOS and Android. And you're able to actually live stream whatever it is you're seeing. So it's a pass through. You're seeing what your camera's capturing. At this time, though, I'm thrilled to be able to introduce you to one of our team members, Steve Kalman. He's the former CEO of SoftBank and many other successful companies. Steve is on our board. He's an investor and he's our acting CFO. He's going to share with you our compelling market opportunity.
One of my many jobs.
Many of your jobs.
As you all gather, I am sure, and we all do this in early stage stuff, and I'm a very active investor, which is to say I don't do a ton of investments. I'm very active with the investments that I do make. I'm going to go a little bit off script here for a moment, right? As we start to talk about market and all of that stuff, from an investor standpoint, what really needs to be understood here, right? Mary at the beginning of this said, we're transforming an experience. I see dozens of plays across my bow. Izzy, I think, is the only one I know right now that sees more than I do. And words that are often used like transforming and, Uber-esque and all of this stuff, they're overused adjectives. In this case, we literally mean it. And what I'm getting at is, think of this. Photography, been around since the 1800s. Fundamentally, nothing's changed about that now for over 300 years in the sense of the user paradigm. I want to take a picture. I look at something, choose what I want, and I press a button. Okay. So, there's been all kinds of little things like apps that can make the picture look better. And that's not what I'm talking to. Those aren't things that fundamentally change the entire landscape. What I'm talking about is that the photographer wants to communicate something, even if it's to his own family or her own family, right? And the content that they are stuck with is literally the scene that you're seeing. You don't have to be just stuck with that. What we did is look at that entire paradigm and say, it's got to change. So Mary started by talking about, this device, and you can look through it. You can see this wonderful HD view, but it goes further than that. I'm going to talk about that for a second. But what I want you to be cognizant of is that's a platform. This is a content play. It's not a hardware play. Okay. So speaking to the investor side of things here. So having said that, one of the things I'm going to quickly talk about here, because we are time limited, is to talk about, in a sense, do people really care about this problem? Is it something that needs to be fixed or not? That's always one of the concerns with innovation that I have to look at. So what we did was hire third-party agencies, if you will, and paid them to do, just two different companies, to do two different studies. And what I wanted back from that, and what the board was looking to drive at, is let's find out who our real customer is, if they really give a crap, frankly, and how big is this, right? So over a period of time, we also performed 3,000 interviews, okay, one-on-one with users. We got very interesting feedback on it. Early on, when we were back in the prototype stage, ESPN nominated us to have a show as the biggest and most important innovation, and so forth. So we have that kind of stuff going on. Now let's go back to the two studies that I was just talking about, right? Fundamentally, very simple. The end result was we saw in order. You can see all the utility of this as Mary presented it, for sports, for parades, for your, somebody's graduation, for sporting events, all of those things. Where do you hit the road? Because we can't go after all markets at one time. It doesn't work that way. What we found is that parents of kids that are in sports is a very large market. But the thing that blew me away was that we had an 88% probability of a purchase within months at a rate that basically said, and this isn't what I'm not saying what the market size is now. I'm saying that this projected out, which is what we hired these people to do, to $1.75 billion of low-hanging fruit. So this is a big play right now. And, having said that, you can get a sense with this slide right now. Here's some of the other markets that follow on with time, right? But we're focused right now, again, as I stated. So, Mary, if you could pop on to the next slide, please. Okay, let me stop there. Before I dive too deep here, if you could go back to slide 5.
Sure.
Okay, I skipped over this by taking the liberties that I did. Okay.
Slide 5? This one?
5. Next one. Thank you. All right. So when I say this is a content play and this is a platform, let's expand on the idea of what I'm talking about here, right? So I'm using my platform, my device, and in addition to what I'm seeing as I'm watching my kids' baseball game, if you will, is I want to bring down data that shows, what this pitcher did or what this team did, a year ago, same field, same team, and so forth. And it's over on the left side. Now, so that enhances, what I'm looking at, and I can be recording that all at the same time and streaming it, as Mary said, right? So when you start thinking about that, what we've done is enable the user to increase the amount of content, in this case through augmented reality at the very beginning, such that I'm really changing the entire paradigm of what I can see, what I can communicate. You can have 4 different tiles up there all at one time. So now when somebody sends me something, I know what the hell they're trying to say to me, so in all frankness. And so it kind of goes from there. And Having said that, if you could, drop down back to where I took off. This is a little bit of what I was talking about. Over to the right, I was talking about the 1.75 highlighted in yellow. That's our total addressable market, roughly 7.5 million households that parents with kids in sports, $80,000 or greater in income. And we only counted the people who had that, that purchase statement that I talked about to get to that number, not the people who liked it or, well, and so forth. Next slide, please. All right. So when we talk about the problem, we find that the investors that we have talked to find this to be extremely relevant. So I get the problem you're trying to solve by, making the entire experience better and new, out there. And, that's really cool. So what other things out there are likely to solve this kind of problem? And you don't need to look at all the stuff across the bottom. What you really need to see is that our product are all those really tall bars, and everything else didn't score. It was so low, it didn't matter. And that includes things like smart glasses, whether no matter who they're from and so forth. So this starts to tell you as an investor how interesting this is, because let me go back to the beginning premise, right? I'm tired of making a decision between whether I'm going to, watch it in real time or record it. Not only do we not have to make that choice, but we are enhancing the hell out of the very experience itself. All right. So, Mary, skip down to 12, if you would.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So real quickly here, and I'm getting close to the end so we can do questions. This would be commonly called hardware-enabled services. The content I'm going to expand on for a moment. We are not going to invent augmented reality. What we're going to do is partner with the right sources of technology in augmented reality, who probably also own content associated to it, and purpose it very specifically to our platform. Okay, so when I say purpose it, that's the part that we'll do. We'll do the full integration of that. There might be some modified items, for features. So partnerships are a great important part of what we're doing. The business model, as you might well imagine, is something akin to SaaS. So we are looking for those long-term, relationships with the user. They'll be able to bring down AR on a per drink basis or subscribe to multiple, content types over time. When you look at the, usability of this, you have different interests in the household, so you may have different content streams that you want to be able to bring in. Somebody might want to use it exclusively for the next 3 years while they're in school, or the kids are in school, and then suddenly I want to go do my birding, And again, example, I want to be able to ask this system to identify a bird, post some information to what I'm recording next to that bird, and so forth. So you can see all of that. Business-wise, about 70% gross margins, 30% plus EBITDAs, so that's significantly juicy. Of that $1.7 million, I'll be $1 billion market. I'll show you in a moment how much of that we think we're going to capture. And that wasn't, a random exercise, I might add. We're early stage, pre-revenue. We have begun testing the marketplace, and that's really where we're at right now. Is that we have product in inventory. The purpose of that product is to allow us to fulfill orders in our test marketing schema. We need the capital in order to finish that test marketing. So it's a balance of a seed round of about, I'd say $500,000 to complete that. Izzy in parallel is doing a special purpose vehicle, which if he wants to add to this, certainly please feel free to do. But it's almost like raising Series A and finishing out seed at the same time. We'll be done with the test market probably early year. All right. So If you would.
Thanks, Steve.
I think, are we done?
I
think we
yeah,
might
I
be.
think so. Thank
Okay.
you. Izzy,
All right.
did you want to talk about the SVP at all?
Sure,
Mhm.
sure. So, oftentimes a lot of folks, and there's some other presenters here that have SPVs and that have been shared as well. I like to put a first name in front of SPV because it just dumbs things down. Joe SPV. So what does an SPV mean? It's treated very similarly, just like an individual. It's just a separate entity that is buying the asset, like a safe agreement, a convertible note, or anything else. And in this particular case, we're doing $3 million in that funding. But I just don't want to complicate things with going into all the jot and tittle and details of an SPV. The bottom line is with Parlay Innovations, the same mechanism works. So inside of that SPV, we buy the asset from Parlay Innovation in exchange for the capital. We formed that and spun that up along with some others here, and we're looking for the right capital partners and those that will see not only the opportunity right now with where they're at, but in the future with some of the direction that they're going. And obviously, if you'd like to get on a call with them, we can arrange that because it's remarkable the plans that they have on their technology roadmap. But outside of that, I am incredibly proud to be partnered with you guys. You've done a remarkable job, Mary. And I'll tell you what, your bios with your experience and everything and all the exits, surely there's going to be investors that say, if there's someone that I want to entrust capital to, it's this group. So proud to be a part of the project. Excited for you guys. Great job. Great presentation. Steve, always great to see you. And, having someone that was the former CEO of SoftBank, that certainly is a feather in your cap as well, Mary. So great job. Well done.
Thanks, Izzy.
Okay. Up next, we've got my good friend and colleague, Kevin Neal from P3ID. Here's another one that I think is going to change the way that we securitize things like what we use with DocuSign and everything else, all these different types of securitizations and taking paper away from the environment that is in the business environment. Most retail businesses you go to today, so many people still use paper. And it's incredible to me. I mean, Kevin, you'd be impressed. You look at my desk. The only paper I typically have on my desk, and I'm old school, right? Deanna always makes fun of me. He's like, why don't you just type that on Monday? And he's always using technology. Like Dan doesn't use paper. But for me, I don't have files sitting on my desk, right? I got like a whiteboard of things that I got to remember, and my yellow pad of taking notes and things like that. But there are times, especially let's talk about the mortgage industry. Back in 2008, what a lot of people don't realize is with mortgage-backed securities, how fast they were being passed to one another and things not being securitized and geofenced and things like that, and all the technology that you understand, Kevin. So many people couldn't even prove up that they owned a loan when they were trying to foreclose them. All these bright attorneys were saying, oh yeah, my client owes you $300,000. Show me the note, right? But they didn't know where it was, right? That was part of the whole collapse of 2008. But anyway, I could stand here and talk about that for a while. But Kevin, I am so stinking proud of what you guys are doing. It's amazing what you've developed. Nothing short of amazing. Guys, you're going to be wowed when he goes into this. Absolutely incredible technology. Without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Kevin Neal. You're up, Kevin.
Thanks, Izzy. What an introduction. What a great group here. So I wrote this down before we get started. I want to invent the perfect vacation, Izzy. So let's start at SPV and roll up all these great companies. I want to go to Vegas with Seth and view an event, and then use Mary's technology to view the event, book a car from Booking Lane, avoid lightning strikes. So we want to make sure that we have a safe environment, wear some nice earrings, and then get 10% back from Mike's business. We want to bring a nice gift. So Patrick, bring Patrick's gift, and then also bring a veggie dome so that we can have our nice vegetables. So see, we can roll them all up together in this new
up into one SPV experience.
Yeah.
Good job. I love your thinking.
I hope I didn't overlook anybody. Okay, so let's talk about P3ID for a couple minutes here. So we are P3ID. So P3 is for people, process, and policy. So we think that people shouldn't have to adjust to technology. The technology should adjust to people. So the people first. And we got technology, IDs for intelligent data. We're in the digital transformation business. This is not a pivot. We've been doing this for a long time. So first, I did do a change up. There was a last presentation. I think they did the team first. So let me just explain myself. I'm a 25-year veteran of the digital transformation industry. I've worked at leading companies as a product marketing manager at Fujitsu. So 2 of my 3 product lines achieved #1 market share. I'm very proud. The third one would have been #1 too, but HP had a 15-year start, so it was kind of difficult to get to them, but we were getting there. Working with the team, we achieved that. We did huge deals at AutoNation, Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, state of Alabama, state of Oklahoma. So we did a lot of enterprise deals. So that's basically my background, working with teams, engineering departments, and the sales team to deliver these enterprise solutions. Our team is also consists of people that have been 30, 40 years in their industry. Ed's over 30 years in the healthcare industry. Bill's an ex-Navy captain, over 40 years as a cryptographer. Even before, cryptography was kind of a market. He was doing encryption, crypto, blockchain. So he's a cybersecurity guy. And then Steve No is an expert at business process. So he used to work at Icon Office Solutions. And then he was the one that I did the AutoNation deal with. He got a promotion. He was known by Mike Jackson at AutoNation, and it really helped his career. And AutoNation loves the solution to this day. So that's the team. Problem in our industry is inefficiencies with antiquated or legacy technologies cost corporations millions, billions, probably trillions of dollars if you put this all in. The problem is that people, even though Izzy, that you're kind of paperless and Dan's paperless, the truth of the matter is in organizations where they have to collaborate on data and documents, it's not so easy. So even customers that claim that they're paperless, you'll go in and interview them, they'll be leaning on a file cabinet with all kinds of paper and paper on desks, and you can't collaborate, you can't secure the stuff without digitizing it. So what happens is this is lost revenue because you can't prove a service. So there's credit card disputes, you can't prove the delivery, you can't pull up a document that's been signed and says the customer got this. So on the national average, companies write off about 1.5%. So with one of our case studies that I'll mention in a minute, this was the case that they were writing off bad debt. And they were like $100 million companies. So that meant millions of dollars of bad debt write-off. And then it's just a customer convenience. So if you can organize all your stuff. So this is the problem. And a lot of companies struggle with this to collect their data, organize their data, and then utilize their data. So that's what we do at P3ID. I mentioned, the 2 Ps or process and policy. So we have a secure cloud service that allows businesses to securely digitize, automatically organize, and then effectively utilize their data. So if it's digital, then you can apply rights, and like you were talking, Izzy, you can make sure this is authentic kind of object. You can transfer those objects, so all kinds of things. This kind of technology has been around for a long time. It helps a lot of businesses, but it's traditionally been around behind the corporate firewall. So as everybody moves to cloud, everything's changing. So the technology changes, the way that people implement it changes. So we're really a first mover. And I like to say we're like the Amazon Web Services. So we have quite a few products that you can use them a la carte or together as a workflow. P3 was established, as I mentioned, I've been working at leading companies, leading hardware company, leading software company, but they were even slow in their transition to cloud. So I started P3ID a couple of years ago to really practice what I preach. So we've decided on 3 vertical markets: retail, healthcare, and government. And that's because we have subject matter expertise, just like I mentioned with Ed, Steve, and Bill. Okay, the markets for this kind of technology are massive, and demand for intelligent data and finding those needles in a haystack and surfacing some kind of valuable insight is really important in your data. And you got to be able to collect it, secure it, organize it, index it, and then again, derive insight. So the global market's $48 billion, growing at 17% per year. The United States market, 14 billion of US serviceable available market. And then we feel, based on the 3 markets that we've chosen of retail, healthcare, and government, that we can achieve realistically about a $5 billion attainable market in a couple of years. So I love talking about real customers. So this is one of our customers, Big O Tires. They have 450 locations in the United States. And then also the sister store for this is Jiffy Lubes, and they have 2,200 franchise retail stores. You know, you drive your car in, you get a tire change, drive your car in, get an oil change. So what they were doing was they had this accounts payable disputes. Just like I said, you know, they print out the invoice after a tire change and an oil change. They had the customer sign it, but they were having a box company come pick up those documents and then store them in offsite storage. So when a customer called and had an honest dispute, they get their credit card statement, you know, 30 days later, they say, I didn't get my 5th tire, I didn't get my eighth quart of oil. And then the Big O Tires and the Jiffy Lubes, they couldn't prove this service. So now we worked with the partner sold the hardware, and then we host the cloud solution. So now instead of boxing all those documents up and sending them to offsite, they actually scan the documents, they put them in a document management system, or one of ours called Docs in the Cloud. And now when a customer says, hey, you know, I got my statement, I didn't get my 5th tire, they pull up the scanned invoice, the image, and the image might say, hey, you know, the technician wrote, hey, I put the tire in the trunk. And then the customer says, oh yeah, I just forgot. I haven't opened my trunk for, you know, a while, and I forgot it was there. So now Jiffy Lubes and Big O Tires can recoup that bad debt that they were just writing off because they couldn't find it. And it's a beautiful customer service. So instead of paying that cost for the offsite box storage, they invested it in technology, and now they benefit from it financially and also good customer service. So these are a couple solutions that they use from us. And I'll reference here, this is how we make money. As I mentioned in the introduction, you can use our products a la carte, just like Amazon Web Services. They have a lot of different web services you can use, or you can put them together as a workflow. So in the case of Big O Tires, they use ScanBot, they use Docs Extract, and they use Docs in the Cloud. So you can see to achieve $1 million of annual recurring revenue, we only need to sell 13 ScanBots, 10 mobile bots, and 25 Docs Extracts. And each one of these has a pipeline of opportunities that we're already working and already closing business for these. So maybe a customer like Big O Tires, they wanted 3 of these parts, but other customers only want Docs Extract because they're getting images via fax or email, so they don't need the scanning component. So it works really well. Almost any customer we talk to, there's some point that we can engage and offer them a solution. So this is our roadmap to $1 million recurring revenue, bots. I love to talk about our traction too. We did $75,000 last year of recurring revenue. This year with minimal funding, we don't have any institutional funding yet, just friends and family and internal, growing to about $300,000 organically this year that will close. We have some big deals in the pipeline worth about $250,000 that we have in our sales force, and we're working. We do have MOUs from some of these logos here. We have a couple from hardware manufacturers, and this could be big. One of these hardware manufacturers comes on board and white labels or OEMs our technology, and then all of a sudden they have a customer base that can be, you know, selling lots of ScanBots and mobile bots and Docs Extract. We also have MOUs from reseller partners, so really leveraging the channels. We think that we've found the product market fit with Big O Tires. So we're also addressing other franchises like 7-Eleven stores and Pizza Huts, and any organization that has a headquarters plus remote locations is ideal candidate for that same kind of solution. So we're going to offer the same thing that we did with Big O Tires to other organizations. And it's kind of easy for us to justify our business. We just say, hey, how many people are typing in the data, you know, from your invoices, for example? And they say, you know, I got 2 full-time people. This is what it costs. So we can easily justify our systems with an ROI. At Big O Tires, that's exactly what they did. The CFO made the decision because he said, I can have those people, instead of doing data entry, they do another customer service. And our team is expert. So many hundreds of years of total experience. As I mentioned, we're leveraging existing channels. So there's a lot of resellers out there that have been selling a hardware component, maybe some software, but they don't have a recurring revenue stream, and they want to sell cloud services. There's probably hundreds of quality resellers that want to do this. So we're recruiting the top 10% of these resellers, and we're basically giving them a business in a box. Here's a recurring revenue stream. You know, we do all the cloud hosting. You manage the customer relationship. We're behind the scenes or as involved as you want us to be. So this is a really excellent way that we're not having to spend a lot of marketing dollars, because we know that all the resellers, we're talking to them, we're signing them up, and they're selling our product. This is a depiction. I just like to this is a visualization of what I just said in a couple slides. We have really excellent relationships with the hardware people that want to go to cloud services, but they haven't traditionally hosted cloud services. So we're adding value to their devices, and they really love that. And they're referring customers to us. So we're the glue between hardware. Then, as I mentioned, we have reseller partners. We have alliance partners. That means they just refer us. Then we also have integration partners where we're creating a solution together. Then, as I mentioned, we're focused on retail, healthcare, and government verticals. This is the obligatory competition slide. So you can see, obviously we're in the green, we got the check boxes, but what it means is these three key things is the technology. We're built cloud first, and we built it in a way that we have robust systems, scalability, auto scaling, load balancing, all these kind of cloud things. Our competitors, like I said, are traditionally been behind the firewall, so they didn't have to worry about authentication and APIs and all these kind of things. So we're built, that's why I say, you know, we're AI first, where they're kind of adding to it. They're putting Band-Aids, putting lipstick on pigs. But we're built cloud first, and then we have on-premise options where they're the other way around. So you can see we have, we're actually more innovative than these legacy companies, 20 and 30-year-old companies. We've integrated security concepts because, again, we're built cloud first. You can't have an insecure cloud environment. You need identity, you need secure arrays. So we've added all these things where they're kind of adding them slowly. And then we've also built our system in a way that's very affordable for us. All the technology that we've used and whatnot, we've got a very low cost on production, on our cost of goods sold. So we'll be able to have a very dynamic margin. We can discount if we need to, but we don't have to at this point. So we're really in a good shape from technology to other features to pricing. We do have a great board of advisors. We've been meeting for the last 2 years. They're all ex-CEOs or ex-CTOs that contribute a lot to our company. They all have expert connections. So this is really fantastic to have them on board. And we meet once a month for, again, the last 2 years. I want to talk about a couple of events because we are part of what's called the Twain Working Group. We're creating a standard for device to cloud services connectivity. So we're a board member, and I'm also the marketing chair. So this means that I get to go to events and promote, obviously, the Twain Working Group, but also P3ID. So this is an example of it. We were at the Capture Conference at the beginning of this month in Chicago, and we spent two or three full days talking to the Federal Reserve Bank, talking to a mortgage company, talking to a ByteDance, which is got mega funding coming into our market for our market. So we got a lot of good leads out of this. Is the point is that we went to this event, we got leads, and we're working it with our partners. So this is really great. So kind of taking that same concept, now we're actually organizing our own event. It's a developer event. We're going to have about 20 or 25 developers using P3ID's technology to create an integration. So you can imagine if we have 15 companies, because some people might send 1 or 2 developers. So if you have 15 companies all of a sudden onboarding our technology, creating an integration, then we're going to create a go-to-market with each one of these because some of them might be hardware, some might be a technology partner, some might be an end-user organization. So they all have different go-to-markets. So we'll develop a marketing, a sales plan with them while we're developing the technology. So this is a real benefit and strategic value of us being part of Twain Working Group. So we're organizing this. I'm basically organizing all the technology, all the focus groups, getting the business people there. So we can really leverage this to P3ID's advantage. Just really quickly before I wrap up here, this is a flash of our roadmap. So this is basically a year or two out, but we can accelerate these integrations and these partners and the go-to-markets I'm talking about with the investment. But we're going to do these things regardless. We're already engaged with the partners. And you can see we're doing technology first through the end of this year. Then the next year, we've already got these 2 vertical markets in healthcare for HAIs and then dentistry. So we've already got that lined up. We're going to do that. We want like to accelerate it again. And then at the end, in the 3rd year, the 2024, we think that we can offer these services like facial recognition and conversational AI at very low cost, but we can sell high volume because people will be using our other core services. So this is a strategy for us to get big revenue. So speaking of revenue, Dan worked with us on a spreadsheet, and it's kind of hard to see, but we do have a full 5-year financial model. I'd be happy to have a meeting and discuss that with everybody. But the highlights are that if the 5th year, we think conservatively, we can be $150 million revenue. And a SaaS company like us, a conservative multiple might be 8x. So we think we can be unicorn status at the 5th year. We also think, as I mentioned, the margin should be high. So we should be average up to 80%, 75% if you average, year 1 to year 5. We think that we can be profitable after the 2nd year, just on the fundraise that I'll mention. I personally bootstrapped $350,000. We have a small line of credit, $125,000, and a couple friends and family. The number's still now about $75,000, but of equity investment on safe notes. And then the burn rate, we've kept it very low, only $10,000. And then a key thing about us, use of funds is mostly to address our existing pipeline. I'm more of a marketing guy. I got way over my skis. I love selling, talking, business development. So we've got a very impressive pipeline. And now we need the resources to work with the customers. So 60% will be sales and business development. We will continue 30% on R&D, continued development, as we can reiterate based on customer feedback, 10% G&A. So our request is a $2 million seed round. Again, I just mentioned the use of funds. So I would be happy to answer any questions. We're in digital transformation, future of work business. So wave of the future, and we think we can get a lot of short-term revenue with our investment. So
Great job, Kevin Neal. Excellent job. Excellent job. Can you hear me okay, Kevin?
Yep, sure can.
For some reason, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Let me switch back to the other headphones that were dying.
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me, Izzy?
Everybody hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I can't hear you guys. As long as you can hear me. That was awesome, Kevin.
Okay, that's good. So
there we go. I can hear you now.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Zoom is just like so buggy. But anyway, what I'm so fascinated about is all the different verticals, and you touched on a couple of them there. And I'm sure investors are going to want to know this. Where do you see the biggest pain? You talked about it before, and in fact, they've even said, the IRS is a huge painful point for us, paperwork. But in business in general, where is the biggest pain point that has to be remedied over the next 2 to 3 years? Otherwise, businesses are going to be lagging.
That's a good question. You were breaking up there, Izzy. So I think I got the gist of the conversation was what's the biggest pain point? And really, honestly, we did the introduction to talking about securing the documents and authentic documents and revoking, medical records and transferring. So that's kind of the very advanced stuff. But honestly, just digitizing the documents themselves is really a hassle for companies. If you have not done it, it's not easy. It wasn't easy for Big O Tires. They had to train the people on how to scan. They're still training them. Some of the stores don't do a scan on a daily basis, and they have to call them and say, make sure you scan it. And then they'll say, oh, I forgot to do it.
Here's what I'm trying to underscore is, let's say Big O Tires doesn't switch over. Their competitor has an advantage. Somebody else in business. Oil and gas, all these different things. If people don't switch over to digitizing their documents, what ends up happening over the next year?
What ends up happening? I'm struggling hearing you a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what ends up happening? You still can't hear me? I don't know what's going on. What ends up happening over the years if?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. I just switched the mic. Okay.
So what ends up happening if you have these Big O tires not switching over? Does another player have an edge? I mean, what I'm trying to do is underscore the pain point of what ends up happening in business if nobody switches to digitizing documents.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Big O tires. The decision made was by the CFO. So I don't know I haven't seen his books. I don't know, but I can imagine they run on slim margins. You know, they buy franchises and they've got to be efficient, right? And usually these franchises they have ownership by, like, Goodyear Tires might, you know, own the Big O tires. I'm not sure if that's exactly right, but they usually have a supplier. Or if you go to Jiffy Lube, like I think it's Pennzoil, right? They're owned by those guys. So those guys are making the big money, the franchisees that are franchising them out. So if Big O tires, if the franchise stores aren't efficient with what they're doing, then, you know, who's the competitor to Goodyear and who's the competitor to Pennzoil will come in, and that franchise that can run a lean business can come in and just say, hey man, I could do the oil change and the tire change cheaper than Big O tires and Jiffy Lube. So it is very competitive, absolutely, especially in retail. You know, these are very slim margins on you know, food and services and all kinds of stuff. So yes, do these people need a competitive advantage, and is their business at risk? Yes, because as I mentioned, the national average writing off 1.5%, that's a big deal, right? Big O tires is $100 million, you know, organization. If they're writing off $1 million, that's a big deal. So
for sure. And I mean, for me, if I just think of healthcare, for example, because unfortunately, I've been a frequent flyer at the emergency room with 4 kids, right, and all playing sports and things like that. And it was embarrassing one day. I think I told you that, where we come in there and she recognized us. Oh, hi, Mr. Lozada. I'm like, that shouldn't happen at your local hospital. But needless to say, why can't they just, like, take a thumbprint of me, know that it's me, and just simply ask, has anything changed?
Yeah.
You know, address still the same, whatever, and get me right in there. Instead, they relegate me to an area. I got to put on a mask. I got to use a clipboard, as if the mask is going to help my hands with somebody else that may have touched the clipboard or not. Then I'm filling out all this information. It's just like, can't I just scan something or give you a number or whatever? You know it's me, and it's all recorded in it.
It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. The technology is all there, right?
It's all available.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I use the COVID, you know, when you go to get COVID vaccines, right? You pull up in your car and you're filling out the clipboard, just like you said, and you have to wait all this time. And you're filling out 3 different forms of the same data. Yeah, you just can't share data. So that's why we're disruptive. We're trying to make technology simple, logical, affordable, easy to use. So that's what we're working on. You know, like I said, Ed's, you know, has a lot of experience with Cerner and other healthcare organizations. So they love to silo your data, and we're being disruptive and say, no, we want to exchange data. You know, so we're working on data interchanges for healthcare data, for financial data, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. Citizens are going to insist that, hey, I'm in control of my medical records. I'm in control of my financial records, not you. I know that's not the way it is today, but at some point I predict that there will be this change, and those companies will have to react to the consumer that will be empowered at some point. So that will happen. I guarantee it. And at that point, you want authentic.
And that's what I wanted to underscore, that, you know, just so people could see what, you know, life could be like, you know, with or without this, right? It makes things so much simpler. But remarkable job, Kevin, what you're doing with your company. I really believe this thing can take off. Everybody give him a round of applause. Your technology is incredible. I can't believe you've done it on just a few bucks. Great job. Looking forward to seeing this take off.
Thanks,
okay. Absolutely. Up next, we've got Duncan Burns with the Veggie Dome. Duncan, I got to tell you, you changed some things around my house, brother. Instead of having, you know, other things out on the table like Doritos and easy snackable things like that, we're putting the Veggie Dome out there constantly, man. And I hope you've noticed that I've shed some LBs because of you. But in any event, Duncan, I think what you're doing is so high tech yet low tech at the same time. You stumbled across something with the BioValve technology that is patented with you. And I don't want to steal the thunder from your presentation, But what I want you to do is bless all these people and let them know what their life could be like with a Veggie Dome across the kitchen countertops across the country, but specifically these folks here in their home to just have a Veggie Dome. I've got one. It's changed things drastically. I'll just say this one thing before I let you go. I was making ice cream Sundays. You hear me talk about this all the time, Dunk, because I can't get it out of my head. And my little guy that would normally grab the handful of M&Ms or gummy bears that he's putting on a Sunday or whatever, we had just cut up fresh fruits and vegetables, right? Or fresh vegetables it was just carrots and celery and all that, broccoli. He reaches in there, skips the candies and grabs the vegetables. And you had told me about 2-3 weeks before that, if you put it in front of them, it's by human nature. It's why it's bright colors and like that to attract us to grab it and eat it. And sure enough, my little guy was doing that. So my hat's off to you, brother. It's remarkable what you're doing. You've got some incredible following right now. Take it away, Duncan Burns.
Thank you, Izzy. Great. I just wanted to preface this whole thing with the fact that this is not just another thing for the kitchen. This really is a change in the kitchen. This really is a change for lifestyles that is brought upon by science. And I'll share my deck now, which is here. The Fruit and Veggie Keeper is what we're calling it. And the Veggie Dome company is still the company that is going to be making it. We are utility patented. We have come across an idea that this was 15 years ago, that I wanted my kids to come home and have snacks that were healthy, not the crackers and stuff. And so I designed this device that uses biology to keep your vegetables fresh. All of the produce that you have, whether or not it's fruit, live herbs, or vegetables that you get from the supermarket, are still all alive. And there's kind of a blind spot in our culture that doesn't see that. We just think it's just a thing, but it actually is still alive. And when I solved that problem of having something fresh on the table for my kids, I actually solved some deeper problems than that, which are that we're throwing away 40% of the vegetables from our fridge. Over $100 a month is normal for households to throw away the vegetables that they buy in the store. And we're also not thinking of them. We're just like, they're in the fridge and go, oh yeah, I had those carrots, and they're thrown away again. We need to actually step up and eat more fruits and vegetables in our diets. And from the COVID really problems that we've had, a lot of the people that were suffering greatly, it was because of what they were eating and what their diets were, that they weren't including the fiber, the vitamins from the vegetables that are needed. The solution is this Fruit and Veggie Keeper by Veggie Dome, which is utility patented just last year. So the investors that are listening to this right now are actually really lucky, because over the last 4 years, that utility patent with this idea that allows gases to escape from the lid, which are I'm sorry if my internet's unstable. Tell me if it's okay.
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Okay. That the lid allows ethylene gases that the vegetables make to escape, so they're not spoiling as fast, and they're also staying alive because the moisture from the vegetables is kept within this dome. And it is something that is allowing the biology of the plants to keep them alive out on the table instead of hiding them in the fridge. Now, what gave me the idea? I mean, we've been doing the wrong thing for decades now, putting it in plastic bags and putting it in the refrigerator. And I'm really, in my background is that I had a greenhouse with my brother early on, and we'd grow orchids that were tropical, that needed moisture. They grew from the moisture in the air. So when I wanted to solve that problem, I knew that the plants can, in fact, exist on moisture that's in the air. Right now, we've got plasticware boxes that are put in refrigerators, and they do have spoilage, and also they're forgotten about. Think about putting it out on the table. Now, it works in conjunction with the refrigerator. You buy the vegetables in the store, the plastic bags go in the fridge. That's all unclean. You haven't washed it yet. You take it out, wash what you want to eat in the next couple of days, trim off whatever you don't want to eat. What you put in the veggie dome will be eaten. And if you do it properly, you will be eating and 100% of what's in there and not throwing as much vegetables away. So not only are you being healthier, but you're also not throwing as much food away. Now, this slide is on here because it shows us a Frisbee. Now, why would it show a Frisbee? Now, the shape of the veggie dome is designed not for some double grab opening of the vegetables that were put in there for days ago or a week ago, but actually is easy to grab. Just this one lid that slides off quickly. And also the Frisbee is on this page because it affects the airflow of the atmosphere around the plants. That's how they stay fresh. If you look at this piece here, that's a dome in the middle. It's got an opening on the bottom and the top. That's something that is not in household or housewares. That's why we win. That's why this thing can be made and solve the problems that we've got. We're going to go to market like a regular, consumer product with national retail. We've knocking on the doors of Bed Bath & Beyond and other retailers. We have also discussed with hotels to have a whole series, if not hundreds or thousands of veggie domes that are then allowed to be ordered from the kitchen and brought to the rooms. Licensing is active right now. We're in negotiations with different companies that will be making it in different countries even. But I think my focus is really to do direct sale. That's where we make a better profit, and we don't have to kowtow to the retailer, the regulations and all the different things that they can put back on you. Online sales is a great way to go. And I'll talk more about our go-to-market strategies if we can get into a conversation. This is what we are focused on, is that there's a huge trend towards people eating plant-based meals, eating more vegetables. This is something that's growing. The Food Revolution Network, maybe you have not heard of necessarily, but it's backed by Paul McCartney. He's was a master of ceremony on one of their Zoom calls, which had 6 days in a row, 4-hour blocks, where 250,000 people were on that Zoom call because people are interested in eating healthier. And there are sports figures, there are leaders in many different communities who are going, including the mayor of New York City, who is saying, you know what, we've got to eat better, eat plant-based. Well, guess what? The Veggie Dome is in fact a solution or a tool that can be used for this whole focus of attention and community. We've already found that we welcome in the market. We had a successful Indiegogo campaign, which sold to 800 customers in 45 days in 47 different states, which shows you that it's easy. It's an easier way to eat healthy, and people want to do that. They clung upon this visual, which was, oh, that's a great idea, and they bought it right away. But we are really interested in marketing towards different multi-billion-dollar industries, not just housewares, but just think about this: nutritionists who can use it with their clients. We had one person, JP, who said, my God, this is genius. What was he? A nutritionist. He could have his clients be able to say, put the vegetables in on Sunday. By Wednesday, it should be empty. You're eating the vegetables, fill it up again, put another batch in. That's how it works in a household. But think about the weight loss industry that finally has a tool that they can say, okay, you're going to have to change certain habits of your eating, and you've got this Veggie Dome that's sitting in the kitchen that is changing the way you're looking at your kitchen, the landscape. Just like Izzy was saying, it really does make a change. Just like, let's say you put a vase of flowers in the living room. It changes your living room. It brightens it up. It's got natural colors. Well, we're putting all our vegetables in the refrigerator instead of having it out in the kitchen. So there's the why. Then there's the how, which is that we've got a great senior management team We've got experience in different corporations that are aligned with this type of product. And I'll discuss this with you also as we have a call. Our advisors, I could have 4 or 5 pages of people that are interested in helping and advising. We've got John Sally, who is a 4-time NBA champion, who actually has volunteered to say, I'm going to get in front of camera. I'm going to post it on my Instagram. I'm going to get this thing out there. Royston King, who has 12 million followers, and Dr. David Katz, who is again a nutritionist and doctor. He's got a following of 1 million people. He's got 2 veggie domes. So you know what's interesting is that this is what we're doing. We're raising $1 million. The new molds that we're doing will be an improvement. And this is the thing that I wanted to say. There's an opportunity here to make something that I've been working on for now 4 years as a product that's been out there. I've been able to make it, first of all, less weighty. It is now 3 pounds lighter. It'll be better for our shipping. We also, with these new molds, are able to cut our costs down from $15 per unit down to $8.50. Then with packaging, maybe $10. So really 45% decrease in our cost point. So now that we go out this next year, we're going to be far more profitable, and we'll be able to have then also a go-to-market campaign that is really well sustained and has ambassadors that are involved. Financial sovereignty, you can see that is a situation where we do start off a little bit slow because we are going to be making them in the next, let's say 4 to 6 months, starting in 2023. The batch will take that long. We get it on the shelves, but then that's when we start getting our ambassadors in place and start also going international. That's why we get that growth. We've got contacts in Denmark, in UK, and Germany that are really going to get ready, and we need to have those start to expand in our distribution of the Veggie-Dome. But just think, we're going to be actually changing the kitchens to an upgrade that allows people to see and have vegetables in a way that has not been happening before. And our funding, we are raising $1 million for this. We can do it either with a revenue share option or the equity deal. This is a really great opportunity for not even that much money to be able to actually introduce something that's going to change the landscape of the kitchen. It is going to enable people, and this is one thing, Izzy, that I've always really been heartened by. Every time I talk to a person who's a leader of the community, potentially an influencer that we'd be working with, their reaction is, oh, I'll be able to help people eat better and we'll be able to throw away less food. I'm in. I've never had somebody who is not interested or doesn't think this is a great idea for the kitchen. That's how we'll be able to ride this trend of plant-based eating, people wanting more fresh produce, and be able to be the banner for that in the kitchen because we're so visible. Izzy, any comments or questions that you might have, and any questions that anybody has, go ahead.
Go ahead and spotlight me, Dan. Excellent job. Duncan, I got to tell you, I think what's important for people to recognize is how just you put it so simply. You put roses in the living room, it changes the dynamic of everything, right?
Yeah.
You put fresh cut fruits and vegetables on your kitchen counter. What I don't think everyone understands is it keeps longer, because I noticed as soon as we bring them home from the grocery store, we put them right in our Veggie-Dome. It doesn't go into our kitchen drawer anymore. Okay. In the refrigerator. We cut things up and we put it into the Veggie Keeper. And what we've noticed is, even with you cutting the vegetables in there, it keeps longer than when you put them in the refrigerator and they're just whole in the bag. And this is so important for people to realize, the amount of expense that's going up in households to see people throwing away hundreds of dollars a month in fresh fruits and vegetables. It's ridiculous. You put one of these for 60, 70 bucks on your counter. Just imagine what that's going to look like en masse across the country. I think you're going to have a celebrity or someone etch their name on the side of that.
very similar to what George Foreman did with a cheap plastic electric grill, and it swept the nation. When you talk about influencers, I think it's important for people to realize that there is a plan for bringing key influencers. You mentioned one of them, and I think he's going to jump on board in a significant way. But those key influencers that will come on board, put their name on this, and all the millions of followers that they have, you're going to do huge revenue, and someone's going to buy you. That's my thought, Duncan.
We're open to that. That sounds great. Now, one thing I quickly want to go through is people say, well, it's kind of a simple thing. And I look back again, I showed you, that's one reason I showed you the Frisbee. They made a lot of money on a very simple thing that, guess what? Changed the air patterns in a way that people hadn't done before. We're changing air patterns that are around your food in a scientific way, that this is kind of like a Tesla for the kitchen, right? That we have used science to address a problem that people are kind of blind to right now, and we can open it up and show it on the table. We welcome the idea that this is going to be something that people will use as a trend, and we will be able to stay ahead of the competition by not only being the original, but our focus is with the strategic partnerships, like you just said, Izzy, that there are people that will be focused on the good this does, and we will do fundraisers with, let's say, the American Diabetes Association, who we've been in touch with. If they do fundraisers with it, we're the good guys, they're the good guys, and we're helping households. Great, Izzy.
Great job, Dunk. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Excellent job. Thank you so much, Duncan. That was awesome. Okay, up next, we've got Nathan DeYoung. Nathan, you're brand new on the scene here. And let me tell you something. When you and I first started dialoguing, I was blown away with your intellect with technology, your heart for wanting to help people, your faith background, everything else. I mean, man, we just jived right away. And you're on mute, by the way.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Oh, there you go. There you go. For whatever reason, see, it was showing on my side that you were muted. Maybe I've got a slow connection. But anyway, I was so impressed with your background in tech and what you're building. So what I'd love to do is just first start with your background, because
Sure.
I want to unveil, if you will, what you're going to be doing here with your company. And I'm super stoked about that as well. But needless to say, start with your background so that everyone understands how well versed you are in technology.
So I've been in technology since junior high. I got into corporate IT, it was probably about 2 years into being out in the working force after college. I was working in technology, but even before that, I was doing part-time work for a company during college and after college. So I've been in technology for over 15 years now, despite my age. But I think I built my first computer when I was 14, and certainly probably broke my parents' computer well before that. And I think I fixed one of them. I'm sure that I've broken more than one, but
I first started off with a Commodore VIC-20. You're too young to know what that is. Maybe Seth knows what that is. If you know what that is, let me know in the chat. We might have to send you some Seth Collaborative swag.
Know what the I was around when you had to load things on
VIC stood
floppy.
for Video Interface Chip. So it was the Commodore VIC-20, and then I went on to the Commodore 64. But anyway, this is about you, not me.
Yeah, I definitely did have the opportunity to utilize the large floppy 5.25-inch discs just to play Snake. So I'm familiar with that process and how you had to. But anyway, so I've been around a little bit, despite that technology being probably older than me.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I've been in multiple different industries, from manufacturing to healthcare to production and film, even in segments of financial and real estate. So I've been around the block in terms of different industries, and having the opportunity to see different type of markets and how they work, and so I have a pretty broad range of how that technology impacts each individual entity as a whole. And, throughout that journey, I started to realize that a lot of them had a number of different problems in the same facet. So similar to how P3 is solving the documentation problem, a lot of them have an operational problem that they most of the time don't know how to fix. And some of the times it ends up with a solution like P3 where they're fixing their documentation problem, but at the same time, that's only one facet of how that organization gets their revenue increased. And part of that other problem is most people that start a company, they're having to, pull from a retirement, or they're having to, take different funds just to get a company going that could potentially fail in the next 2 to 3 years. I forget what the average is, but I think it's 1 in 10 companies, small businesses, fail in the first year. And so there's a huge uptick in terms of really being able to start something like that, but then you end up with the driving factor of our country being entrepreneurship. And what I wanted to start to do is marry what our country has always been about, that entrepreneurial spirit, and make it more accessible to the general population.
That's what immediately, when you and I first started talking, how you're democratizing this, because I think so many people try and make financial type of advice very aloof, and you got to be super smart. You just got to understand some basic principles, right? And you're doing some things where it could be right at people's fingertips. Can you explain what the platform's going to look like? And I want you to unveil the name of the company and everything, and what you're going to be introducing here and what we're doing with this SPV. It's super exciting.
Sure. So I started coming up with an idea to, if backtrack a little bit here, if you're familiar with a lot of what's being thrown out in the investing world today called REITs or EFTs, or even the stock market, just general terms like that, in most cases a lot of those are not affordable. You look at some stocks, they're $100 a piece, which is those are reasonable, but the volatility of that is way too high for most people to risk. They can't afford to lose $200 a month, and know that those funds aren't going to return. They just can't afford the ability to say, oh well, that's $200. I tried it. Most people can't do that. So that leaves you in one of two categories. You put it in a 401k, which still tied to the stock market, or you put it into an EFT, which who knows where that's going in the next 5 years, seems to be more stable in terms of growth. Or you put it in something like a REIT, which has been known to perform very well, but then you end up with things that happen in 2008 stock crash, or market crash, where then you have to hold on to it for another 5 years to recoup the market crash. So even though that real estate has been a more stable way to invest, overall it's still pretty static in terms of the opportunity to create income potential. And one of the things that I started to recognize is that people don't have the opportunity to invest in well-funded companies that are producing income, that someone is either, let's say, they're choosing to get rid of their company. So what do? If no one wants to run this company from their family, what do they do with it? They sell it, they shut it down, they, just let it, fall by the wayside. There's a number of things that they end up doing with it, but you've spent all that 20, 30 years developing that customer base that is more valuable in most cases than the company itself. And taking that and giving that opportunity for someone that doesn't have, $300,000 to purchase that business, being able to say, John, if I could help you start to make some return on your investment, and you really like the idea of investing in, dental practices, and just take $100 a month, we'll set you up in 10 different dental practices throughout the nation that have been known to perform well. And you can start to see profit on that pretty much from, day one, because those.
And then how is your
companies have-
platform going to find those? I think that's what a good point to interject, where an investor would want to understand, how in the world are you finding these, and without giving away, any of your secret sauce or anything like that. But why don't you go into that a little bit? How do you find these and then present that opportunity?
Sure. So like I was mentioning before, in many cases, a business is going to either be sold off to a larger organization, like Aspen Dental. They're sticking with the dental company theme here. They own a franchise type market where a potential, solo professional that started a dental practice from the ground up could potentially sell their practice to something like a Aspen Dental. But when you do something like that, who gets all the profit? The corporation. Aspen Dental gets all the profit, and the franchisee of that company, or in general, the corporation now becomes an all-consuming force. And the problem with that, the only people that profit are the board members in most cases. And I'm pro profit, but if someone can,
well, you want to give access to profit,
correct,
right?
Yeah. If we look at how our economy is shifting, it's becoming a shared economy, where people can invest in portions of rental properties, people can invest in portions of startups. Our economy is shifting into a shared growth model, and most people don't have the opportunity to invest in a business asset except via stocks, or except, if they're, able to invest in a large hedge fund, with most cases take millions of dollars. So what we're doing is we're creating the accessibility for individuals to invest in companies that are profitable, not necessarily startups, although that would be a part of what we're going to accomplish. But we're taking the ability to invest in companies that are producing a good profit, that either don't necessarily have their operations addressed and need help there, or just companies where someone wants to exit the company. They don't want to own it anymore. They want to change industries. They want to, retire, you name it. There's a number of different reasons as to why somebody would sell their company. But instead of them selling it to some conglomerate or a hedge fund or someone that is just going to absorb the company, we're giving that opportunity for someone to invest in that company and start to see the rewards and benefits of someone's effort. So instead of shutting down the company, we're essentially giving it back to, the community, or giving it back to the quote unquote people, to invest their money into things that they're going and visiting,
Sure. Keith brings up a great question. Keith, you can go ahead and unmute. He's got a couple of questions here. If you wouldn't mind asking your question. Keith, are you there? So,
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and unmute. Yeah, actually, you can spotlight him, Dan, if you want. Actually, you can't be spotlighted unless you turn on your video. But go ahead and ask your question, Keith.
Sure. Yeah. My question was, it sounded like toward the end you were talking about acquisition, but at first what it sounded like was kind of a private offering. So I'm familiar with private offerings and, private investment memorandums. And the questions I had were, normally you have to get a valuation for that company and then figure out what, a fair price would be for the offering for investors. And then typically you'd have to do like a quarterly evaluation of that company and figure out how you're going to disperse the value back to investors and what the term of the investment is. What's the structure of that? How does that get built out for retail investors to do a private offering like this and participate? Because normally in stuff like this, you have to be an institutional investor because of the risk appetite.
Correct. Yeah. And without getting into, our formula and our, like Izzy said, the secret sauce, we would be absorbing a lot of that risk in the method of a parent company. So someone would be investing in the actual index fund of, XYZ companies, but the asset would be protected because it would be under a parent company rather than its own individual asset. So if you're familiar with how most companies will purchase a REIT, so if you have a plot of land that has 100 rental homes on it, they'll purchase the plot of land under a specific entity that is owned by a parent company. So if that specific entity gets sued, or that rental company, say no one buys a rental home and they get swept away by insurance, or by the hurricane or whatever disaster you could think of, bankruptcy, or everyone moves out of the community, that company, that entity goes bankrupt, not the owning company. So if you have a particular set of properties, the value that you lose is negligible compared to the overarching possession of the global assets.
And then how would you distribute the, because he was asking about dividends and updating with valuations. I know some of the inside information on how the platform is going to be built here from our discussions, but whatever you can reveal on how you plan on doing that. Keith represents a VC fund, so he's asking for good reason.
Yeah, so there's two ways that we'd pay out dividends. One would be the front end source. So me, the general populace, would say, I want to invest in this fund that contains XYZ businesses. That would allow me to earn equity and profit based on the company's performance. The other segment to that would be on the back end, which would be for, let's call it for intensive purposes, a loan. In order to purchase this business, we need equitable cash to purchase the business to then be paid back from a given company. So we could, in essence, either borrow money from a bank or a private lender and pay that back through the front end investors, or they could get equity share of the parent company and get returns from the overall fund itself. And
well, what I don't want to do here, Nathan, is get the balance of the audience lost in the sauce. This is a merited deeper discussion for Keith, and correction from what I said earlier, the family office that he represents. So I'd love to connect you guys on a call so we can kind of run through what that all is. And obviously, if you need to sign an NDA for him to take a peek under the hood, we can certainly do that. But Keith, I'll make sure we make that connection happen so you can get into a deeper discussion with him and anybody else that you showed interest on here. Keith, you there? You're on mute if you said something. But anyway, okay. So I think for the purposes, okay, yeah, He responded there in the chat. For everyone to understand, when this platform is built, the whole impetus of this, there's the Robinhoods of the world and things like that. And yours is not only democratizing the ability for folks to invest, but minimizing risk. And he brought up some good points there. Whereas, you take these things like what happened with someone collectively sparking things within Reddit, and all of a sudden something like a GameStop, unmerited because of simply, buying into that. Tell me a little bit about that. Could something like that happen on your platform, where you just have a group of people that are saying, let's all, invest in dental offices and overinflate the price of the real estate, and then try and sell it and dump it and make money that way, and then someone's left holding the bag?
No, because the users don't have control over the companies they're investing in. So the way that it would be broken down is into a couple of different segments. You would have the safe long-term investments, companies that have been known to show profits for X amount of years before acquisition. The second portion would be a mixture of those longer term companies and companies that are either less equitable or have been more fluctuating but have shown greater returns. And then we would have what I would call the risky fund for loose terminology, of something that could potentially create a large return. So a company that would be acquired for a given term. Let's say a company is acquired for 2 years, we use our special sauce on them, and then that company is turned around and sold, which would give a much higher return on the investment into that fund, but obviously is going to be a little bit more risky, because if that company cannot be turned around the way that we would analyze, then the reverse could happen, where the company is then liquidated and the returns are not as profitable. But there's a lot of protection in that process that we're building into how we're going to protect against something like that. So in terms of great risk, I would say it's pretty minimal, because we're not putting all of our eggs in one particular basket, or putting all of our investments into a particular market or segment. So it's diversified in the fact that if real estate goes up, then great, that only benefits us. If real estate goes down, that doesn't affect us, because we have profits from a different segment. So
got it. Yeah.
In terms of our diversification to acquisition is going to be pretty all over the place, to keep from losing that equity or that acquisition benefit.
And some of the things we talked about where people could learn about how to understand this a little bit more, because I'm sure some people are saying, how in the world is this going to work? Because you understand it so well. But when you understand the crux of the matter, where you can teach people by way of video learning or video snacks, like I like to call them, and they start getting these little burbs, and then have confidence over a period of time just by these micro investments, it's remarkable what you can do exponentially. Great job, Nathan. I'm proud to be a part of this project, man. I'm excited to see you get the capital raise that you need to get this platform up and going. And what I think would happen is, if you can get the name cachet similar to the way that Robinhood did, certainly it's going to be an option in everybody's portfolio to say, hey, this allows me to now diversify some of my portfolio that I could normally not gain access to, and I have access to real estate in that. That's a great job, and great job thinking about the small person. I love that. So Nathan DeYoung, everybody, give him a round of applause. Great job, Nathan. We are going to move on now. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I didn't mention the name of the company, which is
sorry. Yeah, you were supposed to unveil. Yes, I have it up here on my desk. I was going to do that, but anyway, good job, Nathan, and with Asset Fund. And up next, we have got Kimberly Langdon. Kim, I'm astounded by how simple and yet effective what you're bringing to the market here. And first off, everybody, this is my good friend and colleague, Kim Langdon, OBGYN by profession for many years. And Kim, you stumbled across something here. There's a problem in the marketplace with how women are handling yeast infection. And what blew me away, I mean, what do I know about yeast infection? Except for the fact that when my little princess at 8 years old, when my wife said, I think she's got a yeast infection, I'm like, isn't she too young for that? She's like, you're so dumb. You don't understand how the woman's body works. But what had happened is she was taking some antibiotics for something, and she ended up getting a yeast infection. And gosh, just seeing her in just such discomfort. Think about what happens to women all over the world with this issue. And you figured out something here that is complex, yet very simple at the same time. Can you just announce to the world here who you are, what you do, and this problem that you're solving, which is absolutely remarkable. I'm so proud to be a part of it.
Thanks, Izzy. Yeah, Kim Langdon, retired from clinical practice, OBGYN for 19 years, stumbled upon my invention that is now patented, quite by accident, wasn't intending to start a company or invent anything. But what I learned about yeast infections I've known all my life is that, the environment is what triggers them to happen. So heat is one factor. So it dawned on me that, well, I was telling my patients, why don't you just use cold packs on the outside before the drugs kick in, because the drugs don't work that well and they take a very long time. Their efficacy is waning, especially the over-the-counter remedies, which are topicals only. And so I thought, well, it stands to reason that if heat causes it, maybe cooling would take care of it. And so I really only thought the cooling would take care of symptoms, which we've known for 150 years per our earlier presenter, right? With the migraine.
Biosenses, yeah.
So that's no big news. But what I didn't know is that the cooling, if you cool the tissue down to 86 degrees or below, you can cause the infectious morphology or the infectious form to revert back to the dormant form. So we all know yeast, or the Candida fungus, is ubiquitous. It's on our skin, it's in our mouth, intestines, whatever. So, instead of eradicating it, I learned that if you lower the temperature to under 86 degrees, you can force it back to the dormant bud state. Notwithstanding the fact that the infectious state is the hyphae. What the hyphae do and why people get so many terrible symptoms is the hyphae is the infectious form that invade the tissue, act like roots. And once the immune system detects that, they send out their white blood cell army called PMNs or neutrophils. And unfortunately, the neutrophils are ineffectual. They basically die. They don't do anything to help. And when they release all their enzymes, they cause terrible symptoms. So that's why with athlete's feet and other fungal infections, there's a very characteristic itch that drives people crazy.
Yeah.
So in any case, so that's two mechanisms of how the device works. And then there's a couple of others that microbiologic research supports, which is breaking up biofilms and preserving the pH. So it turns out, unlike drugs that only utilize one mechanism of action, and ours probably has 3 to 4, maybe 5 mechanisms. And that's why it's turned out to be so effective, because I've done a couple of small clinical trials with 100% success rate in curing the infection and relieving the symptoms immediately. And 16 other users outside of the study as well. So we have also mouse data to support the mechanism of action and the efficacy. So we basically have like the trifecta of proof, because this journey has been a 10-year-long journey, because everyone kept saying, come back when you get more information, come back when you get your patents. And, nobody really cares about these.
Yeah.
But I do. And once I stumbled upon
Good for
this,
you.
knew I had a non-drug, here's a little sample of it. I had a non-drug solution, no chemicals, no drugs. It's only by the physical properties of the device that result in the curing of the infection and the immediate relief of symptoms. This is a $1.3 billion problem in the United States alone. Over the counter is 300 million, 1 billion for the prescription. So what we need to do is get a larger clinical trial and get through the FDA process. We've already talked to the FDA. They've had very positive things to say. They're very helpful. They want to refer us to a program called Breakthrough Designation, which we can apply for, in which case we'll likely get insurance coverage, which is huge. It's a very difficult thing to get, but Breakthrough Designation may help with that. So we're really excited, but I have to raise some money to get through the clinical trial and the FDA.
Well, that's the whole purpose of this here, right? We've spun up an SPV. We're looking for $3 million, and we're not going to go into all the granular details of where all that money's going. I just wanted to do a quick interview with you here because I think the world needs to hear about this, that this is going to be coming into the marketplace, and it's a huge opportunity to invest in your company. But knowing how you're going to be helping people in such a simple way, you're right about all those creams, the medicines, and everything else. I think about how ineffective that is because just in my household, how ineffective it was, and seeing my little girl, just having to deal with this discomfort. But now this is an ongoing thing where us as human beings, we're having the propensity now to have this resistance to the medicines that are out there. Can you talk a little bit about that our body's not going to develop a resistance for that cool technology, right? So,
Correct.
But medicine, yes.
So 30 years ago, diflucan, the prescription oral pill, was about 95% effective. It's now down to 60%. The topicals are almost worse, 33 to 50%. That's not going to get better. Drug resistance doesn't reverse. And the reason there's been drug resistance is because we've been using oral or systemic drugs to treat a topical infection. So you get the little hardier yeast are able to survive. And as they survive, that creates drug resistance when you get a repeat infection. But what's even more important is that if you're an immunocompromised person, like just somebody on steroids or on chemotherapy, and if you get a fungal blood infection, you die 40% of the time because of this drug resistance.
Wow.
So this overutilization of this drug for this stupid little condition, I call it stupid because it shouldn't be this big of a problem. I'm actually surprised nobody thought of this before. But we've been so entrenched in the drug paradigm that we don't really think outside the box. I'm just a little weird, I guess, and I made one of these little devices at home, fully expecting myself to need the medication. And when I didn't need the medication for months, years, I'm like, I'm really on to something. So we think this will be the first ever device to treat an infection of any kind, actually. The drugs get resistant because they only work by one mechanism and we have 4. And so, of course, it'd be very hard, be almost exponentially impossible for the little fungus to figure out all these different ways to avoid those mechanisms. So I'm very excited. And also the patents also cover bacterial vaginosis. And we have preliminary evidence that it works in that as well. And that's a slightly bigger market than yeast infections. And then I have additional patent pending, intellectual property pending for preterm birth prevention, because yeast infections and the bacterial infections are associated with preterm birth. So I'm working with some colleagues in the United Kingdom to try to get a trial set up over there for the preterm birth prevention. We're working on that now. So, and then there's some other fungal infections that should treat, like toenail fungus and things like that. But I'm not as interested in that, but yeah. I had to start here.
Well, I've got a request if you can hold that up to the camera again for them to see how simple that is. And what's remarkable about the simplicity of this technology, and I'll have you expand on this, is that, when you think about a 510K, yours is a little bit different. This is more like paperwork. Can you expand on that and what you're going to be doing here so that we can grease the skids and get this into the marketplace?
Right. So I already presented to the FDA in 2017 all this information, and they said, "Oh, we'll let you put this on the market as a Class 2 device. We're not worried about safety, but we can only let you say it treats symptoms alone of yeast infections." And since that wasn't my intent, I wanted to go for the cure. And because I didn't have this final design, this is more aesthetically pleasing than the one I had, we decided to put that on hold. But there's really no question that we're going to get approved by the FDA. I mean, you almost can't get a safer device. In fact, for CE marking, this is a class 1. So if, we could go over there first if we wanted to, but it's class 2. Actually, tampons are class 2 devices. Menstrual cups are class 2 devices. Even fluid-filled baby teethers are class 2 devices. And in fact, that's exactly how this is made. So only in different shape. So yeah, the FDA is not going to be a problem. They've been very upbeat. They want to give us feedback. If we get the breakthrough designation, we'll move to the top of the line. We'll get to talk to them about anything so that we can meet the labeling endpoints that's needed. So we'll probably go RX first, get the doctors educated, and then get the OTC indication and go into that market.
Yeah, and we were talking about some things because of certain conversations that are going to be coming up here on the radar. I think of let's talk about for a second, what if there's women in the battlefield that are in a hot place, right? Not ease of access to medicines and things like that, but they're like, you know what, I seem to be prone to reuse for whatever reason, and they, bring some of this, or whatever organization brings them over there, how that can help. I mean, let me just tell you that, folks, if you don't, and I saw someone on here, I think it was Marvin. Marvin mentioned that men can get yeast infections as well. I didn't know that. But what I can tell you is some women will actually stay home from work because it's so uncomfortable and they're sitting there itching and moving around. And I guess it's even more bothersome than like hemorrhoids and how itchy that can be and bothersome. So just imagine if you're in the battlefield and you need to stay still, right? There's a sail into something like, and you're like, not good, right? So I'm thinking of things like that and people that have an interest in buying that, and all the other verticals as well, or markets rather. And I'm just super excited about that. But what I think is really important for an investor to understand is this is simple. It's not something that's going to be going back and forth with the FDA, and people are going to want this. Can you expound a little bit more on that, Kim, where, let's talk about that application out with the military, for example, and how that could really mess up your day if you have a yeast infection?
No, in fact, the morbidity, the loss of what's it called? Lost wages or time away from work is estimated to be almost like $13 billion.
Just from yeast infection.
Women can't walk with one of these. You'd rather go into work with the flu than this. So you can imagine on the battlefield, first of all, it's hot. They have to wear all that gear. And the problem is what they're given is oral diflucan or potentially a topical, but the oral diflucan doesn't kick in for a couple of days. So they're going to be in misery for days, and it's going to worsen, and there's going to be swelling, and then there's going to be pain, and then, they're really going to be out of service.
Yeah.
So this device immediately takes care of symptoms, literally within 1 minute. So, and then
did you hear that, everybody? I need you to say that again, because here is a former OBGYN, and literally in like 1 minute, minute, you have relief of this. Why? Because you're bringing down that temperature so rapidly, right? That cool sensation, soothing, everything else.
Inflammation.
Yeah,
I mean, inflammation, if you get poison ivy or a bee sting or something, the first thing you should do is put an ice cube on it. If you want itch to go away, cool it down. Just like the migraine person talked about the inflammatory response in the migraine, so how it works, multiple mechanisms. So it's not a new technology. It's just to use this controlled cooling so that they get symptom relief and reversing the yeast back to its dormant form, because we're not going to eradicate it. So we just really have to learn to live with it. And we might as well peacefully coexist. And we can do that without drugs, because drugs don't work and they make the symptoms worse.
Yeah. I'm excited about the folks that are coming around this and the folks that are undergirding you with this, because it's been quite a journey for you, right? Where people wanted to see you do more, and you did, Kim. And here we are now, where we're right on the precipice, putting this in front of the final stages of getting approvals and that stamp of approval. Tell us what that's going to look like for an investor if they invest in this thing. What do you anticipate over the next 3 to 5 years? Of course, there's no guarantees, and let me just put that verbal disclaimer out there. But over the next 3 to 5 years, I mean, I envision someone wanting to buy you, but I know you have bigger visions than I do. So let's talk about that a little bit. Where you're capitalized in 3 to 5 years from now, what could happen?
I'm fine with somebody buying us. In fact, I have a company that we've had second meetings with, and they're one of the leaders in the OTC field. But we shall see. I've done the heavy lifting. I recruited an IP attorney who came on board for equity. We had one of the most difficult patent examiners on the face of this earth. Other people have even confirmed, but we finally got the patents granted. And that really has been the key because of the simplicity of the device. Everyone's like, oh, everybody could make this. I go, well, I'm not going to tell people how you make it, but if they use our technology, they'll be infringing. But as far as a 3 to 5 year plan, we originally just wanted to go over the counter. I didn't want this to be under doctor prescriptive control initially, because women now can self-diagnose and self-treat. But as we talked to the FDA and sort of realized their position, most things do start out prescription before they go OTC. So we're like, okay, that's good. And we're going to have to educate the doctors anyway. So once we get so that's really important, because once the doctors are on board, they could write this as a prescription, even if it is over the counter, right? Because if we get insurance coverage, that's what I did. I wrote for Monistat when it was over the counter if they had insurance coverage. So that market is a $1 billion market. So that's even a bigger market. And the problem also is recurrent sufferers. That has been a huge burden to society. 15.5 cases of recurrent yeast infections occur in the US each year. It's astounding. And the drug, here's the latest drug that's come out for it. I won't say the name of the company, but it's basically 18 tablets over the course of 11 weeks, and it costs $2,800.
What? Wow.
So we could sell this for $100 and probably have a margin of 400%.
Wow.
And the cost savings, because the problem is if the over-the-counters don't work, then the women resort to an ER visit. And I was talking to some self-funded plans and employer-based insurance companies. They're like, one visit to the ER is like $1,000.
Yeah.
So he said, well, I'll buy 100 of those. Send them over. So the cost savings, because the cost savings to the healthcare system is huge. It's a nuisance problem. It shouldn't be under doctors' control, but unfortunately, because the over-the-counters don't work well, women are forced to go in to see their doctor. And it's one of the most common reasons women come in. So this isn't like a rare thing. I mean, I would probably see 1 or 2 of these a day. I mean, and it's very frustrating for the woman. I mean, they could have half of their month destroyed by one of these.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. And you brought up a great point with just the pressure on the system with people not being able to go to work. That's something still, even if you're on a Zoom call and you're working from home, you don't want to sit there going like this and people like, what in the world is that? You're going to have to live, like this the whole time so nobody sees you. So, I totally get where you're coming from on that. And I'm so super excited for this. Well, Kim, this has been remarkable for people to get a first glimpse of this. And I know the conversations are going to really heat up. Really looking forward to seeing this capitalized. Proud to be a part of this project. And I think as simple as this is, it's brilliant. And I love how you come across as so much, and yet you're not condescending. People are just going to fall in love with Kim Langdon, this product, and say, I want to get behind this lady. So I'm so proud to be a part of this and be able to showcase you. So really looking forward to getting this capitalized. Great job. Give Kim Langdon a round of applause, everybody. This is excellent. Excellent job, Kim. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Izzy. Thank you.
Yes. Great job. Okay. Up next, what do we have up next? We have got Garen Lear. There he is. Garen, I thought you lived in my neck of the woods. You're in San Francisco now? What in the world's going on?
Absolutely. It was better than the blurry background.
It's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you.
Well, you've got an exciting type of investment, and obviously with the onset, I should say, 3 years ago of COVID and how people are sitting home getting things delivered to their households. You have a FedEx route, and you saw these spikes and things like that, and saw an opportunity that you can start buying these things and really fix and flipping them, if you will, and create some significant profit. Even with the head of FedEx saying, well, I think, less people are going to be, shipping things. Here's the thing that I see. Now more than ever, people are buying things online. They're not even walking into stores as much as they are, and they're going to get it from somebody, right? It's either going to be through FedEx, UPS, or somebody. But FedEx has always been like the Tiffany brand name, right? And then the other ones are sort of in the fringes. So you have a lot of meat on the bones with this, and I probably took a little bit of your thunder away. But I think it's brilliant and simple to understand as well what you're doing with your model. Would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Garen Lear? Garen, take it away.
Will do. Thank you for the intro, Izzy. Always a pleasure to speak with you and work with you. So I'm working with Lear Ventures, and basically what we're working on doing is buying and selling routes, like Izzy was saying. And I have a construction management degree. I've worked in industrial, residential, commercial for probably 10 years. I've started working when I was younger, framing and flooring, roofing, basically all the different trades, and kind of stumbled upon the FedEx opportunity. I was working with Amazon and FedEx at the same time to see kind of which one I fell in line with a little bit more, and just like the model the FedEx has. And I started thinking about it. Yeah, I could try and finance something like that and work my way through slowly like that. But I know that scaling is kind of key. So I've also been making connections within the industry, talking to accountants and lawyers that know the field, and they'll feel like it's a really good opportunity to run with. So basically what I'm looking for is to raise capital to purchase, scale, and resell these routes to the ownership to businesses like PE firms or family offices to for an exit on the back end. Some of the challenges with the FedEx model is just knowledge that it even exists. A lot of people that I talk to don't even realize that when you see that FedEx truck drive by in your neighborhood, that it's owned by a separate entity, third party contractor. So it's not actually even FedEx that delivers your packages to you. Amazon has a similar subcontractor deal laid out. So one of the main barriers to entry just for the general Joe to get in is capital to make these purchases of the routes and knowledge in the industry. So that's kind of where I can bring in. that big part is having the experience there and the connections that I have within FedEx. My approach is to be kind of like the Berkshire Hathaway of FedEx routes, building those up and selling them. The opportunity is pretty large as far as just how big you want to go. They have certain caps within like a station or a hub that you can go up to, like a percent wise of the volume that's running through that building, but they don't cap you on going out in different parts of the region. And there's two sides to FedEx contracting. There's pickup and delivery. That's the one that goes neighborhood to neighborhood and to your individual businesses. And then there's the long haul side that goes from your station or warehouse to another station or warehouse. And you can own both of those, and they're separate, and the caps are different on each of those. And like Izzy said earlier, FedEx is basically a name brand along with, I would say, UPS. There's new players into the game, but those two have definitely been there for quite some time. So the solution to get this out there and get it going is to bring a team together and to specifically identify the best routes. There's some routes that are more profitable than others. And amongst the two options with the pickup and delivery and long haul. Sometimes the long haul tends to be a little bit more of a higher profiting side. However, they are very compatible, and sometimes when one side's down, the other one's up. And so they can kind of make up for each other and balance things out. With purchasing more than one route, you can also improve your systems, your efficiency, because you're just using the same software, the same accounting, all of the back end stuff. It's going through the same thing. And so you can cut costs and increase efficiencies that way. And then ultimately turning around and selling them as after you've scaled them to size. Working specifically with Izzy and Dan really went through financials and nailed stuff down. All these financials are very conservative. I'd rather go conservative and over deliver than over promise and come in shy of what I'm promising. I've been working with Mark and Aaron as mentors and some other managers as well to partner on these as we go in so that we can have a strong team to move forward. Here's a simple financial snapshot of pickup and delivery routes. And each of these little items, they are separate and the frequency is listed there with it. But monthly for a pickup and delivery, you get almost 20 grand, as you can see there. That's just to service the station there for the area that you have. And when you purchase a route, you're buying an area, or they call it the region, and you own that. No one else can go in there and take your deliveries or do deliveries through FedEx. You get everything. If you go into a very rural spot, you purchase that area and it grows, you get all the businesses, all the housing that goes in there. And that's just kind of your grassroots growth. And those are some of the areas that we look for to purchase because of that reason. They say growth is about 10 to 15% over time in the areas that are like that, and just naturally across the FedEx board. There's a stop charge that you get paid for every stop. There's a package charge, so each little package you get payment for. There's also a fuel surcharge for obvious fuel expenses. The really big oversized packages that we deliver, you get a charge for that as well. And then there's a kind of a funny one that says surge stop charge. What that is if you say go to deliver alcohol or firearms, you have to have a signature, you have to have ID at that stop. If no one's there, no one's available, then you have to go back and return to deliver that package. So they kind of make up for that. Since you're going to the same neighborhood the next day anyways, they still kind of give payment on top of that just to kind of make up for returning to do that delivery. And then there's the e-commerce. It says it's activity based. What this is it's called Smart Post. It's a deal that they went under contract with USPS, the Postal Service, to take off some of their load and make some of their deliveries for them, just to make their side of things run smoother. And for us, it's been, I think some of these contractors have probably gained 25 to 35% on their routes just through that one contract alone. It hasn't quite gone through the entire nation, I don't believe. They just started about a year and a half ago with that. So they just kind of rolled that out over time. And then you finally get paid for apparel, vehicle branding, basically having your drivers wear their uniforms and have a FedEx label on all your trucks. This doesn't include anything that you do as a contractor to improve your profitability. Say, as far as where you get your mechanic work done, if you use electric or semi, like a hybrid electric engine. I've done some visits with some electric vehicle manufacturers and engine manufacturers, and they said that on the hybrid, you can be pretty sure that you can save about 50% on your fuel charges, which none of these numbers reflect that, because it may or may not work in some areas. Some areas you're not going to go full electric if you're driving 100 miles a day, just because your truck won't get that far. You have to recharge somewhere, and that's probably not going to be very feasible. That's why the hybrid is kind of an interesting model within that. So there's a lot of other opportunities to increase profitability within these routes themselves. The 5-year financial projection, first year with just one pickup and delivery route is a fairly low profit for the EBITDA. But after that, once you add your P&D and a long haul route on the second year, it really multiplies quickly. You can make about 250,000 per route, and that's about 8 to 10 trucks is kind of the average. And so you just kind of do the math and multiply that out. It gets better and better. And like I say, these are very conservative numbers. And so if you wanted to grow faster, you could. Another neat thing about this opportunity is that once you purchase the route, it's immediately profitable. It's not like you have to build the product, whatever it is, get the software out there and going and have that delay. It's just immediately you get paid weekly by FedEx and you're off and running. So there's various ways you could do that. If I got funding, a lot of funding on the front end, we could really build out quickly. So it's just kind of capital dependent. There's not a lot of capital expenditures here. Sometimes they say maybe 50 to 70,000 for your startup overhead. And once that's just the initial, like first 1 to 3 months of expenses, just so you have that. So you're not waiting to accrue it. So you can do your overhead expenses like your drivers, your fuel, and your maintenance. Those are your basic expenses that you have for FedEx routes. So it's a pretty simple model as well in that aspect. So the deal basically is looking at doing a SPV, a 4.5 million aggregate, and starting out with a 1.5 million tranche. And then the terms will be better, obviously, for the first come, first serve. We're looking at 15% discount to conversion, 10% for the second, and 5% for the third. Very excited to work with anyone interested in something that's steady and is easily scalable. Just to go bigger and better, like they say, go big or go home. So I thank you for your time and appreciate Izzy inviting me here to visit with you guys. Thank you.
Great job, Garen. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
All right, right on. Great job on that. And I've got some questions that I'm sure investors are going to want to hear the answer to. Is
Sure.
Number one, in economic conditions like this, where clearly we're in a recession, in my opinion, this business is relatively recession proof, because it's still climbing. Internet sales are climbing.
Yeah.
You know, more and more people are buying things online than they are in the store, like I said. But when you see the costs of things like maybe fuel, I know that's come back down to normal levels, suspiciously around, we're going to be around some elections coming up here. So, but anyway,
Interestingly.
yeah, it's you know, I don't know how that works, but somehow it does. So anyway, if you have those rising costs, you know, FedEx doesn't immediately catch up with that, so it can affect profitability, and especially in a time like this. Can you explain how to mitigate some of that and what that looks like, and how long do you start to need to see you know, these issues that are going on, and it's not you that's setting the pricing, it's FedEx, or are there things that you can adjust and say, hey, FedEx, I don't care if you're charging me $20 for this. The bottom line is this is how much gas costs. You know, if you're losing money to deliver a package, it is what it is. I don't care about that, but you gotta figure this out. So can you dumb it down for some of the investors and folks like me?
Could you rephrase that a little bit? I just want to make sure that I'm
meaning you can't control the pricing of what's going on out there. So
Sure.
it might impact, profits. I don't know. But part of what you do is turn around these routes and make them more profitable. And I was just thinking immediately in this environment that we're in, maybe that's harder right now. So why don't you give some context to that, where an investor might be thinking
Gotcha.
that wherein that's really not the case. It's actually simple for you to do what you do.
Yeah, a lot of it is just streamlining your services as far as number of employees. A lot of times you can, like, especially during peak, you want to ramp up a little bit. And peak is just our busy time of year towards the end of the year with the holidays and people making more purchases online. During that time, they'll bring on more assistant, they call them jumpers. They ride alongs with the drivers. So the driver hands packages off and the jumper gets out and throws them on the porches. Well, lots of times you can just scale back in certain routes and you don't have to have that additional member, which is a big expense. The fuel, I do believe that going into some sort of hybrid motor is a huge way to kind of fight that. There is a yearly contract renewal with FedEx, and that they kind of take these things into mind when they are making them. You get 3 options basically. It's not, that's why I don't call it a negotiation. It's just kind of options that you have. So if you're super heavy with businesses, you probably want to put a little bit more money towards that or get recompensed or more on that side versus your residential houses. If you have a ton of houses and that's all you have, then you want more of your money going towards that. And that's kind of how the contract reads. And then there's a third option with the rural stuff. They usually pay more for your fuel on those. So they compensate a little bit that way. As far as with the contract itself, there's not a lot of flexibility. So it's all on the owner, your managers. Sometimes they have managers that don't drive, and that's a good time to put them in a driver's seat. So you can kind of make up some of that scenario with the fuel and not getting compensated for that. Then also just scaling, purchasing more routes adds a lot into the ability to compensate for that lack potentially of volume. And then I think right now in purchasing the routes, just because of the weather of the economy, I think leaning into this opportunity now is a good time to do it, especially because we can purchase for a lot lower price than they were going for even 3 to 5 years ago. With pretty much all the contractors I've talked with, they have a range of about 16 to 20% profitability or net on each set of routes. So just kind of keeping that in mind, that's their range, and it's kind of been steady like that throughout their history, except for the last few years where we literally have changed how humans interact and get what they need. And a lot of it's gone online, like you were saying. That'll be kind of the basic nitty gritty of how contractors can control and have a little bit of say into just the, I don't know, economic.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Good answer. And, you were originally from Oregon. You came out here to Colorado. How long ago?
About 8 years now.
About 8 years.
9. Yep.
So I've been out here 10 years. I've seen a lot of change. I've seen a lot of growth. I've seen hayfields turn into beautiful housing developments. So you mentioned that I think the growth, was it year over year or over the next, how many years, a 10% growth?
Yeah, 10 to 15. That's been pretty much their average growth.
Year over year.
Yeah, not even.
That's remarkable. So
we don't have to do marketing or pay for any of that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. And then what I'm thinking about is seeing that kind of growth without having to put more money in, right? Yep. And then seeing the growth that we've seen in our area in Colorado, right? All these houses. So maybe there's some routes that are even growing at more than 10% or 10 to 15%. It could be even higher than that. This is a remarkable investment. And I know there are groups around the country. There are hedge funds that invest in them. There's a lot of different groups that do. We're going to get you in front of the right people here, because what I think could happen over the next 5-10 years is you aggregate a bunch of these, then you spin it up, let somebody, you know, take them all after you've made them really robust and profitable. And you could make a boatload of money and pass that on to some investors that'll be smiling ear to ear. So great job,
Absolutely.
Garen. It's a great
Thank you.
model. It's simple. Cash flows right away when you make an investment in there. Super proud to be a part of this as well. I mean, I'm just blessed to have all these brilliant people that have incredible ideas and they're entrepreneurial spirited. So great job, Garen.
Thank you.
Okay, give
Appreciate
him a
it.
round of applause. Great job. Up next, and our final presenter, my good friend and colleague, Patrick Henry. There's a name that everybody loves. If you could bring him to the stage, Dan, that would be great. And Patrick, man, I mean, you and I have been shoulder to shoulder in the trenches with this, right? I mean, it's remarkable what you've been able to do on a shoestring budget. I mean, a little bit about the story with Patrick. Here's a guy that was a gun and ammo guy with a company, had a client who was looking for some parts for an auto mag. And if any of you guys or gals know the Clint Eastwood movies, yes, Seth, I'm going to say you're old again because you probably remember them, but the Dirty Harry movies. And Sudden Impact made this gun super popular. In fact, it just became an iconic gun, but it really wasn't a well-made gun, right, Patrick? It had a lot of problems.
That's right.
You fixed all that. You put in, I mean, I think it's about $7 million of your own money that you invested refining things, perfecting things. Now that thing shoots perfectly, you're getting all these raving reviews, huge demand for this product. And really what we're doing with this SPV with yours is capitalizing the company to facilitate demand and some new developments that I don't know if you're able to share, but that you and I have been going back and forth over the last couple of days in some of the groups that are very interested in working with you. It's remarkable. So I don't know how much you're going to go into your deck. It's probably not that necessary, but I think there's some highlights here that investors are going to want to hear because you've got a business that is ready to take off. It's already doing well, and I'm super excited. So without any further ado, my good friend and colleague, Patrick Henry.
Okay, I can't tell if I can't see my image. Can you see me?
Oh, you can't? Oh, yeah, I can see you great. You can't
Okay.
see yourself?
And I
How
don't
are you
need-
doing with the storm, by the way?
It's kind of I mean, the worst of it's over. It was about 2 hours ago, and
Okay.
it maybe got up to 70 miles an hour where we are. So
And you didn't lose power. Maybe you have a generator. I don't know.
the people down the street, my cousin lives 6 hours down, she lost it, but I think it was temporary.
Oh, my heart's thoughts and
real
prayers
bad.
go out to everybody there that are really struggling and suffering right now. So, but
They
anyway,
destroyed
go
the
ahead.
Paul's Island Pier and pier north of us, and so anybody on the coast got hit pretty. I'm 2,000 feet from the ocean, but I'm not on the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can make this pretty quick.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd give a quick background and a brief history at Automag, and then I would tell you about my involvement with Automag, and then not only about the opportunity, but even in the last week or two.
Yeah. Okay. That's exciting.
About
Yeah.
the existing plus the new. But I've been in the firearms business for 45 years, and I've done about a dozen projects, and all of them were successful, but one. And each of them had their own strength. They either had a ready market, or they had some kind of unique offering or a high margin, but I've never had something that had all three of those, plus the association with celebrities. Not only we made a gun and got Clint Eastwood to agree to accept it, and so I'm supposed to take that to him, but Joe Mantegna did a gun stories on it, and Josh Barnett went on the Joe Rogan show and talked about it, and none of these guys were asking me for money, and Ted Nugent wants me to bring one out to his or bring several to his ranch and take them on a deer hunt and film it for his program called Spirit of the Wild. So it's all that's kind of fascinating to me.
You're going to have to wear a leopard print shirt when you go out with Ted Nugent there to do that.
I'm not sure about that. But anyway, but it's also been recognized as the top 12 or top dozen iconic guns in handgun history, and there's thousands of guns. So I kind of get a lot of free. We've never bought advertising since we bought the company, And we've had 600 prepaid orders, and we shipped 300 of those orders. And so all we want to do is ramp up production. And just in the last couple of weeks, one of the companies that has been in this field for a while not only offered to ramp up production, but they got 37 gun people, and they say they believe they can sell 10,000 a year, which would be around 800 a month, but they already have commitments for 250. And at 250, the gun sells for around $4,000 a piece, and our net is 2,500. That's the high margin. And but since we have exclusive rights to it, we're able to keep that kind of margin. And for every 100 a month, we'll net $3 million a year. So at 250 a month, we'd net $7.5 million a year. And they believe they can be at 800. And so I've sold 50% of the company for about $5 million to 30 investors, but I'm trying not to sell anymore right now. So I'm doing a convertible debt note for 2 years, 12% interest with a $40 million cap and a 20% discount on the conversion. And so if you put in the whole $5 million at the end of 24 months, you should be able to convert to 15.5% interest, which should, at 250 guns a month, would generate 1.1 million a year. So that's my pitch.
That was pretty quick and easy. Tell me about the developments this week, because I know the confidence level with sales, it is just really soared because of this group that's come in. I don't know if you're able to share the group's name or anything like that, but it's really exciting.
It's called the Strike, STRYK, no E group out of Montana. And they have a huge, I never seen another company in the firearm industry like that, but they have 8 divisions. They have an engineering division, they have a marketing division, they have a finance division, they have a like a headhunter division. And so they came in and said they will get us up in 4 months to 250 per month production. And they also have commitments for 250 guns a month. So that's why I was quoting those numbers. And originally, when I got the investors in, I said my estimate is worst case, we'd sell 100 a month, best case 300 a month. And so I've had 2 different large gun companies approach me and quote much higher numbers. One committed for 2 years. If I gave them exclusive rights, they would take 500 a month for the first 24 months. And the other one believes that we can do 10,000 a year, which is 800 a month.
Unbelievable. Now, Patrick, you have a huge amount of demand. Let's talk about the process, what you're going to be using that money for, facilitating orders that are already coming in at this moment, and then distributors that you haven't even hit the gas with, because you got to be able to make and produce these in a reasonable amount of time. So talk a little bit about that for the investor audience.
Yeah. Well, our main focus with the money is ramping up the production line. And we're currently making about, say, 40 a month using the CNC process, but there's a much more automated process called mill turn that allows, it's kind of like a robotic system that you can turn the machine on in the day and it runs through the night unattended. And so we want to move over to that, because locally we barely get enough staff to maintain first shift, and the ability to run 24/7 would be huge. And it would also lower our cost at least $300 per gun. So that's an added benefit. And we have there's 5 other product lines associated with Automag that we have not made yet. So we'd like to develop those product lines. And we've been approached by several prop masters for the 3 largest movie gun rental companies in Hollywood. And they're all saying that they can get it in the movies and some TV shows. And we already got a commitment for an HBO series where the Automag will be given to South Vietnamese general by a CIA agent that is a grade actor. They can't tell me who it is for another month, but that'll be out in May of next year. And we got several magazine articles and reviews that will be out, and none of these I'm having to pay for.
It's amazing. And, I can only imagine as this starts to get traction within a movie like that, and even video games. Talk a little bit about the video game industry, because that's something where, huge money as a skin that they could use the Automag.
Yeah, I've been, the Automag is in 5 or 6 video games, obviously first-person shooter games. It's in Rainbow Six Siege, Grand Theft Auto 4. I don't play video games, so I don't know, but I think it's in Call of Duty. You can choose that gun, but we've been approached by 2 groups that want to do an NFT for our skin for the Automag. And the way I understand it is, you can put this over your normal gun in your video game, and it gives it. The Automag is a very large caliber gun, but in the video you can make it do things it couldn't do in real life. But they can buy them and resell them and all that. So that's something I never even considered, but it's nice to have that option.
And folks, this is the Rolex of handguns. You don't buy this gun. So any investors listening, so you understand that this isn't just a gun that somebody buys to put on their side and walk around with. This is a showpiece. Comes in a beautiful wood box, or can come in a beautiful wood box with a challenge coin and a spot for the 2 clips. Beautiful cherry box. And what ends up happening when you have this type of notoriety and this production that is relatively limited, it makes that demand go higher, which continues to, again, keep that price very strong. And with a 60+ profit margin, and then bringing the cost down, I mean, this company could get bought by a major distributor for a significant amount of money. It sounds like, looks like Patrick might have lost his power there. He's just coming off the tail end of the storm there, and it's someone down the block lost their power. But what I get excited about with this company is that there's already this huge demand. It's just a matter of plugging in the capital to say, hey, we need to be able to facilitate this demand. We can't take any more orders than X because we can't make them fast enough. That is a really good place to be in. Now, not everybody agrees with firearms, but I just want to put this disclaimer out there. On record, there is no report of a violent crime with a .44 Magnum, the Automag, that pistol. Everything that you've seen before in media and mass shootings and things like that, all those crazies that do stupid things, is with those automatic rifles and things like that. Not a handgun like this. That's a showpiece that is in significant demand for collectors and gun owners. But in any event, I'm sorry that Patrick likely lost his power. It has been an incredible event today. We've had a myriad of people. Up there, you're back. You lost your power, huh?
Yeah, we lost power, but I hopped on the cell phone.
Okay, yeah. I figured that was the case. I was just wrapping up for you. But I was just saying how remarkable it is for you to have that kind of demand, and really the opportunity here is to help facilitate that demand, scale that higher. Someone's going to want to buy you, Patrick. I mean, it's just, you can only get Automag parts, the gun, and from Automag that Patrick bought and owns wholly. So really, really exciting. Great job on giving the nuggets. Go ahead, Patrick.
We've already been approached by Barrett, Car Arms, and Palmetto State Army saying that if we ever wanted to sell, that please call them. So
yeah, I'm sure. Okay, everybody. Patrick, thank you so much. Great job on that. I'm going to give my final remarks here. And folks, like I said, I'm incredibly blessed to be around companies such as this. I'm humbled and honored. You guys are brilliant. You make me look good because of who you are. I love the element of free enterprise. I love being able to connect with, like the Keith Yoders that are on here looking for opportunities for his family office, and other investors that have popped in and out and have been watching on social media. This is an exciting time. We're
about to start Q4, and folks are doing their window dressing. They're trying to figure things out. And guys, there are tons of investors out there that are sitting on tons of cash. And money managers can't charge or don't charge a money management fee on money that's just sitting in cash. So they want to move it around into smart ideas. The capital markets, the stock market is up and down. I didn't have a chance to even look at it today. Anybody know what it did today? Keith probably knows. But let me just take a quick look here, and we're off another 500 points. Okay. So the point that I'm trying to make here is the market's up, down, all over the place. And with opportunities like yours, hey, Patrick, let me ask you a question. The market just went down 500 points. Does value in your investment go down today? Of course not, right? That's why so many investors are looking at opportunities like this. Now, it doesn't mean that they're foolishly throwing money around, and it's so critical to make sure that you have the financials in order. And that brings me to my next point, because I want to edify my good friend and colleague, Dan Matthews. Show some love in the chat if Dan has done anything for you, helped you figure out some finances, helped you figure out some holes that are in there. Thank him, unmute, say thank you, whatever it is. Thank you, Dan. Dan is amazing. I always joke around that he's sort of like, what you saw in the Matrix, where they can just look at numbers and see pictures. What a remarkable individual. And I'm so blessed to have him as a part of our team. And it's critical that you have that. That's the foundational principle. And that's what we do here when we do our due diligence. We look at a great company and we start figuring out where are the holes in the finances. How can we make this thing pencil? Does it actually make sense? Because if not, more times than not, it's a no with us, with things coming across our desk all the time. We just part as friends. But what I will tell you is Dan is great at finding those opportunities and saying, this looks really good. This can actually turn some significant profit. And sometimes, based on his estimates, people have to quell it down and say, well, hang on a second, Dan, I'm nervous saying that. You really think it can get that big? Well, I'm only using the numbers, what the market's saying, what you're giving me, and this is what it looks like. So kudos to him. He's so great at figuring those things out, and we're here to help with all that. So if you need to invite Dan into that conversation with an investor to help understand that, make sure that you do that. And anybody listening as well, we're happy to review your numbers based on what's happening right now with the economy, and maybe with certain businesses, things are in a different direction. We have to adjust some things. I know there's a lot of money managers out there, family offices, private equity, early stage VCs that are cramming down on valuations. And I can tell you right now, Dan is going to be the asset that you need to ensure that you can explain well that it's not a house of cards, right? Because he gives you all these different options. And he's very good at doing that. So again, Dan, thank you so much for all that you do. Really appreciate that. My thoughts on the market. I think the market is a great place to have liquidity. Where's the bottom? I don't know. But there's an old saying on Wall Street, nobody likes to catch a falling knife. And I think that's what's going on right now. I think, we could go lower. Typically, in my experience, once we break through certain lows, they typically go even lower. I don't know where that bottom's going to be. I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't need one. All I know is that you guys bring tremendous value. And no matter what the market does, every single one of your companies can do very, very well. That's what I always look for. I look for, do you have a company that's scalable? Do you have a company that could be disruptive? Do you have a company that is simple to understand? I mean, there's a myriad of different things that I walk through in due diligence. I mean, you take a Kim Langdon, for example, very simple to understand, but here's a huge problem, right? The simplicity of that, but it took years for her to get to the place that she is with patents and design and utility and all that, and what she's doing now with the FDA. It's absolutely incredible. And the company that I keep, because of the processes that we have and the investor audience that we have, I'm absolutely blessed. And I just wanted to thank each and every one of you and tell you how grateful I am to be able to be excited when my feet hit the ground, when I wake up in the morning, to say, man, I get to work with these people. They're amazing. I love that. I love being a part of that. And I will fight tooth and nail for you guys to give value to your companies and make sure that someone doesn't try and make some type of a toxic arrangement with your companies. And certainly not everybody's bad, but you just never know. Well, that's it for us. And I'm so grateful again. Thank you for your time this day. Thank you for all of the folks that had butterflies and
didn't want to present because they weren't feeling well or whatever, but they did anyway. You guys have grit. My hat's off to you. This is not for the faint at heart, raising capital, and you guys are doing it, and you're going to look back on this and you'll be able to help and advise others. I hope you do that. Pay back in the future. When your company gets capitalized, Kim, when your company gets purchased for hundreds of millions of dollars, help another company. I know your heart. I don't even have to say that. I know that you will. And there's people in here that just love to help others, and I love that. So let me just finish up with just praying a blessing upon each and every one of you. Father, in the name of Jesus, I ask that all these people, wherever they are in the sound of my voice, that you would protect them, keep them wherever they're traveling. Some are plugged in even by phone. Seth, I so appreciate you doing that, even just listening on a phone. Bless him, protect him, and keep him, Lord. Lord, make provision in every single household, every single business. Bring the right investors that we need. Lord, that you would make the right alignments and bless these businesses, expand them, bring glory to your name, and advance your kingdom, and use it all for the good that you have for these companies. We love you, Lord. We thank you for all that you do. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, everybody, thank you so much again. You can say goodbye to one another. Give some love to Dan. Say thank you to everybody. And folks, one last thing. Connect on LinkedIn with one another. I am not the kind of guy that puts golden handcuffs on people. I don't. Okay. Here's my my metaphor on this. If I was a contractor and you asked me to help you finish your basement, I'm not going to think that if I did that, I'm going to teach you some things that you're going to now go out and build your own construction company. If you did, there's plenty of business, right? That's for people that have scarcity mindset, is what I call it. Connect with these people that you see on here. Remember these names, put your emails in the chat, whatever it is. We can stay on here a couple of minutes, network with one another. Most people don't network because they're so tight-lipped on these things, like, oh, I don't want him to know this, that, or the other. That's not how we are here at FEP Collaborative at all, hence the name, FEP Collaborative. It's a collaborative effort. I can't tell you how many times that someone introduces you to someone that introduces to somebody else, and suddenly something pops. I think there's some synergies on here where you guys were talking online as well. I know Seth and Mary were talking about that. So please do that. I'm sorry I forgot to mention that. But outside of that, have a great weekend. Have an amazing time. I'm sure that there are investors that are going to be excited about talking with you guys. I'll keep you updated on all that. And I'm really looking forward to the next one. And let's go ahead and announce that now. Our next conference will be on October 28th. October 28th. We do the last Friday of every month, except for December, and excited to see all you guys there. God bless you, everybody. Excited to be a part of this. Have an amazing day. I'm going to be signing off here in just a second. You guys can trade and exchange emails and LinkedIn, stuff like that. And I'll mute off and you guys can say goodbye to one another. Love each and every one of you guys. Proud of you guys. Great job.
Take care. Bye-bye.